tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ yàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi. May your reign see prosperity. May Nigeria continue as a united country. Thank you, India Anambra. A lot of my friends are from Anambra here.
Political advisor na shiga ka kula mu kwarai dan kar ka sake a gidan jagaba mai mana alfarma rara yake da continuity Tinubu kwantu we say continuity Tinubu hey. We love you Tinubu, we love you Tinubu. We thank you Tinubu, we thank you Tinubu. Continuity, our new Tinubu, our new Tinubu.
Into the aqua of what Papa Jeremiah, chief of Bafemia Wolowo, the Kenyan philosopher, said when he described Nigeria as a mere geographical expression. 50 years after independence, we're talking about zoning. Is reflective of the fact that Nigeria still wallows in a state of meningitinal statism, cankerous tribalism, ethnocentric chauvinism, syphilitic parochialism, epileptic nepotism, catalytic paraboism, and state brigandage of the bluest dye. Is reflective of the fact that Nigeria still wallows in a state of meningitinal statism, cankerous tribalism, ethnocentric chauvinism, syphilitic parochialism, epileptic nepotism, catalytic paraboism.
Aku Ramadan, àròwó dájọ́ ṣùgbọ́n arọ́pẹ́dá. Mọ́rí àbábíkà ìyá Ramadan gbogbo ẹnu ló máa gbẹ bí àsìkò Harmattan. Olúwa dákun jọ gbẹ́bẹ̀ mi, benefit mo fẹ́ jẹ mi ò fẹ́ jẹ̀bi. Ẹni tó wà nǹkan àwẹ̀ kó má rí mi ní kọ́nà. Bíbẹ̀ kọ́ àgbà lámbà bí Olúwa bọ́nà. Báríkà ìyá Rasulullah, mákìmí, pàdé lọ kíjù máa bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tó.
lọ sápamọ́ igi tó fẹ́ ṣe bí òbí àbìdún ló jẹ́ olórin wẹ́wẹ́ ṣọ́ra ṣe ìjímèrè tó ń bá wọn lè pa ẹkùn ajẹ́ pátánù sọ fún wọn tó ajẹ́ olórí tó lè bá gbòkàn ẹ lọ ṣọ́ra. labalábá fira ẹ̀wẹ̀ yẹ òkò ló fara ẹ̀wà bẹ́ẹ̀. òwe lọ́jà màrìwò ń yọwọ́ kò lè kọrùn yanrìn ò ní bómi wọ́ ọ̀ṣẹ́ mọ́ pé tí gbogbo igi bá wọ́wé o àti wọ́wé ọ̀pẹ dọ̀rùn òwe àgbàlagbà. ojú ẹ̀dán kì í fọ́ láyé ẹ̀dán kì í kú lówe lówe ọ̀rọ̀. ìyá ayé ẹ̀ràn wá lọ́wọ́ òkó ṣeé ṣe ibi gbogbo tí mo bá ti wà. àfihàn ẹ̀yẹ tí ń jẹ lálẹ́ ìyá mi ò gúngún gẹ́gẹ́ ẹja máa fìrè fún wa. kò sẹ́yẹ tó ń bá gbé dáró dídá ẹnìkan kì í bálòpọ̀ kó sùn mọ́ wí o òwe ló já sí. kò sẹ́yẹ tó ń bá gbé dáró dídá ẹnìkan kì í bálòpọ̀ kó sùn mọ́ wí o òwe ló já sí. olúwa nìkan ni mo mọ̀ pé ó ṣe é gbójúlé o ẹ bá sáré lu òkun ọ̀sà lásán ni. adánitán ti dánitán kàbánijẹ́ tó wọlé ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀mí àgbọ̀ òdodo ọ̀rọ̀ la fi ń sọ. òwe abanijẹ́ wọlé ó wọlé ó bá ní lọ́wọ́ wa tún ní ṣe ajá tó ti kú bá lómi àgbo mò ń sọ tèmi lọ́ba. bí mo gbé náà sí àmì ẹ̀fẹ̀kẹ́ mọ́lé à ń bèké o ara ń fún wọn gbogbo. kéré o lọ́mọ rẹ̀ fọmọ ayò ṣe kéré o.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's once again. Everybody will pay out. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, Master. Oh, man, I go shop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love it. The refinery, Namigata, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, they can't bring up. We move, I pay the master. That's why when they enter my I came here earlier for
with the leather jacket. No be yori, but I dey bust your bracket. First up, buy the beat. This time when you got the shake. You dey feel like man, you know say me, I know the rig. See the guy got the dance. You dey feel the way me say I come here to the yarn. Show them say you sabi, show them say you self you man. Hey, no be lie, see the boy with the man. Hey, I see my guy normally I come to drop bars, something way be top notch. I don't dey shake the guy, he self gonna shop floor. Everybody they feel I'm the way and they drop some. The guy don't dey smile, feel like say your head is on bun. He self he dey feel the way I just dey go. The flow is dope. He self he don't dey feel I'm on the low. I savage on the beat, you know say me self gonna bad. No be this your fine baby like this ready for your band. Fine girl, what's up? If I come now, make we talk now. I know say you self you play with man, but make it no come be like say me self go for your hand. Make we interact one on one. You dey get am now, but this your get she fine. Be like say you pack it down, but everybody don't dey feel am. They no say he bad. Everybody don't dey see them. No say yes he do. Collect the five, my guy. You self God, you know you joke. Collect the five, make it no come dey make me hanging. It's not like they don't know that yeah the thing is banging. I like the guy because he be loving how I'm sounding. Everybody they see him, they know say the thing they boss. This a way everybody they carry babe come. Also find me one babe now so that I go drop it. No, this one are your babe. All those catches you know say me self I don't want to make it. Make it no come be like say me self I come here come the toast. When I go come stop me for the road, come they ask me how far waiting come they walk me. All those catches are waiting me self I don't want on the low. But I know say yes the girl she fine, she get the thing way man they fine, but the gun design, God the day design, I know the lie. She get the thing like this way the man they fine. But fine girl come now, make I toast first. Make it no come be like say me self I jobless.
Well, here's the video of Bola Ahmed Tinubu muttering those unintelligible words which have since gone viral. Let's take a look.
You see the innovation. If we lend ourselves to innovation, we can create wonders. Yeah, it's a successful again, a town hall, different from Blue. Bulaba.
Rufai, you know I have heard of deep fake.
jìnnà sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbé sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kó lọ ìgbín sọnù sígbó wọn dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. àbọ̀dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. ọmọ iná náà mi arán síná orí mi dákun má ṣì mí lọ́nà o. mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o. àgbà ẹ foríjì ni ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé. mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o. mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé. ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ torí oníkọ́ tó yọlá ni ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹ̀ràn nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. kọ̀wé mi àjẹ́ dàgbà o. èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀fọ́ gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀ ẹ má forí wórí ìkìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹ̀yin forí wórí yìí yóò ṣàbàmọ́ o. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé o. nílé ayé o. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé. dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́. wọ́n gbọ́ pé ọjà tán nílùú Sókótó wọ́n múra wọn sáré kárù sọ́kọ̀ o. àyàn ọmọ ògbóògùn wo wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí. orí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Sókótó ohun rẹ̀ lápò Sókótó mo sọ. àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o. olórí làlá bàrò orí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò mo lórí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò orí mi gbé mi níjà o. olórí làlá bàrò làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò. oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o. olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyàwó àmì nílé ayé wa. bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn ṣọ́wa nínú ọ̀pá wọn kìnìún ejò olóró àkékè ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o. mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. mo máa sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. olúwa gbé wa níjà o. mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. bí wọ́n ti ro ti wá sí nínú ilé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kó jẹ́ tiwọn lọ́jọ́ gbogbo. àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè.
ṣe gbé ṣeré. ọmọ ẹkún wo ni bọ́lọ́jọ́ bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe gbé ṣeré. ẹrù ìyá rẹ̀ ń bá ní. bọ́lọ́jọ́ bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe gbé ṣeré. ọmọ ẹkún wo ni bọ́lọ́jọ́ bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe gbé ṣeré. ẹrù ìyá rẹ̀ ń bá ní. Mandele yalana go on baila berefe. Mandele yalana go on fatoriani. Mandele yalana go on baila toronkan. Mandele yalana go on fatoriani. Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ dúró, ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀, ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ dúró, ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ṣé ti ń bọ̀ dán? Ṣé ti ń bọ̀ dán? Ẹ sá máa tò mí. Ẹ bá wá obìnrin àlòkù, ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́kù tọ́nu, a máa yà sí mi sẹ́bọ̀, a máa làwọ̀ yóò bá dé, tọ́pá ń kó kiri. Ẹ bá wá obìnrin àlòkù, ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́kù tọ́nu, a máa yà sí mi sẹ́bọ̀, a máa làwọ̀ yóò bá dé, tọ́pá ń kó kiri. Àlè ìwọ̀n wọ̀n wò, ìwọ̀n wọ̀n wò, tọ́pá ń kó kiri. Ìkó wọ̀n wò, ìkó wọ̀n wò.
Snap it, wish. Check, check. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Well, I guess if you can hear me, we're waiting for 1 minute, so he's definitely going to come in the studio. Testing, testing. It's funny you can hear me, but I don't hear myself in the studio. I think that's the technical difficulty 1 minute is having.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear
All
you.
right. Oh, goodness me. What was that all about? It's a grand conspiracy. I blame it on the obedience. You must always blame everything in life on the obedience. So, thank you for standing in bridge, Choma. So that's the excellent Choma right there. So the obedience have sent their deity Ndugurudu to come and interrupt my session, but never deterred. So good day to you. Belatedly, apologies for the technical issues. It was all set up to go. A little bit of introduction music, then of course my avatar lands and I do my opening spiel. But then of course the music stopped, my avatar lands, and then of course it was radio silence. So I had to go and work some magic in the background. Do you know I had to go and watch a quick YouTube video to find out how to fix it? So how did we even live life without YouTube? Anything goes wrong, you quickly go to YouTube, ding dong ding, and everything is sorted. How did we ever survive? Did you know that once upon a time in this country, that if you're driving to a location that you don't know, you are halfway down the road, then you park on the curb, and then you bring out this huge map, and then you're trying to plot your way with a paper map. Yes, and that was barely 10 years ago, thereabout. let's say, for instance, let's say you're going to Birmingham or Manchester or something. So you are halfway down the motorway, you are not sure which intersection to turn, and then you pull up on a curb, and then you bring out this huge map, and then you start to pretend like you know how to plot your way. But there it is. There it goes. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. No, nobody memorizes the map. D2. Don't be a show off. So good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. So that thing has knocked me out of my. It's somewhat discombobulated, but don't worry. I gather. Good day to you. Good to be. In fact, I'll play you a little bit of music just to bring myself back into into sequence again. So let me just play you a little ditty just to realign my senses.
Political advisor na shiga ka kula mu kwarai dan kar ka sake a gidan zagaba mai mana alfarma la yake da continuity Tinubu continuity Tinubu we say continuity.
So there it is right there. Even the Abokis are telling you continuity, Tinubu continuity. So continuity, Tinubu continuity, and continuity, one man continuity. So good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Don't call me that. It's banter. You have to have a sense. As America as America stripped you of your sense of humor, Nigerians are known for humor, but are certainly not Ike. Maybe they're Dolites. Maybe it's a sapele water over there. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Always a pleasure, never a chore, never taken for granted, always with delight. I welcome you all the time. So good day to you, good to be in your company. Protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. That's your ticket to ride on the juggernaut train that is the one man went to more experience. So if you want a once-in-a-lifetime experience that will take you through your latter years, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and come then have a conversation with this rather peculiar, this or you're a laughing man with a peculiar voice. So come do all that. Hop on board. Come. Let's gist and all that. So good day to you. Good to be your company and all that. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and follow the example of Tope O right there. That is blowing kisses with $20 bills. So blow kisses with $20 or more bills, as has been exemplified by Tope O. So well done, Tope O. So good day to you and all that. We've done all the greetings. So let's just launch into it, shall we? We launch into it and we kick it off with this one. Are we kicking it off with this one even? These voodoo money people that are this Kubi Kubana and all that, they're starting to constitute a nuisance in Lagos. I cannot wait till we get rid of these people out of Lagos. I think people should. We saw a wave of Abokis coming from Katsina just as early as a couple of days ago, and the whole of Lagos, the whole place is just swarmed, with people of it's like living in London. There's no Englishman in London. Everybody talks with a peculiar accent, just like myself, and they all look weird, just like me. So and that's the experience in Lagos as well. And now these are Kupi Kubana now is seeking to destroy Lagos. Lagos state government seals Lagos state government seals Cubana CP's restaurant, arrest 2 staff, make Heli no see ammo. I don't know what that means, but essentially, there's something called fly tipping in this country. I'm not quite sure if that is I'm not quite sure if that is I'm not quite sure if that's a globalized phraseology, but there's something called fly tipping in this country. So you have yes, okay, I think we've got them. So there's something called fly tipping in this country. So you have a whole bunch of refuse to get rid of, and you don't want to pay somebody to come and take it away. So you pack it in your boot, you look for a forested area, and then you just dump the refuse there for the local authority to come and deal with. It's totally illegal, and it's called fly tipping. So it is called it is called fly tipping, and so they stand accused. So these are the same set of people that were actually telling us that Lagos smells, by the way, but they are the ones contributing then to the pungency of that state. Lagos State seals Cubana CP's restaurant, arrest 2 staff. A video of Lagos State government officials shutting down Cubana chief priest restaurant Donald's has gone viral. The Lagos restaurant was shut down on Saturday, May the 17th, let me do that entirely all over again. A video of Lagos State government shutting down Cubana chief priest restaurant Donald's has gone viral. The Lagos restaurant was shut down on Saturday, May the 17th. 2 of its staff were also arrested for dumping refuse on the roadside. So I think we've actually got clips. The managing director at Lagos State Waste Management Authority, Muyiwa Badegeshi, disclosed this on its X handle, said in the early hours of Saturday. He had said that the chairman of the Lekki Estate Resident Association alerted its agency of an incident involving the illegal dumping of refuse along Duro Simi 80 Street in Lekki Phase 1. So, yes, I just want to get quickly to the clip. In the early hours of Saturday, 18th of May 2025, the chairman of Lekki Estate Resident Association alerted us to an incident involving the illegal dumping of refuse along Duro Simi 80 Street in Lekki Phase 1. A white Ford van with Abuja registration plate, and it then goes on to give the registration plate, was caught in the act of indiscriminately discharging waste. The vehicle was traced to Donald Restaurant, a nightclub establishment located on Road 17 within the estate. The suspects were apprehended at the scene by security agencies, so etc., etc. So this is now the offensive clip then of Cubana chief priest dumping refuse on or in Lekki of all places, not even in Ajekule, dumping refuse in Lekki. And these are the same set of people that will go around telling everybody that Lagos smells. So let's just bring it up right here.
Okay.
You can see they have come to gather refuge. This was done last week and they escaped. While on patrol today, of course, they play into our hands. They came to evacuate the same death at Durosimi. You can see the plate number, the same vehicle. This is their usual.
Oh, so there it is right there. So that's Cubana Chief Priest restaurant being shut down, at least being sealed off temporarily for reasons of illegal refuse dumping. So you may well say of one of the things that we could be discussing, why are we discussing that? But it's an offensive thing to do. And it's a disrespectful thing to do as well. It just shows it shows a total lack of regard, for the whole state. It's just unacceptable. And even remove any ethnic tonality, I think universally we will say that it's unacceptable. A restaurant as prestigious as that one and as profitable as that one, they should have already an established waste disposal system. Certainly not fly tipping it on the streets. So who cleans it up? If every other restaurant throws their refuse right on the streets, then what will Lagos look like? So it's just a total lack of regard for the space, isn't it? It's an act of aggression. If you really want to know what I'm thinking, it's an act of aggression. So that's that. So from that to more serious political matters. From that to more serious political matters, I have not seen anything that will stop Tinubu's re-election. Tanko Yakasai. So I think this is a universal, it's a universally accepted thing, that there is no stopping this guy. Not for reasons that he's performing excellently, which I personally think that is the best president we've ever had yet. But that's just my personal view. A lot of people disagree quite fervently, quite sharply, quite aggressively. But not for reasons of his performance will Tinubu be re-elected. The main reason Tinubu will be re-elected is that there is no viable opposition. There's nobody that presents like a better alternative to him. So Tinubu's re-election is actually a condemnation of the political landscape rather than an endorsement of him. There is who is viable to replace him? Is it Atiku or is it Kwakwansia or is it Peter? Is it Peter Obi? There's nobody out there. Is it Showore? Is it Prince Adebayo? You could say, but he's just too distant and too. Is it El Rufai? So there's no viable alternative, and that is really what re-elects Tinubu. I have not seen anything that will stop Tinubu's re-election. A northern stalwart speaks to the space. Tanko Yakasai. Tanko Yakasai, the elder statesman and founding member of Arewa Consultative Forum, says President Bola Tinubu remains the most favored candidate to win the 2027 election. Speaking with News Agency of Nigeria, Yakasia said there is currently no politician with a stronger backing than Tinubu. In Nigeria today, Bola Tinubu is the president. He has his ministers and governors who are backing him. Yakasai said, who else has all what it takes to move into the contest with the kind of stamina and strength to be more successful comparatively with Tinubu? Yakasia said the ruling All Progressive Congress APC controls most states and still enjoys support from governors in opposition parties. We should all wait and see if the picture will change drastically. Otherwise, for now, the odds are in his favor because I have not seen anything that will prevent him from winning the next election. Yakasai said he hasn't done anything against the North. In my understanding, the North alone cannot decide who becomes the president of Nigeria. The elder statesman said there is no official consensus yet amongst the northern political class. I haven't heard anybody making any proposition about the 2027 presidential election from the Arewa Consultative Forum, he said. What is tagged the Arewa Consultative Forum or Northern Elders Forum's position mere individual opinions, because he said Nigerians should wait until the region formally takes a position adding that internal crises in the opposition parties have made Tinubu's path to re-election even easier. Yakasia declined to assess Tinubu's performance, but urged politicians to prioritize the interest of the public. Our politicians should see politics as a dynamic game, and what I will advise is for them to play the game on the basis of ideology and programs, he said. Let them envision the way they want the country to be and not targeting to be ministers, governors, and presidents. So that is Tanko Yakasia then that tells you that it just re-echoes what is already been known, that there is no vacancy in Aso Rock. So no vacancy in Aso Rock, I'm afraid. Sorry about that. So no vacancy in Aso Rock. Details of what Tinubu told Peter Obi, Fayemi. Where do I want to read this from, actually? Where do I want to? Oh, okay, let me just read it from here. It's all over the news, by the way. So I could have read it from. Some people actually sent it to me. They sent me the Twitter version of it. I think it reads better on Twitter, actually. So let me see if I can bring that up. It reads better on it's Tinubu meeting Peter Obi in Rome, by the way. So that's where we're going. And Peter will be acting all sheepish, like it's just met Jesus Christ or something. So yes, do we want to read it from here? Does it have all the pictures? Do we want to read it from here? Actually, let's go to Bayo Ononuga's page on Instagram. See, on Twitter, Bayo. So this is live TV. So this is what goes on. This is nothing like being prepared. It's like an organic sort of Nuga. It reads better on Bayo Ononuga's page. So let's see if we. Right, where are you? That's the Tinubu spokesman, of course. Aha. Yes. So it reads better here. So let's read it from here. Yes. President Tinubu meets Peter Obi, Fayemi at the Vatican. President Bola Tinubu, Mr. Peter Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate and former Ekiti Governor Kayode Fayemi, met at Pope Leo the 14th installation mass on Sunday in Rome. Fayemi cited President Tinubu, where he sat with other leaders and asked Obi to follow him to pay homage to the Nigerian leader. Obi agreed, So all the agidi is just on social media. So there it is. President Bola Tinubu meets Peter Obi, Fayemi at the Vatican. President Bola Tinubu, Mr. Peter Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate and former Ekiti Governor Kayode Fayemi, met at Pope Leo the 14th installation mass on Sunday in Rome. Fayemi cited President Tinubu, where he sat with other leaders and asked Obi to follow him to pay homage to the Nigerian leader. Obi agreed. On getting to the president, Fayemi broke the ice between Obi and Tinubu. He said, Mr. President, welcome to our church and thank you for honoring the Pope with your presence. President Tinubu, ever quick-witted, responded, I should be the one welcoming you and Peter. I am the head of the Nigerian delegation. The president's response cracked Obi up, who agreed with the president. Obi said, yes, indeed, we are members of your delegation. So if that is not taking the knee, then I'd like to know what is. So at last and finally, the rascal from Oka bends the knee and kisses the ring. So the rascal from Oka bends the knee and kisses the knee. President Tinubu meets Peter Obi, Fayemi at the Vatican. President Bola Tinubu, Mr. Peter Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate and former Ekiti Governor Kayode Fayemi, met at Pope Leo the 14th, the 14th installation mass on Sunday in Rome. Fayemi cited President Tinubu where he sat with other leaders and asked Obi to follow him to pay homage to the Nigerian leader. Obi agreed. On getting to the president, Fayemi broke the ice between Obi and Tinubu. He said, "Mr. President, welcome to our church. Thank you for honoring the Pope with your presence." President Tinubu, ever quick-witted, responded, "I should be the one welcoming you and Peter. I am the head of the Nigerian delegation." The president's response cracked Obi up, who agreed with the president. Obi said, "Yes, indeed, we are members of your delegation. Peter Obi and Fayemi are staunch Catholics and papal knights." So there it is right there. So there it is right there. That is what surrender looks like. Look at how he's grinning sheepishly, like he was in the presence of Jesus Christ. That is Sheyi Tinubu, of course. That is Fayemi right there. That is the daddy of them all, Tinubu, and that is the boy in the middle. We cannot. I wonder you. Why didn't you tell him frontally to his face that we cannot continue like this? We cannot continue like this. Nigeria is a death's door. So that's Sheyi Tinubu, that's Fayemi, that's Peter Obi, and that's Tinubu, of course. The beauty in the backdrop right there, of course, the unmistakable elegance of Bianca Ojoko right there, and still that's that bunch right there. Look how sheepishly Obi is looking at his daddy. Look at that. Look, can the green be bigger? Look, it's like he's met Michael Jackson or something. It's like he's met Michael Jordan. It's like he's met Sonny Ade. The way he's grinning like a Cheshire cat. Look at that, unbelievable stuff. Why is it not crowing? We cannot continue like this. Why is it not doing all that? The cheeky rascal, the jumped up upstart. So that's the jumped up upstart getting his comeuppance. So the jump up upstart gets his comeuppance. So from the jump up upstart to where are we going to now? From the jump up upstart to more pertinent matters. 33 states repaid 1.8 trillion naira debt in 18 months due to FAAC windfall. So let me send the link again, because there's no one in the studio at the moment. If you want the conversation, like I always say, you have to hop on. It is a participatory sport. It's a participatory sport. It's a dialogue, not a monologue. I'm not here to sermonize. I'm just here to josh around and chat with friends. So if you want to be part of the conversation, there's the hyperlink right there. So yes. So we're seeing now all the states paying off their debts are somewhat to a large percentage. The average state has paid off 75% of their debts, which is to tell you then that the states are now in a more robust financial footing in order then that they can serve and service their people even better, all as a result of policy adaptations by the guy they call a drug baron and all that the obedience like to abuse. 33 states repaid 1.8 trillion debt in 18 months due to FARC windfall. So there is no reasons now why you shouldn't be seeing developments in your state, because they are now awash with money. The federal and state governments have reduced their debt, supported by an increase in disbursement from the Federal Account Allocation Committee, according to a report by the National Orientation Agency. According to the report seen by correspondents on Saturday, Nigeria's 36 states and 774 local governments received a combined 9.58 trillion naira from FARC in 2024. The disbursement, the report said, was a 55.5% increase from the 6.16 trillion shared in 2023 and far above the 4.79 trillion naira received in 2022. The NOA said the revenue spike came from a larger 15.26 trillion pool distributed amongst the 3 tiers of government in 2024, driven by improved oil receipts and better taxation collection. The agency said the windfall helped improve liquidity and solvency across the board, allowing most states to reduce their reliance on borrowing and embark on unprecedented debt repayment. According to NOA, between June 2023 and December 2024, the domestic debt stock of the 36 states and the FCT dropped from 5.82 trillion naira to 3.97 trillion naira, a reduction of 1.85 trillion naira in 18 months. Today, at least 33 states and the Federal Capital Territory FCT have reduced their domestic debt portfolio at an unprecedented rate, the report said. Therefore, within a period of 18 months spanning June 2023 to December 2024, these states have repaid a whopping total sum of 1.85 trillion naira to their creditors. So that I think that deserves a blast of the Tinubu song, doesn't it? So the guy is paying off your debts, is educating your children, is building infrastructure, all of these things, and you're still there doing your ding dong. Yes. So let me just. I think that deserves a blast of this.
Political advisor na shiga ka kula mu kwarai dan kar ka sake a gidan zagaba mai mana alfarma la yake da kwanto ne titunan bukwanto
So there it is right there. Continuity, Tinubu continuity. And why not? Why would it not continue when it's at last remodeling that country in the way and manner that we've long dreamt of? So is that all we've got? That may well be all we've got, you know. Like I said, if you don't turn up, we don't have a conversation. Let's see. Is there anything else? So that's Tanko Yakasai. We've done Tanko Yakasai. We've done Peter Obi bending the knee to Tinubu at the Vatican. We've done the debts being paid off by the states, and Obi Kubana turning the whole of Lagos into a refuse dump. So we've done that. So that's what we brought for today. So let me play you the clips that we have, and then we'll see what happens after that. We go to the clips. Oh, all right. So what have we? Oh yes. Of course. Images of Tinubu at the Vatican. So let's do those first. Images of Tinubu at the Vatican.
Yes. Abuja. Yeah. Thank you so much. Very proud to receive you. Seeing Kelly of the English. They said we should move back once.
Sei tu il mio Dio e ti rendo grazie. Sei il mio Dio e ti esalto.
I thought they told us that Tinubu and Kashim Shettima were going to Islamize Nigeria. Maybe they didn't get the memo that was their mission. I don't think that's part of the Islamization process. Is this part of the Islamization process going to kiss the ring of the new Pope? What happens to all of those warnings that Peter Obi gave us that they are going to Islamize Nigeria? So that's Tinubu right there meeting the new pope. So that's Tinubu meeting the new pope. Of course, over the last 2 days, you've been seeing how the Tinubu administration have been flogging Patu Tomi for reasons that he said he was going to form a shadow cabinet. Do you want to know how hypocritical that is? This clip now, it will highlight just how hypocritical the aggressive stance that Tinubu has taken against Patu Tomi is. Watch this.
The statement that I read earlier on attributed to the chairman of your party saying they're going to form a parallel government.
Yeah.
What do you make of it?
Well, that is a position.
Do you see it as inciting?
I don't think so. I don't think it's inciting. Why is that inciting? There's nothing that incites about that. I don't think that will necessarily lead anyone to violence or lead anyone to do anything.
Forming a parallel government, that's not calling for anarchy.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
But it could be.
No, not necessarily. Look at cases. Look at cases. Let's look at political history. Look at cases where persons, where the government, for instance, has decided on where the government decides that they're going to ignore the wishes of the electorate and simply override the wishes of the electorate. What the opposition has usually done in such cases is to reject the results of the elections and to say that they will constitute their own government, that they will constitute a government. That is simply a way of taking a stand. It simply is taking a stand against the government and putting the government under pressure. That has happened in several places in Africa, several places in the world, where people have said, on account of electoral injustice, they are going to do certain things and all of that. And if they do so long as they do not call anyone to violence, all they're saying is that we are also going to constitute ourselves into a government. If you fail if you're unjust or if you ignore the wishes of the electorate. Personally, I don't think that's necessarily inciting.
So that is what hypocrisy looks like right there. So Patu Tomi said he was going to form a shadow government to hold the sitting government to account. That's what they said, though. It didn't say he was going to form a government to govern the Nigerian state. He said he was going to mirror the portfolios of the government in order then that there's a person that specializes in monitoring their counter in terms of performance in governance. That's what it said. And I don't think that's beyond the parameters. I don't think that's beyond the realms of reason. I don't think there's any unreasonability there. In fact, it should be encouraged even, that there's somebody specializes in a particular portfolio to hold that portfolio to account as a citizen. So they throw him in jail. But what Tinubu's as Man Friday was saying to Chenwo Kumbaloye there was that they were actually going to form their own government if they are not declared the winner of an election. That is a subversive statement. That is treasonable, but they can do that. So those are the two tiers of Nigeria. All animals are equal, but some more equal and all that. So all animals are equal, but some are more equal. But this now next clip that I'm about to play you now are the least equal animals within the Nigeria Zoological Republic, as Nnamdi Kanu will call it. If there was a paradigm, if there was a hierarchy of Nigerianness, you will have to say at the parapet, at the top of that hierarchy, is the contention between the Northerners and the Yorubas. You said probably the Northerners, for reasons of longevity in governance, they occupy that space, but the Yorubas contended fervently with them. But without equivocation, the Southeast is in the third tier of Nigerianness. So in the gradients of Nigeria.
Richard Lindley, News at 10, East Central.
So there it is right there. So the bounce back ability of the Southeasterners is a real wonder. Do you know that the perfect human being is actually a Nigerian? The perfect human being is a Nigerian. If you take the audacity of the Northerners and you take the bombasticness of the Southeasterners and you take the intellect and guile of the Southwesterners, I'm not sure that there's a human being that can match, never mind surpass that. The audacity of the North, the bombasticness of the Southeasterners, and the stealth and guile and intellect of the Southwest. So that's the perfect human being right there, by my reckoning. I'm not sure if you agree. So that's that. Let me play you. For every yin, there's a yang, though. So for us to achieve all of those perfect human being status, first we have to. Oh, do I even want to play this? I might get struck by YouTube. Actually, I was going to play you a clip of the Boko Harams attacking an army installation. I think I could play it because we can hear gunshots, but we're not seeing any damages. So I'm not sure that. Let me play it.
Almost see me see wahala. The whole army barrack like this now for Nigeria. Now Boko Haram go the fight. The whole army barrack. They carry fight go meet army barracks. Can you imagine? Now this army barrack now, 19 just really innovate. About this Boko Haram, they get my dough. As if they chase all army come outside, they chase all of them come up for their barrack. Can you imagine? Tinubu, which way would they now?
So there it is right there. That's sort of along the lines of the audacity that I was talking about. That's quite an audacious thing by anybody's language. Do I want to? Oh, I've got this clip for Baba T, but he's not around. So maybe I'll save it to, well, I'll play it again for him when it does turn up. So it's essentially his home team winning the Nigerian league. So I saw this, I thought I'll bring it into the studio for Baba T. So BT, if you're watching, this is for you. This is Remo FC.
Listen to Nigerian music, you watch Nigerian movies. Why don't you watch African sports and Nigerian football? Right behind me there, you can see the champions for the 2024-2025 Nigeria Premier Football League. Premier Stars Football Club having their trophy parade. The cup is right there, the coaches are there, the players are there. A lot of people in the community came out to witness history. For the first time in 25 years, a private-owned football club lifts the Nigerian Premier Football League.
So that's Babati's home team right there winning the Nigerian league. I didn't even know they had a team in Remo. But that's that. So that's sufficient enough. I play the Kegite music. Send the link. If people turn up, then we have a session.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́bí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Ṣọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀
ṣe o. And it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us on so always a delight when online. Say Baba joins us probably to come and gloat about Arsenal beating Newcastle. And Rational Mind, of course, to come and put a dampener on all matters Tinubu. So good to have you, gentlemen. A real delight. Start it off, kick it off with Baba. Baba, good to see you.
Hi, hello, man. How are you?
I'm good. Good to have you here.
Well, happy new week, like we say in Nigeria. And fellow panelists, I salute you. And people in the commentariat, I greet you also. And our esteemed viewers, I formally welcome you. I hope you've clicked the like button. And while at it, don't forget to share and also subscribe. And for those who are not doing all those three things, I call you guys eavesdropper. Kindly repent. Thank you. Yes, one man I joined somehow. I think I can speak to the topic. I think the one for the Rome, the inauguration of the Pope, there is a curiosity there. Otedola has been missing. He's a staunch Catholic. He's the pro-chancellor of St. Augustine University in Ekpe. And he's a good friend of the Pope. And because the Pope actually is a grand patron by his...
Did they not publish a picture of them together about 3-4 decades ago?
Yeah. I'm just I'm curious. I have not seen him around the Vatican of late. So I hope he's in good health. We hope to see him in public soon enough, because I'm just curious. Actually, that's why. Where is he in all of this since the Pope was announced and they buried the other one, and now the inauguration? I've not seen him at all. So that's for the Vatican issue. And I love the clip you played about the Civil War aspect. The guy you saw, the first guy, I've forgotten his name. If you remember, long ago, there was this BBC clip we showed here, a debate of West African students and South African students.
About, yes, in that debate, yes.
Yeah, that's a black guy, that eloquent guy. That's him.
Oh, right. Wow. He's still eloquent, by the way. I was impressed by how, although they spoke better English back in those days anyway, but I was impressed by how well spoken he is.
That's the guy. He of course, that was the beginning after the war. He rose up, I think. He died not quite 10 years ago. I think he became an active guy in Southeast politics and stuff like that. And the other one is Ikoku, the Aoist, actually. It's good. Reminiscing is a very good thing. Actually, it takes us back. I love seeing such clips, actually. And it's a salute to the doggedness and industry of the Igbo people, actually. But
it's quite a unique character trait, though, the capacity for the Igbos to find gold even in the muckest of muds. You know, they have this thing, thing about them. Yeah.
They didn't achieve it anyway without help from the Southwest and Western people. They didn't come. They got lots of help, actually, because.
But they are very dogged as a people, though. Very.
No, you can't take that away from them. Even in the era of slavery.
How did they get help from Southwest?
How does Southwest come into this picture, into this talk now?
Oh, of course, when they return, Southwest, I repeated it, and there is a 50 million on that here on this platform. This is the third or fourth time I'm repeating it. When they came back in the Southwest, they got all their properties back, everything, inch by inch. They got everything back. You can say the same thing of other territories in Nigeria, River States, inclusive. They seize everything and they have to build back and build back better. But in the Southwest, it was seamless. It was seamless. Quote me anywhere and fact check me on that. Are you satisfied, Mr. Rational, my RM fondly called?
Baba, it's okay. I hear you because I'm waiting for my own thought. Don't worry.
As usual, you threw me off
No,
gear.
no, but it was Lagos that built them back up, essentially, wasn't it?
Oh, come on. Let's stop that nonsense.
The Southwest
was it not? Was it? But more so Lagos.
You see, Baba, let me borrow your time. You see, what I just want to reserve this for my own time. But then let me just say because I don't know, I might not have the time. You see, that's the thing about the Igbos. They've always been hated. They're just like, don't get me wrong, I don't like comparing them to Jews, but not in the sense of how the Ipobians, they try to, equate themselves to some kind of Jews or tracing their line to. That's not what I'm saying. But that characteristic of the Jews surviving anywhere, making something from nothing. The Jews have that. That's why they are always hated anywhere the Jews they are. Igbos are like that. They are very entrepreneurial, they have this survivor instinct in them to survive anywhere. You see, that could be traced back to the 40s, the 20s, when they started having problem in the north. It boils down to when they get to any place, even where a native of that land cannot even see anything there, Igbos would rise to prominence. They will become rich merchants, rich traders. They will own properties, and they start becoming maybe like head over the excuse me, head over the locals there. That's why they were hated, and they themselves too. Maybe they had they did some judgment made some errors in wanting to dominate over the locals. But I'm not saying they dominate, but their rise to prominence in any locality where they are. And like you said, one man, there's this very kind of boisterous kind of people who say they like to show themselves when they are. Don't get me wrong. What I'm trying to say is this: is that you can see that in what Sadwana said when he says these are the kind of people when they come they want to dominate, and that is a famous interview that he had with Sky News or whatever. What was that news?
Sky News, back in the BBC. They're back in those days. There was Sky now.
Sky or BBC. But one of them. But then my point is this: is that it's just because they have this survival skill in them that they want to survive anyhow. So let's not say that no man made them. I don't think any man made them. Well, I can understand maybe they got their properties back in Lagos. How about those places that did not get their properties back? People in Port Harcourt, in the River State, and other parts of Nigeria.
The wealth that underpins the South.
There's no wealth from
the wealth is from the Southwest.
No,
the wealth
that's why I'm giving you that. That's why I'm giving you that story.
All of them made their any Southeastern of note made his money in Lagos.
There are Southeasterners in Gabon. There are Southeasterners in Guinea.
Yes, but their pathway to there was Lagos. Any Southeastern of note made his fortune.
I'm not denying the fact that Southwest has not been a springboard for some of them, but not all of them. You make it sound like every one of them has to pass through Lagos.
It's the backdrop that sustains that space.
You see, let's not promote some things that are not really what it is, because we would like to do this ethnic thing here every time, which is so infuriating sometimes.
We are not even doing it. So
I know. I'm not saying we're doing it, but it sounds like we're doing it. But then my point is, in conclusion, I just want us to understand that the Igbos have always been industrious. Even before, some of them, even when they left east, they just went straight to the north. They became rich. They became big merchants in the north. I'm not saying some of their goods did not pass through the port of Lagos, but what I'm saying is that they became rich not from Lagos. There's so many of them in the north who never even stepped into Lagos before, but they became very wealthy, super wealthy. So that's the point. But I agree with you that some of them, they did make their money from Lagos, but that's not all of them. No, let's not make it sound like Lagos made them rich.
I said Southwest. Southwest is not Lagos.
Is
Baba,
it?
can you give me 1 minute to say
Yeah, go
something,
ahead.
please?
Go ahead, Dr. Simbali.
Rational mind. Good morning. Good morning, woman. Good morning, everybody. Um, are you aware that Yorubas are the one that helped them to develop their Bible and their language? Are you aware of that?
Ajayi Crowther,
I'm
yes,
not aware of
everybody
that.
knows that.
I don't know. I don't know why we're bringing that in. Why we're bringing Bible
No,
into
you are the one
what?
that started this now.
No, no.
You know, there is
See,
nothing wrong.
this is
There is nothing wrong in Baba
Sorry,
mentioning.
sorry, Simba. Are you saying you are not aware, rational mind,
I'm
that
not aware. I'm not aware. I'm not aware of that.
it was a Yoruba man that created the Igbo language? You
No,
don't know?
well, apart from Ajayi Crowther that did Yoruba Bible, I think Samuel, is that Samuel? Yeah, Samuel Ajayi.
Okay.
Yoruba,
All right.
Yoruba Bible. I don't know of the Igbo Bible that Yoruba man.
No, not the
Even
Igbo
that
Bible. The
clothes, that
Igbo
clothes that
language
they are,
was created by
that
Yoruba
clothes,
man. The Igbo
that
language,
clothes
not
that the
the
Igbos
Bible.
used to wear.
Mm.
That cloth, is it the Isiago or what they call that?
It is
Do
not
you
of
know
mine.
that is of Yoruba origin?
I don't know of that. I don't know of that. I
Okay,
don't.
go and do your research.
I don't know what. Kí ni àwọn Igbo gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹni jọ̀rọ̀ lọ.
Okay, can I continue? Because
Go on.
I like putting things in historical perspective. You can't take it out from an Igbo man. It is ingrained in their spirit, their DNA. They have this indomitable spirit. Even going back to the time of slavery, they were very, very difficult slaves. At a point, even they cost the slave merchants a lot of losses. There is a place in North Carolina till date. They call it Igbo Landing. Igbo Landing. It's a mark of where all Igbo slaves, when they brought them to that shore, they all of them committed suicide. It was a big loss to the merchant that brought them that far. So this stubborn streak has always been there. It's in their DNA, and that indomitable spirit is what is actually helping them. And at times, it's also work against them because when they do it in your face, kind of things, you want to push back. But you can't take it away from them. They've done very well for themselves. But equally, while doing well for themselves in other areas of abode, they shouldn't forget their homeland. They shouldn't forget their homeland. They have to do things there. Because at the end of the day, your home is your home. They are forgetting it. And I know why. And there are two sets of leadership in Igbo land. We are going out of topic now, but maybe we'll find time to do that because there are those that actually I called propertied Igbos who are well heeled, industrialists. They are very, very skeptical of going back home to do things. Prominent industries or industrialists they have, where do they situate most of their factories? Out of Igbo land. Even I was shocked recently when one of them in pharmaceutical was trying to build a new factory. She has to go to Ogun State to do that. And I asked myself, why? Why not Enugu? Why not Nkalagu? Why not Abakaliki? And help your people. But then, of course, the other side of the ego leadership are scaring them off. They don't want to go. And that's a big question. That's a drawback. And if peradventure Nigeria splits today, their takeoff might be a little bit very difficult. Very, very difficult. By the character of these people, it's going to be a very rough ride.
If you unplug the life support that is Lagos to that region, it won't survive for 18 months.
No, they of course, this is where I say it's going to be rough, because they are surrounded by South states, and they have to manage their temperament to kind of warm themselves into the good graces of their neighbor, because it's a landlocked space. They need access to the sea to thrive. So they have to rework that about their character and know exactly how to be persuasive rather than be aggressive. I think I've said enough of that, not to bore anybody.
Sorry, Baba, just as a parting aside, then we go on to mainstream politics. I just said there that that the Yoruba created the Igbo language, and Rational Mind was recalling from it. There it is on your screen. The codification of the codification. Hold on. The codification of the standardized Igbo language that is in common parlance today, the codification of it, there it is on your screen right there. It was done by Bishop Ajayi Crowder. So the standardized Igbo in usage now was put in place by Yoruba man. There it is. It's well known. I've not even said anything controversial. There it is on your screen. But Baba, take us somewhere else. So I wasn't even here.
Yeah, that has thrown me off track, actually. I think let's talk about the debts the states are paying. I think that's also has helped in lowering our international debt portfolio, which stood at 44 point something billion dollars. That's the international, because there are two: a national debt, I mean the internal local debt and international debt, because most of the debt owed by these states are actually dollar based. And of course, the federal government is the guarantor of those loans. So they make the deductions straight from their FAC allocations. And it's a glowing tribute to the present governors who maybe signed into it voluntarily to relinquish most of their FAC allocations to pay off this debt to the through the federal government to their international creditors. So in lowering the debt, I think a lot of them have freed themselves, and in no time they will have money for development. Actually, a lot of them are making giant strides in providing infrastructure in their states, but most of those states, particularly in the north, they are complaining that all they want is a good life. It's not about building bridges and wide roads that are not very, very useful, or that are not things that are needed presently in their states. Because we talk eloquently about things happening in other states, but in the north too, they are doing something, particularly in Nasarawa and a lot of Yobe and things like that. They are putting up some good infrastructure for themselves there. And the thing is, the government is making a whole lot of money now, a lot of money, and the governors, because when we talk about FAC allocations, all we talk about is that normal constitutionally allowed distribution of funds. But a lot of components are also involved. The ecological funds, they derive 13% derivation, which I think about 13 states share out of that. There also is the security votes, and so on and so forth. So they are really awash with funds at the moment. And those with good sense, actually, who don't have further political ambition beyond being governor. They are using it well. They are using, not that they are not taking some for themselves, but of course they are doing something good. So paying this debt actually will help to give up our numbers with the monetary World Bank and all the rest. So I come also to the question of we are not exporting or we are not manufacturing and things like that. And I start to ask myself, do we want to out-manufacture China? I mean, we cannot out-manufacture China. It's impossible. If America cannot do it, then how can we do it? Because if you look at now, they are manufacturing Jare. I'm not too sure, they're doing Gare and things like that. They are even doing Ashoke. And these things are cheaper. So the quality may be brought to question. So we cannot out-manufacture them. So we have to go with that, which is our strength. And a lot of people are not looking that way. And it is about how to bag our food, how to let me use that language, cartonized. That is, that adjective is from carton, kind of packaging our own local food, preserve them very well, manufacture them, because let me use it, common numbers. We are about 200 million people. And if we can package things for ourselves and sell, I mean, it's unlimited what we can achieve for that, because we have this penchant, for instance, rather than buy the pounded yam powder in the store, a lot of husbands don't want to hear. They will rather their wife pound the yam raw. Will rather go to the market and buy olodo rice, measured and stuff like that. But side by side, there are industries, both in Oyo State, Ogun State, and Lagos, putting these things in cartons. There is gari, there is fufu, there is pounded yam, there are just the red oil, the PK oil, and just name it, because they do export these things. They export these things. Why it's not showing in our books before was because of the Emefiele policy of maybe paying them back when they put this thing in the normal export documentation. When the money comes back, they are given 455 naira to $1. So it was not attractive. So most of them will rather smuggle these things out to other West African countries and do their export from there. Take, for instance, there are 50 states in America, and the whole of 50 states, I don't think I know more than 5 states in America, but I know very well that there are 50 states in America, and there are no states, none of those 50, that do not have African shop in their numbers. In the state where I reside, I mean, every corner, even county to county, everywhere, you'll see African shops. And the Asians are cashing in also. In Asian shop, half of the things you find there are all Africans. Africans, it all is how far you can drive, the distance you can drive.
Baba, did you know that there's a Pakistani Amala joint in London?
Yeah, you showed that clip sometime. I was so surprised myself. I was surprised. You get my point. And if you go to these African shops, everything you find there are well packaged. I have on the table here, what is it now? This plantain chips, Frank fresh fruits, plantain chips, and all the things like that. Well packaged. Those are exports. There is fufu. Even I don't know why
So,
I'm surprised.
Baba, sorry
Yes.
to interject. So, are you aware that Nigerians are the one packaging most of those things?
Yeah, that's what we are saying.
Okay. So what they do is they move those things out of Nigeria to places like Ghana.
No, that was the before era when Emefiele was there.
Even now, you cannot ship
No,
things
now they export directly
from Nigeria.
from
So,
Nigeria
USA.
to US, Asia, wherever you find
What I'm saying
Nigerians.
is, your U.S. Department of Agriculture, there's a standard they have. So if
No,
you don't meet up that standard, you cannot.
Yeah,
So
but
I don't know.
I think they dropped those standard, or I don't know, because most of the thing, even the snail, it comes in a kind of dry form, and I start to ask myself at times that did US allow this? You see the dry fish, the one that is folded, and everything you buy back home, everything you buy back home, even up to our own organic garlic. They allow it. Maybe there's a special license. I've not been able to sit down with any one of the shop owners to ask that, do you have licenses for these things, or why did they allow everything? They are expensive. They are not cheap. You had better eat burger, or if you go to that route, you'll finish your salary, your weekly or bi-weekly salary on it. They are not cheap. So people are making a lot of money. And I think that is our strength, because go to Malaysia is the same thing. You find African shops. Go to Germany, anywhere in the world, you find Nigerians and you find these African shops. So the exports are going in there, but it remains for we, the local in Nigeria, to play catch up, because we'll rather, back home, I will frown if I ask for amala and they just go to the pantry and take one packet out and start tearing it. It's like, are you sure that is amala? I will ask that question. Are you sure that is amala? I would rather want the raw thing. Let them take it from the a kind of drum, and then fetch it and pour it. We have to move away from that kind of thing to help our manufacturers, because if they are doing it overseas and exporting it, why can't we imbibe also that culture? Like, for instance, my own father, who died almost 40 years ago, he will not eat anything you blend in the blender in the kitchen, any pepper. No. You have to go, when you go to the market, those people who use all water, they have to grind that. I don't know. If he doesn't eat outside, because even at home, you can't deceive him. The moment he dip his or anything into the soup, and you will first smell it, he will just tell you straight, this is machine blended pepper, not the one grounded in the market. So also, we most of us grew up like that. We want things that are raw, but the world is changing. We don't have to give our wives or our house help a lot of hassle. If it's pounding yam, this is there. The machine is there to turn the yam flour and turn it into inyo or akpu or anything. And you, the husband, learn how to eat it. It may not be as perfect as you want to blend the exact energy and the sweat and spittle, or pour into the mortar and join it, which some people say, oh, it's part of the vitamins and things like that. So Nigeria those are the strengths we have to really follow. let's manufacture for ourselves what we need as package. If we are doing it abroad for our people, let's do it at home too. Let our people welcome it. We have enough big market. When it comes to car or car or any other thing, leave that to China. You can't beat them. If you do your own, you sell your own for 1 naira, they can sell their own for 50 kobo, even though it's coming from mighty seas, crossing mighty seas to get to you. They will outbid you in the market. So that which is our strength, let us follow that route. It's a way to prosperity. So one man, I yield for other people.
All right, brilliant. Rational Mind, you're up next.
Yeah, woman, thank you. Well, how about Kini Fufu? Is he still there? Kini Fufu.
Yeah, that's Orlando here now.
Mama, where? Is he not?
I take one voice at all. Maybe
Okay,
just came in just to make sure the
okay.
session holds.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, woman. Thank you, everybody. And I greet everybody, our listeners at home. I greet you all. And like and share if you've not done that. I think it's been a while I said this. And also, please, whenever you like the session, it's oftentimes it will push the algorithm to also suggest this platform and this session to other people who are on YouTube. Having said that, woman, something that just baffles me is this Sheyi Tinubu. I don't know, is the most useless. I don't like even using this Nigerian crap of a first son, first daughter crap. Is the most useless president of the son of a president in the history of that country. The only time I knew that any president or any head of state children came to the limelight was Bubu's son, that one that drove a motorbike and crashed himself. And that's the only time I know that as a president's son. You see, when I say this APC, the Oloyi Bruku party, Koshi Bero party. You know, I've never seen the uselessness of a political party until this APC came to scene. With Bubu, we saw this issue of a first song crap of a thing coming to the consciousness of the mind of Nigerians. You know, even before the idiot crashed himself with his motorbike. There's been stories about how this guy will be driving motorbike at night, will be doing car racing and all of that crap until finally he crashed himself. He almost killed himself. Now we see this one now, the one from Lagos there. I mean, come on. Share these people. I mean, like, let me go to Ruben Abati. So people share.
Before you go to Ruben Abati, tell us what Sheyi Tinubu has done that offends you so.
No, don't give me that. I'm not saying anything that offends me. It's just my point is just why is this guy always everywhere his father is? What's the deal with him?
For support, you don't get your own
life to live. Is that what?
For support now.
To support what?
His
all those
father.
people. Do you know? I've never seen anybody that walks around. He has aide de camp, and he has that DSS guy, that ugly looking guy, that black guy that looked like black like him. What's his name? That other guy.
The president's family have to have security now. It's globally.
No, one man. I've never even Bubu that left there. It's aide de camp, him, and that's only maybe you saw other people around him. But there's this even in Vatican there, as when you explain that video, see the amount of security details. This is the Vatican, for goodness sake. Do you know how the kind of security they have there? And you see how this is DSS crap or presidential guard or whatever DSS crap that usually surround him. They were still there around him there. And there's another two other guy that is aide de camp and that black guy that was always following like Olugo. So let's just read that. My point is that I've never seen a presidential son of a president as useless as that guy. You're son of a president, for goodness sake. Don't you have your own life to live? You have your own wife. You have your own kids. I mean, even with that position, you could sell assets to your dad without even having to show up in every camera and every video and whatever. It just baffles me. This is a state function, and you're taking your son there for what? Are we now becoming a monarchy? I don't just get it. You see, and these things, APC we saw with the Bubu, how his family became a national talk. If it's not Zara, it will be this, it will be that. You see, even all the military head of states that we had and the president, even Baba Yabo, even Yadwa, besides the Turai, I mean, besides the wife of what's it called, Baba Yabo, we don't even know, even though some of us know their daughter, but we don't see them come to limelight. And then you see this APC, I just don't know. And this is what they do. This APC, they try to rewire.
But Iyabo was a minister and also a legislator at a
but
point.
not at the level of this one. This
one is not a minister; it's neither a legislator.
Well, let's leave that. You see, this is what APC like to do, but this is what we like to do here. We like to justify things because of what's on. But my point is let's just forget it.
I'm making comparison. You are speaking on the topic, so I'm just pointing you out to other side of your argument.
But we've never seen the silliness of that office being relegated to the level it has been relegated, starting with this APC. Bubu. I mean, suddenly, let me not go off tangent, but my point is this one, man. This guy needs to go and give himself a break. My father, they want to come for your father. I was like, come on. I've never, in the history of what's his name, Abacha, that was a dictator. Did we see Muhammad go about and start saying because my father wants to transform from Alagbad, I mean, from what's it called, from military to civilian. Even when they were doing their 1 million or 10 million match with Kanu in what's it called, in Abuja that time. Never did that. Did we see Mohammed? Even that guy was very active. But my point is this. You see, my point. Let me not do this comparison, because I know when I do this comparison, you always look for one excuse to show that yes, after all, this one said do it now. Buhari to do it. My point is this: that this guy needs to go and get himself a life. Go get a life. This was always showing. The other time when they were giving the DK Simba in I mean, it was not the one that was holding the father's cap, the other cap that the father was wearing before. I was like,
no, that was the ADC thing. Now was that not the ADC?
No, I think there was another guy that was holding the other cap. I think Shei was there. I think I saw Shei. But my point is this: it does not be. But my point is this oftentimes is always appearing in state function. I don't get it. I don't get it. There are other better things you can be doing with your life. But it's okay. It is Nigeria, and that's how they started wiring our. Not me. I will never fall for that. Their crap. I will refuse to let myself to be rewired to this APC way of thinking, and I know that's how they sink this thing down to the conscience of Nigeria. Just the same way they've not.
Rational mind. Let me play you a clip that probably blends with what you're saying. It's only 3 seconds, so you have to watch it with eagle eyes. So it's in Rome. Sheikh Tinubu, of course, we say went with his father. The father then approaches. Then it was his turn then to go and meet and greet with the Pope. And Sheikh tried to force his way through, and the security people around they just fenced them off. So watch this. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that. You see, this is what I said. You see, sorry on me one pete or the one but man better than yeah. I mean,
hello,
yeah. Thomas.
Sorry, this is Kenny.
Kenny.
Yeah, I was listening to you. If you don't have topic, you just pick on this guy. This guy is there to protect his father. Do you want? Hold on, please. Hold on, just 1 second.
Show more kung fu ni. Is he a kung fu fighter?
One man. There's possibility for people can be vulnerable, and they can post him at any time. You know what I mean? So, and he's there to protect his father. I don't say anything bad in that. But you pick on him, and you don't even have anything tangible to say that this is the sin he committed. One man said, Baba Yabo. I mean, his daughter was one of the legislators. He has something to do with government. But this guy,
Yabo appear in state function. The way they, you see, you people don't.
It's his father. It's his father. So
come on, dude.
It's okay.
You
should know from this. You should
we
stop
understand.
it. Stop this.
No, you stop it. Don't give me
Let's
that
talk
crap
about
of you
issues.
stop it.
Let's talk about issues that concern Nigeria, not about individuals.
Issues. These are the issues. Yeah, these are the issues.
It's not issues.
About. No, these
you
are
just
issues.
hate this guy. You wish to be president's son, and you cannot.
My
You cannot
is, don't trigger me to say things I don't want to say. Don't give me this crap.
You have nothing to say. That's not mine.
Well, I have nothing to say. Thank you. Can you allow me to speak then? Let me continue my.
Just speak on something tangible, something reasonable.
Dude,
you're just everywhere tonight.
Can you shove this guy down? Let me just.
How can you show me? I have rights the same way you have rights.
You don't. You said you want to interject me, right? And then you're done.
Kenny, people have the right not to like Tinubu.
I'm not saying
and they have the right to express their displeasure with him.
Yes, but that's too much.
Don't mind this. All these fascists. Then they're calling other people fascists. You want to shut down other people from talking. You come here. You want to tell me how to think, Abi? Is that what you do? This is how fascism. This is how it begins. When you want to silence. When we come here, we talk about Tinubu is a killer. When I say Tinubu is a killer of opposition, even before he became president, I've said it here. So you people, you voted a monster in, and you will get a monster. You are gonna learn, like this guy say. You are gonna learn. All of you are learning, all right? You see, the point is that
is he not learning himself? Is he not in DSS custody now?
So, well, you see, why people like this guy come here now, start vibrating like a volcano that is almost.
My name is Kenny, man. My name is Kenny.
Well, dude, it's okay. Whatever your name is. My point is that you came here and you were just vibrating like a volcano that's going to erupt anytime. Come on, dude. I have the right to my opinion. You will come here and tell me how to think, what should be my opinion.
Because you have no content.
My point is that
that's why.
See, this is people like you. They succeeded in rewiring your brain to this your APC level of thinking.
Your own has been rewired for a long time. That's why you have beef.
Because
you're full of hate.
I choose. You can call it hate. You can call it hate. I don't have any hate in my heart. What I see is I like things being done properly. Because I live in society where things. I've lived in many countries.
The country that you live.
Dude, don't call me.
Don't call me dude, bro. Don't call me dude.
Yeah, I'll call you dude if I have to call you dude. Don't tell me how to call you. I will refer to you. I want to refer you. Calling you dude does not mean I'm relegated. I mean, I'm belittling you. It's just a way of saying my guy. If you don't understand what dude is, all right. I don't know. Maybe you are just from Nigeria. It's okay. Let me know. Just don't. This is what you do. You come here. You just try to make me not just lose my train of thought. I go back to what I'm saying. So you see, I mean, she be Papa talk to one time.
Kenny is a very prominent Fuji musician, by the way.
Kenny. I think I've met this guy before on the plane. You gave me your business card. Are you not? Where is that your business card? Let me see.
Kenny Mighty.
A Fuji? Is he a Fuji singer or a gospel singer?
Yes, it just recently. It's just recently released an album.
Do you have his picture? Can you put his picture up? Because I think I met him I gave him his business card in one of my trips to Europe. I think I met him. We met somewhere, and he gave me. I think I have his business. Because when you say Kenny now, I remember I have one Kenny. He says he lives here. You live here in the United States, Abi?
I live in the UK.
UK.
In Essex.
Okay, maybe I'll have to go and look at that. But then I'll tell you one man if it's you. But I have a business card by the name Kenny. I think he said a gospel singer or Fuji singer, something like that. We met. He's a Christian. He said he sings Christian kind of Fuji, or I don't know. Anyway, so my point is that. So let me just go. See, my point, my brother. We cannot all sit down here or whatever we are and like Tinubu. I don't hate Tinubu. I hate his politics. If he is a man, if he sits down here, I will talk to him. I will dignify him, but I will tell him that your politics, I hate it. And maybe if you think I hate you because of your politics, maybe so be it then. Because I'm not going to hate his person, but I'm going to hate his politics.
Are you sure you will not be gushing like Peter Obi is gushing?
Look at that. I know. I heard you when you were saying I was just infuriating you, like the way I always infuriate, the way you make some certain comment. I've known you, but it's okay. You see, that's why I say everybody will look for validation anywhere. You know, any little thing anybody just seems to do that makes Tinubu. Look at that. Well, I was saying something in the comment section. Where is Kulata?
But did you expect Peter Obi to be doing yes sir, yes daddy, thank you daddy when he met Tinubu?
Woman, do you have the video? All we've seen is just this picture. and Dele Onanuga, who is not even that. I can't even see him near there. So how did he know that he was saying yes sir, yes sir? Or those crap that he was saying that you said he wrote there. Who gave him all those narratives? Was he there? At least from this photo I'm seeing here, or maybe he's behind, or I don't know. But for what I'm seeing here, there's no presence of. In fact, I don't think he can even come near to all this place because as a detail, he will show you. Maybe he will still be in the chopper. I mean, be in the plane or somewhere outside, because these are all the dignitaries that are really invited to be here. So I don't think he's here. He's there. So how did he come to know all the stories that he's writing in the newspaper or in the articles that people are reading? You see, this is what we say APC, they are propagandists. These people just spew out lies just to spin the narrative and create some kind of narrative out there. And look at the picture. Maybe this guy fall for it, and then maybe because he was smiling, look at how they spin the whole thing. He was like, let me even go besides that. Are people not advising this guy? This one, our president. Be skin be a duile. Ṣé wọ́n ṣe facial fún ni, wọ́n ṣe explanation.
Rational mind, ìyẹn ò kì í ṣe policy analysis and things.
Jẹ́ kí n sọ̀rọ̀ díẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n àwọn alágbàdo yìí, ọmọ ọ̀rọ̀ sọ ni.
No, don't let us go into that. Don't let us go into that because àwọn àlùtà kan wà tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nígbà yìí lánàá just based on just things like that. The thing is this. Look at all the achievements they roll out.
Oh, come on.
The thing is, those
achievements will not roll out.
Okay. Now, I mean, out of 36 states, only 3 states so far have increased the debt, while others, including Lagos, reduced theirs. Like when those states now reduce the debts by almost 83%. You know what that means? Then while Jigawa reduced it by 96%. So see that alone, when you look at what happened
is that Tinubu policy? Is that Tinubu policy?
Of course, it's part of the policy.
Come on. You see, this is what we say here. When people come here, I'll give it to you. Maybe I'll give that to him.
No. Let me
my state is under
APC. Let me tell you why.
I will concede. I will concede to that. I concede. No problem.
No, you may not know. So let us explain.
No. He has conceded. I think he just wants to move on now.
No. Really, I concede. I mean, I concede to that. That yeah, they pay the debt, but with our debt is still national debt is still ballooning. We're still holding over $100 and something trillion. I mean, trillion naira.
Where did you get that one from?
That what? Where did I get what from? No, somebody's asking you a question, but
AI is asking you a question.
But what's she saying? I need to get what she's saying.
Where did you get that?
Get what? Get what?
Get that is a balloon.
Our debt is still ballooning. It's about 100 and in naira 130 something trillion.
Okay, rational mind. That is not how to measure debt.
Oh, come on.
You measure debt.
Don't give me those numbers. How much was it when Bubu was there?
Wait.
No, how much is it in dollars? That's the thing. Because you can't use
the... How much? Okay, give me how much is it in dollars?
One man, that's not even the issue.
No, you're the one with the figures now. So where are you getting the figures from? 100 and something trillion.
Hold on. Yeah. You see, I'm not really ready for this conversation right now. Even though I would have just go and dig out where I like to use.
Yeah, you just throw abstract figures out.
I did not throw. No, I have my facts. I do.
See, rational mind. I don't want to argue this.
Let me hear you real quick.
Look at it this way.
Okay.
Someone may be indebted to the tune of $5,000, and that person may go bankrupt. And someone may be having debt of, I'm talking of a common person, maybe having debt of like $200,000, and that person may have capacity. So the thing is, your revenue to debt ratio and what you are doing with the debt, that's what matters. You should be
Which
scared.
Of the debt is he talking about?
I don't even know whether the local debt or international debt, but
is it the domestic debt or the international debt?
Both.
I think it's the totality of all.
Both together.
So you should be afraid
together because our national debt is not up to 50 billion.
So hold on, is that in dollars?
Debt is not up to 50 billion. As I said,
hold on, Nazita, is that in dollars?
Yes.
then we're under borrowed. If that is the case, we're under
That is
borrowed.
exactly what I'm trying to explain.
Of course, we are the international average. Sorry, Ola. The international average for debt to GDP ratio is 230%, and we are just
And
about.
that's the UN recommendation, by the way. Carry on, Baba. Yeah, carry on, Baba.
Yeah. So, and we are still far below 40%. So, but I'm not saying we should encourage borrowing, because borrowing must be actually be project specific. And if we are doing that, so far so good. What's wrong with that? We have the resources to pay back, and we are credible because we are meeting our debt responsibility. Yeah, obligations.
If it's in dollars, it's not up to 100 billion.
You mean the domestic debt?
Both of them.
Our total debt is
no. Our total international debt is 44.4
I'm
billion.
saying both the domestic and the foreign. It's not up to 100 billion.
Yeah, everything is 95 billion. Everything.
So where did he get the trillions he's calling?
Who is calling what?
It's just abstract figures that they pluck out of thin air. This is what they do.
What figure did he pluck out?
This is how we fast-checking them. That's what the guy did that time.
Hold on. I would because I'm using two devices here because I'm using one of my other devices to check online.
RM, what did you call the number?
It's
They can't even remember. He just made it up.
121 trillion.
Ash.
And it's true. 121 trillion. 67. In naira. That's what I'm saying. What are we talking about? When I say trillion, what do people think I was talking about?
You said dollar.
In naira,
it's naira. That's what I said.
In naira, it's 121 trillion because it's 6542. So how come it's 150 something trillion? In naira, it's 121 trillion.
When I was giving the figure, I know it's something around 150 trillion, but not too exact.
I beg you.
Now checking on. Hold on, please.
Zita, pin them down. I have my hands full presently. Just pin him down.
You make it sound like Nigerian debt profile is not over 100 trillion in naira. That's what you make it sound. So please let us always, if we don't understand, ask question, and I'll give it to you. Don't assume that because I say something, I might say something that might be like one man would say it could be a Freudian slip. But my point is,
I'm not even scared of it.
So now out of 121 trillion naira, you paid almost like a fraction of it. The state paid their own.
Okay.
Maybe federal government, everybody paid their own. A fraction of that money was paid.
Now.
So what does that even tell you?
A fraction. Okay. How did the debt to revenue ratio reduce from 97% to 65%?
Economists. You see, the thing is this: wisdom is proved right by its works.
No,
whatever they are doing, how is that? No, let's not do this. Hold on. You see, this is what APC like to do, and you people, they will sell it to some of you here. You people will run with it, and you grab it and you run with it, and you come on platform like that. You be spewing those figures.
No. We are more educated than listening to APC to do propaganda. That's why we are IMF website.
So what about when you have IMF? You can say Nigeria is still owing debts, but throwing out figures.
How much has Tinubu added to the debt?
It's not right. You're fighting people in Nigeria by throwing out all those massive figures. You don't throw figures like that. People are listening.
I throw out figures because it's what I saw online, what I read.
Because he's following his master. That's what his master always
do
as well.
I don't know where you saw that.
See, rational mind.
Okay.
Rational mind.
It's got. I'm using the different device here.
Hold on, rational mind. I think I've helped you a bit. According to ChatGPT, as of December 2024, Nigeria was owing 144 trillion, which is roughly $94 billion.
Okay. So what are we talking about?
So those are carryovers. Those are carryovers from the Buhari something, by the way. Which
no. You say 2024. Hold on, your man. You say no 2024. Tinubu added more than half of that debt
in 1 year.
In 2 years.
Hold on, Ola.
In 2 years.
Yeah.
He had more than almost half of that debt.
It came in 2023, and these are figures from 2024. So in a year, it's added, it's doubled Nigeria's debt.
A year plus. But I think
it's doubled Nigeria's debt.
Up to like last month, from what I saw, he has doubled that debt. At least almost doubled it.
Don't
hold on. What was Nigeria's debt under Buhari?
I think it was about 33 trillion.
Who told you that?
I think it was okay.
Somebody
correct us. I cannot be exact, but what I'm saying is, I think it's about 33 or 56 trillion, something like that.
Let me tell you where your figure is wrong. I'll tell you.
Don't give me my figure is wrong. If you can counter it. Don't tell me it's wrong. If you have that, give to one man will bring it and pull it up and we'll see it here.
Buhari left. Buhari left the debt portfolio of Buhari, both domestic and international commitment, was I think 108 or so $billion, which has reduced today to about a little bit above $90 billion. Tinubu actually has reduced it.
The opaqueness at which Nigerians.
You are going to opaqueness now because we are cancelling out your figures. Now it's opaqueness we are hearing.
We don't even.
Hold on, Ola. Sorry, Ola. Mabino. As of December 2023, Nigeria's total debt was $108 billion. So that was under Buhari. Yes, dollars.
Thank God I quoted that correctly.
Well, woman.
Because Tinubu paid off 30 billion.
Yes. It's not on the screen now.
He paid what?
He paid off
30 billion.
How did he pay the 30 billion?
Do you not remember when they were paying off all these aviation debts? Or do you not remember when they were clearing all those debts? All those aviation debts that Buhari could.
Are you talking about the one he said the Central Bank? What was that? What was that useless word they used? That everybody, triggered so many economists in Nigeria that they were saying, even on channels and on Arise, a lot of people came online. They said it's all just ruse, some kind of ruse.
Rashidam, just accept you are wrong. Let's move on.
No, I'm not accepting any wrong. What was that word they used? They say they're going to pay the debt in about 30 years. How many years time? What was that word they used? That was what
Tinubu. You don't know what the ways and means. We do not understand what is called ways and means.
Come on, listen, AI.
It's used.
Don't tell me I don't know what I'm saying.
We don't.
I don't know what I'm saying.
I say we don't understand what it means to pay off debt. They use a policy called ways and means, and without ways and means, he has paid off 30 billion.
He has not paid it. He did not pay it. He did not pay it. Where is the money paid? Where did he find the money? Somebody barely came into power. He's even asking for money to fund his budget. In fact, he even had to do a supplementary budget, and he's already paying. What he did was he was telling them that that money will be paid in as.
But that does not affect payment too. That somebody is asking for supplementary budget.
Where did he find the money that he used to
pay debt?
You see, people come here, you want to do this.
No, you asked the question now. It got the money. It got. Do you know how much Nigeria was paying in? Hold on now. Let's not use Dabaru to confuse. Let's not subsist in confusion. When they removed the subsidies in Naira and petrol, that was a real boon. That was an instantaneous $10 to $15 billion monthly that goes back into the national coffers. Do you consider that?
Now what?
That when he removed subsidy on the Naira arbitrage,
it did not go to any coffers. It did not go to any coffers. I think myself and hold on. Okay. Myself and what's his name? We argued that very day here, and it made me understand that yes, it was a savings. It saved Nigeria from not paying that amount of money. Not like we not as if we have the money because we borrow money to pay that subsidy you're talking about. If that's what you're talking about. Now we're not borrowing that money anymore to pay subsidy. We save ourselves from now. Hold on. Because he made me understand that point, and I really saw point to that, and I concede that yes, we're not borrowing money to pay that subsidy anymore. At least from what they told us that we are knowing, because we're hearing that they are secretly paying.
We were not borrowing wholly to pay it, though. We were
Hold on.
borrowing partly to pay it. Yeah.
Either we borrow half of it, quarter of it, whatever amount we borrow from it, but at least we're paying about 10 trillion. How many trillion was that in Naira? Hold on, that can land. But now that we're not using that money to pay the subsidy, at least that's what they told us, because World Bank at some point says they are still paying subsidy behind. You see the opaqueness with the Nigerian balance book. That is why a lot of us. Jack point. Okay. Jack point. See the opaqueness with the Nigerian balance sheets. That is why we are all here arguing, throwing out figure. A while ago, you threw out 1.40.
What is opaque about it? The fact that the figures are the fact that the figures confuse you. That's
not confusing.
That's your constraint.
It is not.
We're all constrained by our limitations.
No, there's no limitations here. Yeah, you can say it's a limitation. I agree with you. It's because
the fact that you don't understand the figures does not mean that the figures are
don't give me I don't
opaque.
understand the figures. If they are not opaque, okay, let me get the United States. I don't like doing this in the United States here. This country here, where I stay, they set up in 1991, they set up a clock. US, I gave you that link here sometime. Some people say, hey, I go and bring out some kind of website. No. You can see in the US debts every second how it increases, states and everything. I think I gave you the link here. That is no opaqueness. You can see how much the United States is owing, how much is being borrowed every minute. So you can see. So my point is this: the Nigerian loan is so opaque. How would you have known that? Hold on.
How is it opaque?
How would we have known that Tinubu was borrowing money from World Bank for something, women, whatever, empowering women, whatever? How would you have, if this guy from Borno State has not mentioned it?
No, hold on. They borrow money in public glare. I'm not quite sure. That's why I said we are constrained by sometimes our limitations.
I agree with you.
You don't understand.
I agree with you.
They borrow money in public glare because whenever Tinubu wants to borrow money, that money has to be debated and signed off at the Senate, and it's done in open glare.
Okay.
So what's the opaqueness there? The whole of the Senate is swarmed by financial reporters, political. They're journalists. So the thing is, the money is borrowed in open glare now.
Okay.
So
okay.
Yeah,
I agree with you if it's borrowed in open glare. But my point is this: is that the barrage of information that we get, the confusion, confusion we saw from this government and all of that, as totally taken our mind.
Let's not want to interject you now. At least correct your wrong.
One man, you gave us a figure. You gave us 144 trillion.
Hold on. Let him land. Let's not.
You gave us a 144 trillion earlier. Then you said that same December was how many? That same month, you're giving another figure of 108 trillion. So which one are we going to? I mean, is it 100 trillion? I will give you another figure. I gave another 122 trillion.
No. I gave you 90-something billion, which was December 2024, and you said Buhari left 30-something billion debt. So I went back to Buhari era, and what Buhari left was $108 billion debt. It's all there on your screen.
Okay.
Okay. Let me.
Okay, go.
I want to say something.
I think this guy wanted to say before you.
Let me say something before. I won't speak on this topic again. Sometimes it's good for us to understand how our government functions. When Tinubu came into government, the first thing he did was to restructure our debt into something I will call a long-term bond, rather than paying it outrightly. So when he said he has paid 30 billion, it's not actually that he counted 30 billion and gave to them. It's like an overdraft. That's why I use the word ways and means. That's what he's using to pay the debt. Ways and means. I won't speak on this topic again.
I'm not sure about that, Zita, because even if it's even if it's refactored the debt as you are suggesting, it will still reflect in the quantum of the debt.
No,
of course it will reflect in the quantum of the debt.
No, it doesn't. Please, Are you straight?
Okay, sorry.
Let me finish now.
Hold on. Let me just make this point. If I'm owing you, let's say 10 euros, and I have to pay you back next week, and you say, and I then persuade you that let me pay back in 6 months' time, I'm still owing it. I've just to refactor it for a longer gestation period. So the quantum of the debt is still the quantum of the
when
debt.
you give your bank an overdraft, you are still owing.
So what are we talking about then? What is all the dogo cringy everybody's talking here?
Hold on, please. I used two phrases here. I said that when Tinubu government came in, it's not a question of praising or whatever. When he came in, what he decided to do is you people should go back and check it. Ways and means. And he restructured the debt. Let me finish now. Put that one down. After, go and confirm. The second thing was to restructure the debt in a way that it is paid over a long period of time as a bond. So, which part of it is somebody not understanding?
No, this is part of
Okay, is the bond not part of the quantum of the national debt?
You say what?
If the bond, if you are saying that he converted debt to bonds, do they not have redemption periods? Is that not still part of the quantum of the national debt?
See,
people are so confused in this thing.
That's why I said that. That's why the fact that you don't get it doesn't mean
don't give that answer. I don't understand it. It's not rocket science. If you're owing the bank, if you're owing somebody money, if you're owing somebody money,
now understand
it is not rocket science. So no, understand it.
Hold on. You see, this is why I don't really like arguing about most of things about Nigeria, because I noticed that I've said it here before. I think it's Nigeria that attacked me and told me, "Come on, man, why should I say such a thing coming from me?" I noticed that whenever somebody says something good that happened in Nigeria, it brings out a heated up argument. It's like somebody is asking, how can such a thing happen in Nigeria? I've said something. Can somebody
come on. I will repeat what he said to you. Come on.
Let's every other person contribute.
I said he restructured it, converted it into a long-term bond.
But Madam Sita,
English, don't you people on that? I beg, I know they.
Madam Sita,
let's all
hold on,
why would you tell me to hold on? I've been trying to speak. Why?
1 second, please.
No.
All right.
No. Rational mind. You know, I told you the other time when I said this government has been the most fiscal discipline since 1999, and I told you why. When you float the naira and this thing together, and you remove subsidy, you are saving the country about 20 billion. That means that we are reducing our annual debt burden by 20 billion. So, and I told you that what matters in any financial thing is this: forget about the debt figure itself. Look at the revenue to debt. Look at the financial ratio. See, no investor will tell you, oh, because Nigeria is owing like, let's say, even if you want to call it 500 billion. But investors are more interested in, okay, your debt to revenue ratio is 65%. It simply means that you have capacity to pay. So what we are saving from that floating naira and paying for subsidy is what that one already improve our debt to revenue ratio, which is very good for the country. Then on the subsidy you are talking, you know, a lot of lies flies when people come and misrepresent something. When they stop subsidy, what the subsidy people claim that Nigeria was paying, they were paying the backlog of subsidy. It is good to use the correct phrase. Backlog, because NNPC was holding part of the revenue it was generating back to pay the backlog. Nigeria was not subsidizing. Those are the kind of lies they lie to the public that we should be very careful and dangerous one. So fiscal discipline is what is used to reduce our financial our debt burden.
But yes, it's borrowing more money.
for the local. Wait, I told you.
But
The
yet
question
it's
is,
borrowing. You're not answering
wait,
that part now. But it's
you are
borrowing more
not
money.
listening. You are not listening
I
actively.
know. I heard you. I heard you now. I heard you that it's been fiscally
We
disciplined.
borrow more money. It's not the issue. Our financial ratio is what is critical.
So,
financial
but
ratio.
you're not answering that part now. You're not answering that part. I hear all the one you talk about.
Can I just say something?
But Joma Binu, Larry. Okay, go on, please. Go on.
I don't know why we are so fixated on this. Somebody's paying back. Personally, if you ask me, right, Tinubu paying back self, I don't even think he should pay back. I think he should just keep maintaining some of those debts. Because countries borrow every day. We need to borrow, right? In as much as we are actually, we are financially all right, right? Good credit. Yeah, it's good that is paying some of this loan back in order to increase our credit rating so that we can have the avenue to borrow more. That's just the major thing, right? It's not, yeah, it's trying. I can tell you that this government, what I'm actually more focused on is not even how much we've paid back. It's how much I'm more focused on our net reserves. And one thing I can always tell you is that this government has done very well is the net reserve Nigeria has. In 2023, the net reserve of Nigeria was around $3.9 billion. But as of today, Nigeria is around $24 billion net reserve, which is something that is really great. So for me, I think what he has done, it was when they started, it was a little bit clumsy. Nobody actually saw the green lights. But I can tell you that presently, right, Nigeria we've got to the turning point. Yeah, things might not, people are saying, oh, one thing I keep hearing, oh, what's the impact of all those things? So the impact of all those things are not really immediate. It takes time. But at least, like I used to say on this platform, Nigeria is like a patient that has cancer that wears good clothes. A lot of people see the good clothes, but nobody saw the cancer. And you just have somebody that actually come in. Tinubu had two options. Tinubu could have just do what others were doing. Pretend as if everything was all right, keep borrowing more, and we keep moving like that. But I think he saw it and he felt, let's face the problem, let's face the demon in the room. So for me, let's not skip, how much he should borrow more. I even want him to borrow more. The basic thing is just that if they can borrow and tie it to key projects, at least if you can see that this borrowing, if you're borrowing Sukuk is tied to this particular project. If you're borrowing from World Bank loan is tied to this particular project, so that we can actually see, so that we can keep talking more value for money, right? Rather than us, how much has he paid back? How much is he paying? That shouldn't be the concern. The concern as citizens should be more value for money. Are we really getting value from all the money that the government is spending? So that's where I think we should center our argument on, right? Not because everybody borrows. Even US borrows almost every day. If you look at US debt profile, how much the US has borrowed as a country ever since Trump came in, we've been borrowing. We keep borrowing every day. So borrowing is part of governance. So you borrow, but let's keep focused more on value. If we are not getting value, let's criticize
Tell
that.
them about UK debt now. The UK is owing about 3 trillion pounds sterling in debt.
What is their GDP? What is their revenue? What people just talk about borrowing? You're not factoring in your internal hold on your internal economy.
That is almost 100% of the GDP in terms of borrowing. Almost 100% of the GDP.
You don't go, because as a businessman, you don't go and borrow money simply because you can borrow money. But you have to look at your ability to pay back.
Is that not we are
saying? Rational mind. That ability
ordinary Joma Binu Jolari, ordinary your oil that you sell, that ordinary should have been at least more than 50% revenue for you to be paying your debt or servicing your debt. You're not even meeting the quota. Even the one that are being sold. Your NNPC has
Who
not.
told you we are not meeting the quota? We are meeting the quota.
We're not meeting any quota. You see, don't get me started on that. We are giving 2.something million barrel. How many are we churning out every day? And you're telling me we're meeting the quota. Even the one that are being sold, the one that we're meeting the quota. How many of it that has NNPC declared to you that this is the amount they have declared that they have made over time?
Rational mind, concentrate on the fiscal discipline. Because that is what I keep telling you.
Ola,
the fact is on that
you're not giving fact. You are steering the conversation to. You are hold on. Let me make this point. You're steering the conversation to this APC propaganda of physical discipline. I'm not disputing that fact with you. I agree with you in some ways, even though I'm not totally agreeing with you. Just for the sake of you ask for me, just for me to concede that yes, like you're saying, from the way you explained it, if that's what it is, when we're physically disciplined, okay, I agree that, but that is not the point. The point is that some of us here saying that we should continue borrowing. If we are meeting our oil targets and there is an accountability for all that money that we're getting from our oil and other sectors, they block that graft where people steal. At least I know Nigeria is capable of being able to pay half of its debts. But this one, they're borrowing, even the one that are borrowing, there's no accountability over it. We don't even know what they use the money for. And you're asking them to borrow more money.
That's not true. That's not true.
Rational mind.
What's the point?
Let me ask you something. Everybody see the US.
Physical accountability.
No, wait. Everybody see the US today, right? It's a very big economy, GDP and everything. Why does US borrow every day?
Because they have the capacity.
No.
So what's the point?
You just said something, right? If they have you said Nigeria has oil, we have this, right? If we have this, so why are we borrowing? And I'm asking you the same question. I'm giving you an example of a country that have the GDP, that has the volume and everything, and they keep going every day to borrow, right? So why are they borrowing? See, let me tell you something. If you're an investment guy, it is better for you to borrow, right, than you using your own money.
Correct.
If you have a company today, right, why do you think people want to, I want to borrow? All I need to look at is the margin. Let me look at the margin. Let me look at the cost of capital. If I think that it still makes sense, why will I use my money? That's the whole essence of all those things. You want to go out for a loan. Number one, you're looking at the cost of capital. Okay, now let me give you an example. Someone is giving you money somewhere and probably single digits, and you have that same money and you want to use it for a business where you know that the return from that particular business is kind of like going to give you double digits. Will you use your money or will you prefer to borrow?
Answer and rational mind.
Well, you see, when you ask this kind of question, this leading question,
it's too complex, isn't it?
Complex.
It's a simple question, rational mind. It's a simple question.
You see, it's a leading question, and I don't like this kind of leading question, whereby you lead me so that I can give you the answer you are looking for. You see, I know how we're very good at, we're very skilled at framing things.
It's just a normal. See, it's just a normal.
It's not normal. It's not normal. There's nothing normal about Nigeria. There's nothing normal about Nigeria and Nigerian questions. There's nothing normal about it, because you see, we are that kind of a country. We like to do this. What aboutism? Because the United States borrows a lot of money. I mean, how can you compare yourself to the United States? Do you know what the United States has? They can print money and and back it up with whatever they don't even have. Recently we had when Trump was saying that we're going to, what was that place where they store their gold here? In is it Central Point? Where was that place? They store their gold. He wants to go and check if they really have those gold that they say they have there. This is United States. They can. I mean, during the COVID, a lot of us got paycheck. We got a check in the mail. Where that money? Where did they get that money from?
rational mind, you tactically deflected this answer.
No, hold on.
No, we are not going to allow you to go.
I just said to you that.
Two more questions.
Answer
that question. Otherwise, I will ask you my own. Answer the question.
We want
to learn. Okay, let me ask you a question.
Questions that will be leading me to give you an answer that you
want
to
hear. Let me ask you a question. If Nigeria will achieve, let's say, 30,000 megawatts of electricity, that's electricity alone, no, let's say by year 2030, how much do you think Nigeria need to invest to get that 30,000 megawatts?
I can't give you any figure right from my head here.
We need
billions of dollars.
Okay,
billions of dollars.
We need at least $260 billion. Now, that's electricity alone. Then how do you get that when how much is the entire revenue of Nigeria annually? You understand? Definitely, with our recurrent expenditure and everything, we cannot get it by simply saying, okay, we want to depend on our local production. We have to borrow. Now, so 260 is not a joke. So if you don't borrow, then we are not going to develop our infrastructure. If we don't borrow, then we go back to the Stone Age.
Do you have to borrow the $200 billion you talked about? Why don't you borrow?
No. You're missing the point he's making. What he's saying, rational mind, is that Nigeria has a myriad of needs. So it's giving you the electricity, social services, infrastructural development, all of these things. They are all heavily capital intensive. And the only way to tackle them is to borrow, because you still have recurring decimals, recurring expenditures there as well, wages, etc., etc. So the revenue of the country cannot sustain all of those things. But if you show capacity to be able to manage borrowing, then you are able to access at least some of the monies you need to develop the country. So that's why they borrow.
Okay, let me answer that question now. The question you asked me. When you talk about electricity, let me give you. I know you're talking. There are myriads of plethora of problem that we have in that country. Now let's just not talk about the energy sector, which is the electric. Why does the government have to meddle into that? Why don't you create an enabling environment whereby people will come in and invest, and guarantee these investors that yes, your money is secure, your investment is secure rather. We're not going to meddle.
But they've liberalized the space now.
Why they have a problem in bringing investors into that sector? Because again, I talk about it's opaque. There's a lot of shenanigans in that sector.
Yeah, Rashnama, you know why they are having that problem?
Okay, what is it? Tell us.
Because that sector is very capital intensive, right? And every investor wants, the legwork has already been done, right? Now, look at you as an investor. You're a venture capitalist or some investor outside, and they tell you, okay, bring $260 billion into an economy. You want to be sure that, are you so sure that at least you're going to make a single digit of return from that your $260 billion? The way Nigeria is set up today, for you to make that money, I don't know what will happen. So basically, government has to do some things, right? So that's to make it easier for investors. Take, for instance, now, we're talking about, I think you were one of those people that were talking about rail transport, that probably they should bring people and all those things. So if government does not build the rails, do you think it's easier for investors to just come and build the rail? Because the investor going to make money from the rail? Or government build the rail, I bring train, I put my train on the rail, I make some money from it, I pay government some part of it. So this thing, you see, the problem with Africa, this is not just a Nigeria thing, it's an Africa thing. Infrastructure deficit in Africa is alarming. And for Africa to be able to get to that point where at least we'll be, at least we'll be a little bit okay, there has to be a lot of investment going into everywhere in Africa. Africa is just where the likes of countries that were kind of like close to like 40, 50 years ago, most of those countries left Africa behind. So it's not just a Nigeria thing, but most people talk about Nigeria because even in Africa, there is a lot of comparison that people make, and I laugh. Right? They compare countries. Oh, something happened on this place, and people forget that Nigeria is such a country where it's just like, even when you do things, it's just like you're dropping something in an ocean, because it's a big country. People talk about power. To fix power in Nigeria, even that 260 billion, I'm not even sure it can take the whole of Nigeria. If you need to fix power in Nigeria, you should be talking about 500 billion minimum, probably $500 billion.
So, Larry, you see, I hear every one of you, what you said. Yeah, it's capital intensive. We need a lot of money, all of that. What happened to being strategic in your planning? I'll give you an example. The one that was there before, that one from Daura, when Amechi was the Minister of Transportation, we saw the money they borrowed from China to build that rail to nowhere that they built, like just the way Tinubu is building his own crap from nowhere to nowhere. What is the economic value of that rail, the rail that they built to Maradi? What's the value of it? What is the economic activities around that axis that made them to go and borrow, was it $1.something billion from China to go and build that rail? What happened those economic zones within the south, the southwest, southeast corner and south corner? Even if you cannot rail the whole part of southeast and south or southwest, why don't you identify those areas? Okay, we have these industrial zones in Ogun State. Can we build a rail that will link there to, say, those states where they have another industrial zone? Or we move from Apapa Wharf there. Why don't you identify all of the? So you see, when you have criminal leaders like Tinubu, what's his name, Bubu, that was there, that doesn't understand how you strategically plan, and you just waste $1 billion like that into maybe even more than $1 billion that Amechi used in building that Maradi, Kano, or whatever crap they call it, railroad. What is the viability? What is the economic value of that? So when we say we don't have leaders that are strategic in their thinking, you don't need to have a whole month. Look at how Dubai developed. Even they got money. Is it a sovereign wealth? They said, sovereign wealth or whatever money they borrowed. They borrowed 100 billion. But they were strategic in what they used it to develop. Now look at Dubai today. It has ballooned into even over $1 trillion economy. A small country, we don't even reach like the whole of Southwest, probably. So you need to be strategic. You don't expect to get the whole sum, the whole lump. I know when Dubai was asking for 11 trillion, he said, 100 trillion, $100 billion then. They knew that they needed more than 100 billions to really transform their country. But they identified those key areas that they could really work on to bring about that transformation. And that was what they did. Why can't our leaders be strategic in that way? Okay. Oh, okay. If we can get these investors to come and invest in Ogun State, we would make sure that your money is guaranteed. Nobody's going to mess you with your money. You're going to get your interest. I want to electrify those industrial zones there. And then find another one in southeast. Electrify it. Maybe not central. If you can find one there, electrify that area so that they could be getting constant supply of electricity there to make their production cheaper. So these are something they can do, but you don't expect to just get $20 billion. $200 billion just because you want to electrify the whole country. Who does that?
Rational
Who
mind.
does that? Let me use
something
the word of Wiki. Who does that?
No, wait.
What kind of crap is that?
No, rational mind. You said government should guarantee the money. So what do you mean by guarantee?
What I mean guarantee?
How do they guarantee the money?
Okay, what I mean by guarantees, I'm not saying they should guarantee it in front like FDIC will guarantee the money or money safe. No. The point is, create an enabling economic environment whereby they can bring in their money, no corruption. You make sure that corruption in that area you make sure that it's at the minimal level. No back. Say you want to look at what this guy was saying. Davido's father was saying. Let me give you a story. Davido's father was saying the story sometime back. Because I think the guy is involved in electricity supply. He said he went through hell just to get certain license for himself to operate. But I know he had to bring in another story. We know maybe he paid. Doesn't want to tell us he paid. But my point is how they frustrated that guy from the beginning. That's what we're saying. People like that want to bring in $1 billion, or they have partners that want to bring in money. But your people in your government, they're frustrating them.
No, but
So
let's
that's
not.
what I'm saying.
One thing
Maybe
that
they
you
should
can't
guarantee
take
their
away
money.
from one thing you can't take away from this government is investors that bring their money to Nigeria now.
Okay.
They have the free will to take their money out.
Okay.
Right? So that one, before they came, it was a little bit difficult. That's why you had all those long things that are piled up with the airlines, and they basically cleared all those ones. So basically, to take your money into Nigeria, nothing stops you. Prior to this time, it has always been CBN. CBN will put some rules. This is this. I think they kind of like liberalized all those things where you can take it in, take it out. Now, I understand the fact that, nobody wants to really put money into things that are kind of like so solid like that. As investors, they want quick money. And it's not just Africa, right? It's everywhere. Almost if you go to all these venture capitalists, there was something they did, I think last 2 weeks, African CEO. And the major thing in that thing was, what exactly are investors interested in Africa? Investors are basically telling new builders, and they want things that they can quickly get their money back. And most of all this infrastructure you see are not really things, except you see very genuine investors that really they really love the country, and they felt, okay, fine, they want to really put this money into this country. That's why for me, I've always championed harnessing local investors into some of these critical sectors. I don't really believe in waiting for somebody to come, because nobody wants to come and put money. They want quick money. That's why what you see, every investor going into Nigeria now, right, are portfolio investors. Because you can, without Nigeria is a market where it's even better, right, to keep money in Nigeria than even keeping it in some places in the US here. Because if you calculate the return, it makes more sense.
I agree with you. We have a lot of potentials, but it's just like I said.
All right, we must move on. So if you round up that,
So I have so many things about one. I know everybody have to.
No, you no. I mean from this particular topic.
Yeah, I know. I won't say more than what I want to say now, because other people are waiting to speak, to have their own turn. For me,
you can introduce another space just to expand.
Okay, I'll just do this. Let me just do. So you see, for me, one man, it's just that I just don't see, when I use the word opaqueness and all of that, it's just the Nigerian economic situation is just so, especially the borrowing and everything. Like somebody was saying, oh, after all, it has to pass through the National Assembly. I mean, I'm not saying that I follow everything in Nigeria every time, everything they do, but it's just like I think we should have some kind of sort of maybe they do have it, maybe because I'm not in that line. I mean, not my line anymore. I just don't have the time anymore to do all of that fact finding and all of that. But my point is just that we hear one figure today, we hear another figure tomorrow. We can't even pin the government to how much they are actually owing, because like I was just showing you, we're seeing 122 trillion in the same year of 2024, and then another figure 150 something trillion. Somebody's asking me, is it national? I mean, come on, that's what I see on there. But I want to believe it's both local, domestic, and international borrowing that we have. So my point is this: is that we need to identify those areas of development that we need. We cannot go and borrow one. Nobody's going to. No organization is going to give you $100 billion to go and grow your economy. Map out those areas that you need to. You see, Tinubu cannot solve all the problem. Just map out those ones you can solve. Bring in, if you can bring in investors. But how do I expect you to bring it? Because even his own brand is what's the brand of Nigeria? It's people look at him as a corrupt person. I just hope he's able to bring in investors. But the point is, I don't see that happening. Well, I'll leave it at that. Let me allow other people to talk.
All right, Brennan. We go from you to let's go to Kenny. See if Kenny's ready. If not, we go to Zita. All right. I think Kenny just came into quarrel with you actually. Zita, are you ready, Zita? all right. Hopefully people can still hear me.
I can hear you.
We can hear you.
All right. Ola, you take the floor then. So Ola takes the floor, but I'm going to bail out and hand over to you, Ola. I was trying to let you know in the private chat. The super chatters are Tope O. So that's Tope O right there. Blowing kisses with dollars, as I said. That's Choma right there. On a budget with the super chats today. That's Choma right there. There's Ola and Ayora, of course. So that's Ayora right there. So thank you to those. Anyone else that wants to join that space, join that space. So Ola, take the floor. You've got Zita still to speak. Larry wants to continue with the economy. Prince Daddy is in the house. Please don't take too long to get to Prince. We always take too long. Remy is with us as well. So I think Simba dropped. He'll still come back. So plenty of conversation still. So Ola, please bring it home. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay, all right, woman. Larry, okay. You can continue. I yield the floor to you. Continue if you have anything you want to discuss.
Yeah, I actually joined because of Rational Mind, and Rational Mind was just too hard on Sheyi, and I felt it was just too much on that guy. And the thing is this, people have always said, "Oh, why is Sheyi with the father and all those things?" And for me personally, I think, Nigerians are just too hard on the boy, right? Being with the father, I don't think he has actually done anything wrong. And Rational Mind pointed out, oh, this is probably the first time, and it's not like that. This is not the first time we're having things like this. During Obasanjo's period, Obasanjo was president, Iyabo was commissioner. From commissioner, they made Iyabo a senator, to a point that Obasanjo was even telling us in Ogun State that even you vote, you don't vote, Iyabo will be elected. And a lot of things happened during that time. As Iyabo was doing her own, Benga was doing his own. It's just like that. And this particular guy, right, being with the father, because I think it's more of probably when we see things, and these are things that we see outside and we don't complain, right? In the US here, the first family, you see them and everywhere and all those things, and nobody complains about it. And when this guy was basically
people are complaining about it.
No, so but it's not as people. Some people, opposition will always see it as one or two things, right?
Not just opposition, even his own party people, they are complaining about it.
No, it's not. It's not as you. It's not as you are picking this to use on.
Okay, all right. I just want to interject you because.
No, I understand what. It's not as you are picking this.
We like to look for parallel in everything.
No. It's not as you are picking this to use on. You're picking this to use on as if the guy has done something very wrong.
Somebody went to jail. Was even not saying his father pardoned him. What's his name? Biden's son. I mean, somebody remind me.
Hunter Biden.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
He went to. I mean, he was found guilty. His father had to pardon him. So what does that tell you?
Okay, so that you said Hunter went to jail. That's
maybe he didn't go to jail, but I'm saying is that he was convicted.
Yeah, wait now. Conviction, that's a crime. But in this case of Sheyi Tinubu, being around his father, what crime has he committed?
Okay. I give you what's happened recently. You see, it's like you don't. You see, okay. I don't know how to put this to you. There is something here that you people understand. When the law says that nepotism, people should not in civil service here in America. They say there's something about nepotism in civil service, in federal jobs, and even in other as a state and local. There's a reason for nepotism. They know how quickly that could degenerate or could lead to some kind of corruption in the system.
Okay.
That's why they're against it.
Okay.
But this guy, we've seen, I know maybe other presidents do it codedly until Biden came to light, because his father was a political target and he had to.
No, let's leave on Biden. Let's focus on.
I'm focusing on Nigeria now because they are still in play. We cannot know until when they get off there.
Mm-hmm.
After all, when this one was there too, this one that is there, when he was there formerly, some of his own family were also accused of to have benefited, even though they did their own in a more like legal way. Where even if you want to prosecute them, it's very hard for you to get a conviction for that. So he's still in play. We don't know the level of access he has sold to his father.
No, those are, you said you don't
he
know, but let's
being
focus on
publicly
what
seen
you
with his
know.
father is sending a message to potential people that wants to come to Nigeria and do whatever business or whatever crap they want to come and do in Nigeria. Hey,
Okay.
look at it. I have access to my father. Come and
No,
see.
okay. Now,
I'm his right-hand man.
you
Why
said,
should you allow that?
wait, no. I have access to my father
Oh.
as a son, right?
Mm.
Is it a crime to have access to your father?
You see,
No, see,
I don't know how to explain this.
No, because
but
when you were,
it seems to me that okay, go on, please.
Let me talk. Let me talk.
Go on.
Because I saw when you were talking, oh, the guy has done this. I see, and
what did I say?
I was listening to you,
now?
and I kept asking myself, what exactly has this guy done wrong? Part of the thing that you just said is, oh, he's showing to people that he has access to his father.
Okay.
Which for me, I think is good to have access to your father.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
yes,
it's good, right?
It's good. I don't.
Okay.
You see, the problem is this: we have this thing in our head, right? That probably if you're in a position, that bond you have as a family with your normal nuclear family, that bond should be taken away. And
when his father was not in play,
space,
how many times did you see him in public with his father? When his father was not in play, when his father was just an honorary citizen.
That means you've not been following him.
No, come on, don't give me that. I'm not following him.
Okay, wait. Let me ask you a
question.
Let me ask you a question. Have you really been following the Tinubu family before this time?
You see, Larry, I don't want to brag.
No,
I have a PhD in Tinubu'ology.
No, but wait.
If you've been following, I can tell you I know Tinubu more than you, probably.
No. It's not all about knowing him more than me.
So I don't know the politics you want to tell me about Tinubu. I don't know.
Rational mind. I don't even know him. Right? But what I know is that prior to this time, this boy has always been with his father. Right? Even when he was in England, he has always been with his father. And he's not even the first son, not the second son self. But he's just a child that is close to the father. So, and now, the Vatican and everything, so Sheyi is there. So, and I asked myself something. Sheyi is there. Is it a problem? Are there no private citizens there? That's a private place. There are a lot of people that are there that have gone there to celebrate, with the Pope. That are private people. The rights they have to be there is the same right Tinubu has to be there. So it's not like he's done something, because I understand, right? If he's done something wrong, let's call it out. But if we're really fixated on, why is he close to his dad? For me, I think we're being
I'm not really against his being as closer to his father. But the point I'm trying to make you understand is, I know you don't get the point, and I understand why you don't get it. Maybe because you see things differently, and I'm not saying.
You know what I don't like? I don't want to say it. You know what I'm saying? I don't like it when we and it's something that is common with Nigerians. Right? When we see people in power, we have this thing in our head. I don't know. Probably it's because we don't like some of them, and we think,
it's enemy of progress. You don't like progress.
It should just be. No, I don't want to even call it enemy of progress. I think it's more of Nigerian, right?
No, this is not a Nigerian thing.
They attack.
I just give an example of what is here too. What I detest about the foreign guy here.
They kind of like attack people unnecessarily.
No, there's nothing to attack here.
Why is he staying with his? Why is the son like this? Why is this like this?
These people lack modesty. There's something about leadership. You need to be modest when you're a leader. You don't need to give an air or a semblance of this is what it is. I mean, this is the same Tinubu that was saying about his own son. That why is she in this? Why is she in this? In this? This guy was mailing everything, even when they were having this national security meeting. She was sneaking there.
So did I force Tinubu
to say it?
That means
Tinubu said it himself.
No, by washing out my words. For the father to have scolded him like that, right? That means you should just applaud the father. We've seen when we were growing
Can I
up.
come in here?
Come on.
Can I
Applaud
say
his father for
You
what?
can come in. Yeah.
Can
For
I say
what?
something?
I would chastise him for even allowing that in the first instance. Why would you even allow him to be there?
Is it Larry?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me say something. You see, in the United States, Nigerians in the United States always present United States as if it's what do you call it again? Slang crime. In the United States, in the last administration, they actually did not know who was the president because the man's wife was in everything. And most people on this platform today, living in the United States, turned a blind eye to it. In the same United States, a president was jumping, bumbling, falling, dropping. And you look at United States, you think they are that undeveloped that their president will be falling unnecessarily. They did not check what was wrong with him. Of course they did. They hit it. 3 months after he left office, they are now announcing that he had a aggressive prostate cancer that have affected his bones. Why didn't they announce it when he was the president? Everybody saw it. It was obvious. They sat on it and they denied it. And the same Nigerians in the United States want Nigeria and Tinubu to publish his health. He must tell them his health. This is actually some of the things that Nigerians say. And I will say, those people saying this thing, how wish Nigeria will divide. But the problem is that they don't have how we will divide. Because if you say we should divide, it will end up us dividing according to our ethnic groups. Because it can never be according to region. They turn a blind eye on what is happening in the United States. They tell them that their own government is not good. They buy it. Look at a man right in front of our eyes. How many times did that guy fell down? I will use the word unprovoked. Nothing actually made him fall, but he's falling because his bones were diseased. And you people don't know. You think they didn't know what was wrong with him. I don't blame you guys, but that's okay.
Okay, can I come in, please?
Hold on, guys. Before Madam Zita actually come in, Larry didn't allow me, so can I come in now?
Please go
No,
ahead.
you can go. You can go, sir.
But we can't have the same people with the same point of view coming in, Madam Zita and the Prince
Man
Daddy.
of Percy,
Are the same of the same opinion. They are very conservative. You can, you have to have a diverse
Man of
opinion.
Percy, please allow me to moderate. Allow me to moderate, please. Prince
Well, do
Daddy,
it properly, please.
Why? How do you know that I'm not doing it properly? You just
Because
came
you are
in
not
and
doing it. You're allowing people of the same opinion, to air. You have to
Wait,
have a diverse opinion, counter
I just
opinion.
added
Because I
you. I
wanted to
just
counter
add.
Madam Zira. What he said is untrue.
Wait, man of Percy, I
Hello,
just
please
added
let him
you.
counter me. Hold on.
No. AI.
Hold on, let him counter me.
No,
Please.
I won't accept that. It's just joy
No,
and someone.
I'm
I
giving
said,
him opportunity to
Madam
interject me,
AI.
please.
Please permit me to moderate. Someone just joined now, and someone that had been here for almost 1 hour. I asked the person to go ahead, and he's saying I should moderate properly. You are not going to tell me how to moderate because I'm taking my time to moderate. So, Prince Daddy, please go ahead.
Thank you a lot. Prestige, that was funny. Same point of view. I was gonna say, even though one would think that it is rational mind show. It's been talking for the past 3 hours. I've been listening or so, but Madam Zita's point actually, it was more like a question, I think, to rational mind,
because I've heard Rational Mind many times talking about Tinubu should bring forth his medical record. So Manazila just said something quite poignant. Yes, Joe Biden, obviously, the stage at which is prostate cancer is that right now didn't happen overnight. So the question to Rational Mind: how come they didn't tell the American people? You live in America. How come they didn't tell the American people that this problem was going on, and for the public to know? Because you have a double standard when it comes to everything, including borrowing. You think Nigeria should not borrow. It's only good for the West because they have the power. It's a lie. Because your economic analysis doesn't cohere. But again, if you don't mind, just take 10 seconds because I don't take too much time. Answer Madam Zita's question. Why did they not say something about Biden's stage 4 prostate cancer?
Prestige, I know maybe you wanted to comment. Just allow me. I know maybe I want to speak. Maybe I might speak your mind too. I know this Agbado and Maga, they are all the same, one and the same.
No, you can now take his question along now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to answer that question. So, Dr. Ola, please, if you don't mind.
Man of President Agbajo, the America again.
Well, they are all the same. Agbado, the Magas, they are all the same. We know them when they speak. They lack brain cells, so it's okay. I'm just tongue the kick. My point is that, you see, 3 months after, right? After I left there, we didn't hear of anything. First month, we didn't hear of any prostate issue or whatever. The numerous times that he fell, at least the 2 times that we saw in public that he fell, besides the one that they said he fell in secret, we do know of that. At least the one we know of.
He fell 4 times.
Okay, the one I know of is 2 times. He was going on the stair on Air Force One. He slept several times. One more thing you need to understand is that anybody can sleep like that. You should know that. He probably had been a frail-looking old man. That could be another reason why he's falling like that while he was going the stairs of Air Force One. That is understandable. He was riding a bike. Anybody can fall. I've fallen on a bike, even as even younger as I am.
Okay, you're wasting time. Maybe
Hold on. Let me don't interject.
No, you're wasting time. Prestige should just go ahead. Answer the question. Why did he say the public?
Hold on, please.
You counting how many times himself. Nobody wants to listen to that. You're wasting time. Prestige, go ahead.
I'm not wasting time. You asked me a question. You see, you don't want me to answer your question because you're asking the question. You want me to give the answer you want, and I'm not going to give you the answer you want. I'll give you what is the fact. What I see as the fact. So now he left office. First month we didn't hear of anything. Second month, he didn't hear of anything. Third month, we're hearing that he has prostate. Anything can happen. You can be healthy today. You walk into an office, into the doctor's office. They might declare you healthy. Like this one that is there now, they declared him healthy. They say everything about this, but we can see he's morbidly obese, but still they tell us he's healthy. Well, we want to take it by the face value. Well, Biden was there too. He did this also. He's doing his physical too. He said they declared him healthy. Maybe they hid some things from us. We don't know of that. Just the same way they hid that. Maybe they hid about this guy. That's why he's morbidly obese, as you can see. So the point I'm trying is, let's not go this what about we always like to do here to compare Tinubu. How many do we know about Tinubu? What did we know about Tinubu?
We will discuss it too.
Yeah, so
you
what
see
do
this
we know about
topic,
Tinubu?
I'm very much interested.
Tinubu never released nothing. Not even one medical thing was said about Tinubu's issue.
No.
But at least that of Biden we know. But that of
Rational mind.
was
not
said.
right.
So what
did you know about his health?
Yeah.
What was said?
We knew before Tinubu
what did they tell you about his health?
What did Nigerian doctor say about Tinubu?
Rational mind.
I'm
That's
asking
not right.
you, what did they tell you about his health while he was in the office?
Whose health?
I mean Biden. What did they tell you about his health?
They said he was fit for office. That's what they said.
Okay. He was fit. And he fall uncontrollably. And you think Americans are idiots. They wouldn't try to find out why a man cannot use his leg.
He was riding a bike
properly.
He fell. Anybody can fall riding a bike.
No. What about the one he turned and fell?
It's a frail-looking old man.
Are you saying that his cancer just happened 3 months ago?
Hold on, Rational mind.
Or last
Rational mind. We know about Tinubu knee operation, okay? So
that is true.
Who told you he had a knee operation? Did he tell you that?
So if you don't know, you don't know.
No, did he tell you that the genetic doctor declared him in Nigeria that yes, he had a
Rational mind. Did Biden just have cancer overnight? Is that what you're telling us?
Say what?
Did Biden just have cancer overnight? He just had cancer overnight.
It's possible. That's what I say. I give you an analogy.
And they
Really?
I told you that you can walk into a doctor's office and they will do a physical for you.
I'm
and
happy you are
okay.
defending it.
They will say you're okay. You go back in 2 months' time and say you have something.
Defending that thing for Biden, right?
I love the way
you are disgracing. It's just like you just like to disgrace the whole American.
There's nothing to disgrace. My point is this.
That level of cancer. If America is not detecting it from the president,
I don't sound like all these other people here that like to
that's a disgrace to American health system.
That's what is disgrace?
You rather say the truth and not embarrass American rational mind.
Can I come in now?
You're fraudulent.
Rational mind. I think I kind of agree with you partially tonight.
What do we expect?
Honestly, I was speaking.
Everybody hold on, because Diwali Noves, rational man of prestige, is on the queue, so you can come after him.
Thank you, Ola. Also, the reason why I agree with you partially is the fact that.
No, Adewale, hold on now. Sorry, Adewale, hold on. I said man of prestige can go and
you need to hold on, okay?
I don't have break. My own mouth no get break. So let me continue rolling.
How are you going to continue rolling when it's not your turn, Adewale? Please.
Look, it's my turn now. I claim it. Whether you like it or not, I don't care.
No. We don't do a milok on. We don't do a milok on USA. Okay, go back to Nigeria and do a milok on. But anyway,
go ahead. Adewale is a gentle person. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to start with the physical part of what we are talking about. US own and Nigeria own and everything. As I chatted earlier, that most of the time, when it comes to political about Nigeria, I don't agree with Larry, but I completely agree with him 100% about where we are in Nigeria. If you look at what's going on, America, they just downgraded their credit rating the other day. I think it was last week. And if you look at their GDP to debt ratio, it's about 122 compared to Nigeria, which is 53. So the problem I'm trying to say is not about borrowing. It's what we do with what we borrowed. That's the problem. If you look at Nigerian African chart, Nigeria is not even in the top 10. You have Egypt, even Ghana is there like number 4 or 5, if you open the chart. So we're not really borrowing out of space. Our credit rating is good. But it's what are we doing with the money we're borrowing? That is where the problem is. I'm a person who is very much physical conservative, but in other point, I'm very progressive. But when it comes to finance, I'm physical conservative. So that's my point. When it comes to Nigeria should be able to utilize the money they borrow properly and build a better country. We just borrow, and we don't use the money proper. That's my issue when it comes to Nigeria. I just wanted to make that point that I was just agreeing with what Larry said. That's the only reason why I joined. That everything that he said, is 100%, right. So having said that, let's go ahead. What was you gonna say?
No, okay, continue. I think you.
Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna take that much because I'm leaving. So, but on the situation about Biden, Madam Zita was saying, okay, I think Madam Zita, kind of economical with the truth. Why am I saying this? Yeah, the situation right now is very deplorable, because they hide some of Biden, deteriorating medical situation. I don't know when it started or whatever. Now we are knowing everything. I think it's an aggressive form of cancer that he has right now, So it's very bad. So this probably has been happening, maybe about 2 or 3 years ago, who knows when. But the point, Madam Dita failed to mention, comparing that with Tinubu or any of our president, you have to have your medical record, your medical examination sure before you run for presidency. Any president in Nigeria, you have it, but we don't do that in Nigeria. That's the difference. It's not about the present. It's the condition. It's not about what you are right now.
What did you just say?
What do you mean? What did I just say?
Put your medical record. Where did you get that one from?
In America.
Hey.
Yeah. Look.
Wow.
Because you live in Norway, you don't know
nothing of such,
in
man.
America.
There's nothing of such in America.
It's not like you know it all. You don't know it all, Madam Zita, okay?
No, man of prestige, that's not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
No, there's nothing that says that the president has to have his medical present to anybody, even not even Congress. There's no law. There's nothing like that in the Constitution.
It's a
The only thing it
requirement.
says
It's
is
only Trump that don't do it.
no.
It's only
You
Trump
see,
that didn't do it the first time.
those previous presidents did it,
Yes.
based on
I'm not it
morality
has,
or
hold on,
whatever.
hold on. They
It's
will
just
don't put word in
personal.
my mouth. I didn't say it's a law. I say it's a
Okay.
requirement and they do
It's
it.
not a requirement. It's just
They do.
personal.
I've never seen any president that didn't do it except Trump the first time. I'm not Trump. I'm not
What
saying
if they
Trump.
give you a fake
Hold on,
Pfizer?
just hush.
Ola,
Hold
can
on.
you
I'm
hear me?
not saying Trump is not healthy. That's not what I'm saying. He has done medical record. He has shown his medical record recently, and he's clean. But I'm just saying he didn't do it the first time. But every other president. So when you say about Biden, we know about Biden's medical record before he ascended to the throne. Maybe he started deteriorating, when he was in the office. We don't know because sometimes when you go, when you go to any kind of diagnosis or physical, some of the things may be hidden, they may not be final. So when we don't exactly know the present diagnosis when he started, but initially it wasn't there. We know about his
No,
diagnostic.
you don't know. It's a lie. You're not
But
required
I'm talking about what was
to present.
presented. Did you hear
You're not
what?
required to
Do you know?
present.
You know
No,
why? Do you
listen.
know why it goes for his physical? It's at the medical as a military medical.
The physical, we all know the physical when
So
he
what are we
ascended the
talking
throne.
about?
They show us the physical. That's point I'm
No,
trying to make.
you're not
Whether they
required.
hold on, hold on, hold
You're
on.
not required
Whether
to
they mean
disclose your
something or they don't mean something,
Hold on,
that's
Prestige.
subject to be
Biden
You're
never,
trying to say a point.
Biden never
You're
showed
not required
anybody
to.
Yes,
his
he
medical
did.
record before
Yes, he
assuming
No,
did.
I
position.
bet leave my for
and I can
Biden
tell
showed
you.
us the medical.
No,
He doesn't want to argue.
He
He doesn't want to
didn't.
argue.
I can tell you that Biden was. I don't know if he had cancer 4 years ago or 5 years ago when he was running, competing. But let me tell you, don't pretend that his medical record was actually made public. It was not made public. They can give an overview. The guy's alive. That's sufficient enough to run.
Why are you gonna?
If you're alive and breathing, you can run.
My point is, why are we so concerned about Biden? Is it the president now? Is he president in office?
Recommend it's enough. You'll be talking too much.
No,
It's
but that's
enough.
not the point because
When you
some
ask a
people
question,
here,
you answer the damn question.
some people here made an insinuating statement that isn't correct. That's the point I'm trying to correct. That's the only reason why I rejoined.
Sorry, what was the incorrect statement? Sorry.
They do give us their overview of their physical condition before during the primary.
And they
We
can
know about
lie,
Biden.
correct? And they can lie, correct?
Man of Prestige, can I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead and
Hold on.
ask me.
Sorry, and they can lie, Prestige, right?
Prince
Just like
it's what
Biden did.
what the doctor prescribed.
Just like Trump did with the TV doctor.
If Biden had won, would they have made it public that Biden had chronic cancer?
That I don't know. I'm just telling what was presented. You have a lot of
Probably
media,
not.
Nigeria, American media. They would have gone to the extent to know what actually happened. I don't know.
The media was part of it. Stop it, Prestige. Stop it. Please stop.
Okay.
Probably not. They won't make it public. You know why?
You don't
Because
know.
of political
You don't
fallout.
know. You don't know.
No.
Years.
You have to look at the merit and the
pretend
demerit.
like the media was going to make it
But
public.
at least we have some kind of information. But Nigerian president, they don't show nothing. So it's a little bit different.
Man of
That's the
Prestige.
problem.
It's
not
Man of Prestige.
I don't know where you got
Man
that
of
one.
Prestige. So, see,
Can anybody here tell me any
you
Nigerian
and I,
president that has shown their
man of
physical
Prestige.
before
Hold
they
on.
run?
It's not required. It's not a thing. It's not a thing in Nigeria, Prestige.
It's supposed to be a thing in Nigeria.
Well,
This is why you have people like
Man of Prestige.
This is why you have people like Buhari.
No.
This is why you have
At
people
your
like
place
Buhari.
of work, where you work at, did they make you present your medical report to the HR?
No.
Okay, so why should the president present his
But that's
own medical
different.
report?
I'm not running for the office. My position is not an office.
For those,
It's not a public office.
Okay, man of Prestige, what is the difference between Trump and the federal government workers? What is the difference?
There's a difference. This is the number one citizen. This is the man who run the country. Yeah, comparison doesn't even make any sense. Adewale.
Both of
Why
them
supporting
are holding public trust. They are working on behalf of the public. Hold on. How they were employed is what makes it different. But both of them are working for the public, correct?
No.
So
Trump position. Hold on, Adewale. Some position are
have
very
you ever
strategic.
applied for federal government job before? Have you
Trump
ever
position
applied for federal?
is the most strategic position in America. Some position in Nigeria, in
Man of
this
Prestige,
country,
man
require
of Prestige.
physical.
Hold on one second. You and I, we are both on the blue side. I won't deny that we are both Democrats. But
It's not about being Democrat. It's about speaking the fact.
I'm trying to let you know that there's nothing that hold the
Government workers are
president.
not superior than other workers. I think you had
Listen,
that delusion.
but before you started doing Balablu, Trump, wait, Jare.
No, you make the argument. No,
There's
No,
no
no, no, no,
law.
no, no.
There's no
Let me get,
law.
hold on,
Hold
let me
on.
get something straight.
There's no law.
I'm
Hold
not a
on.
supporter of
There's
fake
no
news.
law.
I'm
There's
not
no
a supporter
law
of the
that
latest
compel
revelation about
a
Biden.
president.
Believe me, I'm ashamed of that,
guys,
okay?
guys. One voice at a time. One voice at a
So
time.
So,
there's no a man of president.
Man
Let
of
me chip in a
Presidio.
little bit.
okay, go
Man of
ahead,
Presidio.
Adebola,
There's
go
no
ahead,
law.
Adebola.
Actually speak.
Okay. There's no law that compel whether sitting president or ex-president to release his or her medical report. But
Fact.
most of them,
Fact.
because of transparency's sake and to curb
Sorry,
speculations.
what about presidential candidate? Are they allowed to?
See, anything that is medical report, okay, there's no law that mandate president.
Exactly, and I agree with
There's no
you.
law.
I agree with you.
But all of them want to do right by the public by being transparent, but it's always about half transparency. We know for a fact that Biden had Parkinson. Biden had Parkinson even when he was a president and he was using medication.
Wow.
But here's the thing. All these presidents, they all have one ailment or the other. But if you
Stop.
put that in
Trump is
the
perfect.
public, it will
Trump is perfect.
jeopardize your political moves. So most of them will always do what? They withhold what they need to withhold and release what they want to release. There's no reason or point replicating
Hey,
that in
Obama
Nigeria.
was perfect. Obama was
Look,
perfect.
Obama was elected at what age? 47.
It doesn't
So
matter. We just talk about it.
at 47.
We just
But the
talking about
point
the
is that
individual.
the point I'm
Talking about
trying
the
to make is
individual.
this. Hold on. One of Prestige is the one proposing that such should be replicated in Nigeria. And I'm saying that it shouldn't because medical is personal. Because you are holding public office does not mean that your medical has to be
Can I
in
ask
the
a
public
question?
sphere.
Do you know
Yeah.
why when a president can be impeached in America here? You know
Oh,
what?
yeah, the cabinet member can come if he's been investigated and certified that he is incapable.
So
Incapable
what's the
means
definition
it
of
can't.
incapable? Go on.
Of course, number one, the cabinet member is the one that sees the president at the close proximity. So they can ascertain, and then even if they can't even summon the medical director to present his medical record. So they have to use evidence that they could see around to present to the Congress and pass a vote of no confidence on the president.
And
So
what is this? On what basis? What could be the basis?
perhaps maybe he has gone insane, he's acting strangely, and he's incapable. Then the Congress can now decided, okay, they are going to do their own due
So
diligence.
there you have it. There you have it. That
But before you get to that stage, before you get to that stage,
Remy, hold on.
Please, let's go back to Larry. They have deviated from the topic entirely. It's unnecessary. Please.
Okay. Thank you, Remy, for calling attention. Okay, Larry, let's go back to you.
No, let them finish. So
I thought it's still my turn. I'm not finished now.
I'm even here before you.
No. Remy, apologize. I think man of Prestige is right. I gave him the floor.
Let me finish now, but I'm not going to be. I'm not.
Before him.
Okay, Remy, I'm done already. Just a minute, okay? Remy, just a minute. I'll be leaving. I'm going to be listening. I just wanted to finish. The only thing I come in, not even about this Biden, shenanigan, but like I was saying, it's very, it's a very damning information that just came out yesterday or today, Yeah, they have been hiding it, but I think the point I was trying to make, physical, before you come in, like you said, it's not mandatory, but they do it for transparent purpose. But the only thing I came in is because of Nigeria, the borrowing and what we have, like I said, I supported what Laurie said. That's my only, information. If we look at America right now, their GDP to debt ratio, because every money, the revenue we get in America is, is $1 to $100 to $1.30. So we have more debt, $1.30 to $1. So we are bringing in $1 and
Okay,
have a debt of 100.
Round it up. You said all these things. So round up so that Madam Sita can.
Okay. So in my final analysis, Nigeria need to be more fiscal conservative, and utilize the money they borrow, and we should be more productive, not just borrowing money is not a bad thing. That's my point I'm trying to make. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Zita, are you there? If you are there, the floor is yours now.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, please take over the floor.
You see, Ola,
Yeah.
Why I went to this topic that most people now don't want to talk about is that I remember what I said in 2023 election vividly. And most people on this platform denied knowing about it. When they were requesting that Tinubu's leg was shaking, his mouth was falling, he has hook here, he has tie here, they put him something, hey, see his hands. They were taking all manner of pictures. I told a story of an American president. I said they don't. And I gave reasons why they don't. Because it will dampen the motivation of the citizens of the nation, because he is the commander-in-chief. And if there is anything America is interested in, is protecting their country. Forget all this jaga 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 they're talking. And I said, that man oppression, he has cancer of the throat. They have to take him to the high sea. Everything was taken into the ocean. That was where they did that surgery. And after that surgery, they took it. I had a documentary on it. He has a signature mustache. They make sure that after everything, through his nose, everything that they make sure, that signature mustache remains detached so that Americans will not know. The journalists that knows it about that thing, go and read it, was banned from being a journalist in the United States. They abused me on this platform, called me all manner of names. And as God will have it, this one is recent. So it's not that.
Madam Zita, what's the name of the journalist? Will you stop making up things? Tell me the name of the journalist so I can find out.
Again. Why would I be the one to tell you the name of the journalist? Do your own research. I always say this in this platform. When I say something you don't believe me, don't ask me to continue giving you the facts. Because if you don't believe me at the first saying, I don't think you will believe me if I give you the facts, the name. So go look for the name, go look for the story, go look for the name. Let me continue with what I'm saying. Now, this particular one is very recent. And when that thing started, the journalists in the United States that tried to put it out that something was wrong, they called them that they were pushing deep fake. Go and study how somebody who has third degree prostate cancer, how the person behaves. Not to talk of the fourth degree, which I think he is now. And those signs were all there at that time. And they were calling it deep fake. They sat on it. They know the truth. They saw what was happening. He was diagnosed then. Everything was clear. They sat and covered it.
Hold on. I gotta correct Madam Zito, okay? You know, they have never categorized it. They never say fourth or third. They just said aggressive. So don't be making up things.
Which one is aggressive now?
Aggressive is aggressive. It's not categorized whether it's fourth or third. So you're making up that category.
Hold on. Please, when I finish
aggressive
talking,
will be third degree or
when they
third
say
stage.
it's aggressive, that means it has passed the normal state. Let me explain the word, because I have family members who died of cancer. When they said it is aggressive, that means the normal phases that you should, the beginning, which you have to identify it at the beginning. What they're saying is that those stages has passed. So like trying to tell you that it went in so fast, it's moving so fast. That's what they mean by aggressive. That the thing is spreading so fast. That's the word. When they use the word in cancer, aggressive, all they mean is that it's spreading so fast. But I don't really think that word aggressive should come in. That word aggressive is cover up. Because the
it's terminal?
signs, yes, that word aggressive is to make
So
it
like
sound
stage
that
4.
they saw it now, and by the time they notice it, it's already gone far. But that's not the truth. It's been there all along. So now I don't even bother about that. I don't care. What I'm trying to say is that I'm trying to come with myself that it is not necessary, just like the last speaker said, for them to bring out their health. Number one, it is personal. Number two, it will dampen the spirit of the people following them, the people who believe in them. More especially if they have won the election already and they're sitting down there. I made mention of JF Kennedy. His own, sometimes he will be there for like 2-3 days. He cannot perform as a president because the pain is unbearable. But they kept it. You don't throw those things out in the public. I am not saying, nobody should get me wrong. I am not saying that they should have thrown Joe Biden's health in the public. No. That's not what I'm saying. I am trying to correct some impressions people have about people vying for offices or people who are sitting in position of command.
Quickly. Do you think
You don't tell their followers their health
Hold on.
situation.
Do you think they stopped Biden from running the second time around because of his medical record, or you think it was because of something else?
You see, when it comes to that, it's for them to decide. It's left for them to decide. If he goes in there and dies in a second, they have the money to run another election. That is not my business. I'm just trying to correct an impression Nigerians have been fanning. They should stop. I had that same issue when Buhari was sick. They should stop. And for your information, they too are humans. If you can be sick in an office and your boss or your company gives you time to go and recover and recruit, they too should be given time to recover and recruit. Not calling the person to come and resume or resign. That is inhumane and it's not necessary. That is all I have to say. I'm just trying to correct some impression Nigerians have. It's not necessary. In Nigeria, over 2 million people, according to record, is looking up to that man. In the United States, over 300 million people are looking over to that man for security, for safety. And you say they should tell them that he's sick, he's weak, his leg cannot move. Who does that? I don't get it. But it is what it is. I rest my case.
Okay. Okay. We hasn't spoken.
I think it's going to be me now.
Okay, please go ahead.
So what should I, because I don't know, everybody is just floating from left to right, not to south. So what exactly should I talk about now?
How can it be you, Remy?
Remy is me.
You just showed up just now. You
What
now
do you
want
mean,
to
Joshua? I've been here before you.
Remy, it's not your turn.
It's my turn.
Glad people are now saying.
I'm still
saying
As an AI, I'm here. Okay, let Olato say something. I'm here before.
It's not your turn, Remy.
Kenny, we've called you today. It's like you were not available.
Remy, it's not your turn.
Don't worry. One man called. So let Remy speak now. Then after Remy,
it's not Remy's turn.
It's okay. Yeah, okay, it's fine. She's just cracking a joke. First and foremost, I think if you're a leader of any country, with the level of work you have to do.
It should be my turn, right? It should not be my turn.
Come on, Prince Daddy, man.
Okay, go ahead, Remy.
Let me go ahead. As a leader, whether as a governor, as a president, and as Madam Zita put it, the volume of work you are doing day by day is not a pieceman job. It's not it's a lot of work. And we are talking about men that are over 60 that are leaders of your country, of any country in the world. It takes a toll, man. Even if you're a young man of 30 or 40 and you are working normal shift of 8 hours a day, it also takes a toll. Talk less of a president that have to put a lot of things on his head. And you know that a lot of people are there. I mean, a lot of people are wishing
it performed very well. And then you just come here and then you be trying to say America does this, America does that, and people live in America too. And we have known that most American presidents, if you put them line by line, you see that they have more older men to be their president, 70s, even 80s. And I made an example of Nigeria. For you to be a president in Nigeria, no matter what happens, you should be above, at least above 50. Because this is my own little research. I discovered that most Nigeria will want to see what have you done before, not just taking you from nowhere and just then you become president. They want to see, have you been a local government chairman? Have you been a senate? Have you been in the Senate? Have you been a governor? So that is what we can use to judge you before we put you into the number one position of the country. So that is why some people like Shower, they're having that problem. The reason why some people will say, Obi, let's vote for him because he has been a governor for 8 years, whether bad or wrong, or whether good or bad. The same thing with Tinubu and the rest. So when you now just oppose all of this together, you are having an average age of about 50 to 55 to be an average from 55 upward to be your president. And as Nigerian, when you put it to the ungentleman agreement between the North and South, that one can push you to about 60s. So by the time you get there, your first time, you're already clocking 70, if you are lucky. So, and then the volume of what you are doing, and I don't see why anybody should be talking about they should release their medical record to the public. No, they are private citizens like you are and the other people here. So I think, and they are not God. They also do a lot of stuff with mental work every day and night. Look at Obama after his presidency. Look at what he turns to. Are you telling me if you see Obama today, do you think that guy is healthy? He will be nursing one problem or the other. But that is just aside. I think as our democracies continue to develop, these are just hearsay. We shouldn't even deliberate on it at all. So
even when Obama was in the office, he wasn't 100%
Remy,
fit. He's not fit.
Remy, I see your point, but if you go, obviously, if you're a private citizen, that is fine. But if you're going to transition from a private citizen to public office, you occupy a different status, not because you're more important, but because you serve the public. The public needs to know more about you.
Don't you think if most of them are making their medical record public, do you think your Trump will be there? No, never.
Why not? The guy's been there for around for 10 years. What have you heard about him? That's a terrible comparison. Look at Yar'Adua. Talk about Yar'Adua that Obasanjo hid his condition and made him the president. Okay, when that happens in a country like Nigeria, it's a waste of resources. It's a waste of a lot of things.
Do you know that nobody knows the
Remy,
yeah.
Can you give me a second? Let me address that thing he said because actually it's annoying. Death is not meant for the old and the sick. Death can just happen. You cannot decide on what you do not have control over. A healthy young president of about 35 years can die in a plane crash. That's a big loss to the country too. It has happened. A healthy young man who is a president of a nation can die in a car crash. It has happened. Maybe one of his sports he liked, maybe horse ride, skating, or surfing. That's one of his major sports. He liked it. As a president, one weekend he goes to do it and he's gone. So for somebody to stand and say because somebody is old or sick, that determines the person is going to die is actually annoying and ridiculous.
Okay.
Because death is not meant only for the old, the sick. Rather, is it for the young?
But yeah, the older that you are.
So you people should not take control of death. We have no power
Prince
over
Daddy,
death.
I'm of opinion that we don't really need to drag this one. Do you know why?
Okay.
Now, like constitutionally in Nigeria, there's no constitutional provision that make it legally obligated for president to declare his medical reports. It's not, even in America too, there's what you call, maybe you call it EPA or PPA, whatever you call it, for your HIPAA protection. You understand? It's just like any American. So your medical record are supposed to be private, not for public consumption. It's your law. So it's not even, so there's a law even prohibiting people to just come out and make your medical reports public. So why do we want to encourage breaking the law just because someone is the president? So if the president decides on his own to make it public, let him. But why are you saying, okay, please do something illegal just because you want to know? So I don't think this thing should be the
I
bone of
think
contention.
what I see that is playing here is that you want a perfect human being to be your leader, and you cannot get a perfect human being because everybody will have a salient disease or illness or whatever that you might thought you have treated it, but it might still be on your body. So as we grow older in life, we just hope that we wish that we have our health is super good. But when you try to push this kind of narrative ahead, you will discover that at the end of the day, almost all the people that will have that are vying for that position, we have one salient disease or illness in their body. And as Madam Zita put it, nobody knows when the person will go away. So sometimes I don't think this is totally irrelevant. The most important thing is that whether the leader, even on a wheelchair, is it performing very well? Is it doing the right thing or is it doing the wrong thing? So we hold them accountable by criticizing objectively. And on a lighter note, just yesterday, all federal technical schools of science and technical school of science and vocational in Nigeria, they will, as from this year, they won't pay any tuition fee anymore. That is one. Accommodation will be free for them, and they will be giving them stipend every month. So if you are people that is going to Federal Technical College in Nigeria, that is a good news for them. So this is a promise. I mean, this is part of the campaign for the president, and he has they will start doing this year. So I think that's the good news for Nigeria. So it's also like if you have children that cannot proceed to go to senior high school, or maybe does not pass WAEC very well, this is an alternate opportunity to go to all this Federal Technical College. And to make it more better, once they graduate, they will give them a grant to start their business immediately. So that I hope if they can follow this program through for the next 4 years, so we can start to have skilled personnel in carpentry, in plumbing, and the rest. So finally,
Remy, are you giving us accurate news? Are you giving us TVC news?
If you have contrary to that one, can you tell me?
I've never had anything like this. You know, I hope you not coming here to
I told
gaslight
you
us.
people that whenever a good news come out of Nigeria, it's being attacked.
Yeah. So, and I'm giving you a good news and you're doubting it. I don't understand. If you don't know it, you can go and Google or search it by yourself, and then you come back that whether I'm lying or I'm saying the truth. So that is the beauty of faith. So, which is very good news. So, if you have people in Nigeria that is not doing well academically and you want to go and learn a skill, this is a very good way to push them to Federal Technical College. I don't think there's the examination together. I don't think it's so difficult.
So, Remy, round up and let us hear from Kenny.
I want to round
we can go to Prince now.
So, in conclusion, I want to tell people here we shouldn't fight over politicians. Just yesterday, you see President Tinubu with Fayemi and Obi cracking joke. So, for God's sake, I see politics as a game of win or lose. If you lose today, you have opportunity to try again. It shouldn't be a matter of life and death. So I don't know why we want to die because of one man. No, you have to look at what you can benefit from any government of the day that can make you prosper in your life. So whether it's Obi, Tinubu, or Atiku, or Showore, or anybody, or maybe even Ola or whatever, or Madam Zita will become the president of the country in the future, government is a continuum, and they will bring out their policy. You have to look at the policy yourself. Which one will benefit your life? And like what we say, all fingers are not equal. Look at the one that will prosper your life and you move on. Thank you.
What are you talking about? I won't vote for Madam Zita now. I win.
Oh, man of prestige, thank you. Remy, that's okay. Remy, that's okay. Kenny, do you have something to speak? Everybody hold on, please. Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. Kenny, if you have something to say it before then. After you, it's going to be Prince Daddy.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you everyone, my panelists. I don't really have much to say, but what I'm going to say is number one, I like the fact that the image that Mr. President is protecting now by going to that room, or what's it called, as a Muslim, because when he was campaigning as a Muslim, what they were saying someone like what's it called, amount of prestige, oh Muslim, blah, blah, blah. But now he has proved everybody wrong, that it's not someone that that is I don't know the English to use, that's so deep in his religion that he actually practices what we're supposed to practice as a human being. His wife is a pastor, as a Christian, and now a Muslim president is mingled with the with the Christian. You know what I mean? I so much like that, and he has proven that. He has proved them wrong in so many ways that it's not the image they're trying to see in him. That's not what they're seeing right now. And I'm glad that they will not even talk about that, because they don't have anything to say. The only thing they can say is to attack him, whether they attack his son or they attack his own personality and all that. But like Remy said, we are making progress. See, I will encourage all of you to wait until June 29 or 26. You guys are going to see a lot of progress that Nigeria has made. Less than 2 years. We are moving forward, and Nigeria is progressing gradually, and this man is gaining ground. You know what I mean? He's even stepping on toes, like I used to say. So let's keep our let's keep our finger crossed. Nigeria is going to win. See, I said to someone yesterday that if the way people really want this man to fail, like anytime they hear anything good from Nigeria, you know what I mean, their blood is always boiling. They don't like it, but whether they like it or not, Nigeria is going to succeed. We're going to make it. So, and we just need to stop hating this man. We need to support and give him support. I'm not saying we cannot complain if he's doing something wrong. Yeah, we have every right to complain, but let's give him what's it called, let's criticize his government in a very good manner. So that's what I will say for now. Thank you very much.
Ola, can I say something in a minute? Let me say something to Kenny. All these things you just said, I don't quite agree with it, because the invitation by the Vatican to come to Rome, was an endorsement of a faith state. Because look at the displays of the Christians in the north. Almost about 40 million has been displayed. So what are you talking about? Him coming there does not. What does it mean?
Man of Prestige, did you listen to the news from the north today?
I listen to news, but it's an endorsement of a failure.
Hold on, Man of Prestige. Yeah, this man is working very hard to make sure.
What is he working on? What is he working?
Listen, he's working very hard to make sure the Christian, even in his cabinet, we have 60-70% as a Christian in his cabinet.
And so what? Look at the whole genocide going on in the north. What are you talking about?
Genocide compared to 10 years.
Even let's say genocide is going on in the north. Is it limited to Christian area? Why
the killing of the Christian? I told you that over 40 million has been displayed.
No,
and the Vatican invite them.
Okay.
If I'm not a Catholic anymore, if I'm a Catholic, I would have disowned them. I would have disowned them, because the Pope just made
the 140 million. Why do you see the 140 million?
I said 40 million. I didn't say 140 million. 40 million of Christians that has been displaced. And poverty at the highest level. Can I go on and on?
Man of Prestige.
Insecurity. Go ahead.
Man of Prestige, go and listen to Kaduna State Government interview.
All those are propaganda from
Tinubu. It's not. Listen,
no. So, Mighty, the question should have Man of Prestige is this. He said 40 million Nigerian Christians are being prosecuted as a genocide. Tell us which state in the north, and tell us the number. Give us facts, not just.
I'm giving you 40 million, Christians in the north. What do you mean give you the fact? Go and Google it.
Give us the state.
Kaduna, all those places where you have the north, where you have Christians in the north,
So
they are
what
being
is
displaced. They knew all those
population?
places.
Listen,
That's not
What do you
true.
mean? Give you the fact? It's out there. The fact is there.
Let me ask you one question. Do you know the
What?
total population of Kaduna State? The total population.
I didn't say just Kaduna. I said the north as a whole.
You cannot
40
say
million Christians have been displaced.
Kwara,
You know.
Kogi, Benue.
So why?
All,
So
they are all,
no.
they are all being
MOP,
displaced.
You
You know.
are
MOP,
lying. Come on.
MOP. Let me ask you this. MOP. Let me ask you this.
Yeah,
Is it
ask
only
me.
Christians that are displaced?
Well, it's because of the Muslim ticket. You know.
Okay, so what you are doing is propaganda, Abi?
It's not a
You are doing.
propaganda. Tinubu
No, why are you
doesn't care.
limiting it? Why are you limiting it? Let's
Tinubu
say
doesn't
people
care
are
about the
displaced.
Christians. And
Wait,
why would the
wait
Vatican?
You
now.
see?
Why are you shouting?
You see?
Why would the
Let's
Vatican
say
invite him? That's my problem I have with the Vatican.
people are displaced. People are a lot of people. We have insecurity. People are displaced. Why are you singling out the Christian?
Because
Let
Tinubu
me
is a Muslim. He
let
doesn't
me
care
just
about
let me
Christians.
answer you.
Why would the Vatican invite him? That's my problem.
Change it to a religious war, like your
Let me
mentor said, Abi.
Simba, let me tell you why he was
They are
invited.
endorsing the wrong stuff. You know, why would
Wait,
they even invite him?
manifest it because the man has a bond with Nigeria. Okay, the Poplio, he has a bond with Nigeria. He didn't invite Tinubu because he's a Muslim.
I know he has been to
Understand?
Nigeria several times before he became a pope, but that
But then why
notwithstanding,
is it a sign of failed
Tinubu
state?
recent antecedent, he should have
Wait
uninvited him.
now, why? So he was invited to come and talk to him so that he will stop the Christian being killed in Nigeria.
No, he has no. He's not supposed to. He's not supposed to step his foot on Vatican because
You
that's a
know,
more holy.
MOP,
That's a more holy place.
You know, let me tell you this thing.
It's
Let me tell you this
undeserving
thing
for
this
our
morning.
president. That
Just
grant,
wait. Let me tell
is
you this
undeserving for
morning.
our president.
Okay, one voice. Hold on. Man of prestige.
Yeah.
When you want to say something, please back it up with facts. One
You know,
thing,
man, it doesn't listen
hold
to
on,
himself.
Simba, hold on. One thing I want us to look at about the Vatican is having many roles, and part of it is that he is a religious leader. You understand? And the second one is a political role. He is like head of state of the Vatican City. So if you like, I use the word president. So it is like when you say President Trump is inviting Tinubu. So and you are now saying President Trump is inviting Tinubu because of Christians. So such kind of statement can be so dangerous.
No. My point I'm making.
Hold on. That such kind of statement can be dangerous. And another dangerous statement is that you said 40 million people were displaced from the north. What's the
Christians
entire
have been
population?
displaced.
No, he said
Wait
Christian. He didn't even say people. He said Christian.
I didn't say people. I said Christians.
Christians. So what's the entire population of the northern part of the country?
I don't know, but I'm just giving you what
so
I know.
They have to
Just
bear
propaganda now. They just like to trophy go around. You know
hold on.
MOP, you know, let me tell you what, every time you come on live show, an international platform, you always ridicule yourself because you sound dumb.
That's okay.
Most of the time.
That's okay.
How can
The guy's the marketing of now.
You just come and be spilling rubbish and you'll be shouting on top of your. You normally listen to yourself.
I'm listening to myself and I'm giving you the fact.
You've been talked so many times.
It's whether you like it or you don't like it, you know. I mean, you take it, you know. I mean, I'm so upset for the Vatican
I noticed something these days. You have to go and check yourself, bro. Believe me, you are getting a lot. I don't even know what come over you.
Such a holy place.
But you are happy. But Simba, hold on. But you are happy that Obi is there, Abi. You're happy if Obi is
Obi is
there.
a Christian. He's a man of deep faith.
You just show yourself.
Obi is a man of deep faith with integrity. Yeah, he's supposed to be there.
So MOP, all other Christians in Nigeria, they are not Catholic, they are not Christian, right?
No. It's not about other Christians. It's about Tinubu, our president.
Just answer. We are not talking about the president. Obi is a Catholic, and he was there. And people like Adeboye, all of them, they are not Christian because they are not Catholic, right? See, the propaganda you are playing here is not good. And people are telling you what you are doing is unfair. You said 40 million people.
He's always lying.
I said 40 million Christians being displaced.
How many Christians are in the north? Majority of the Christians are in the south.
I don't think you have 40 million Christians in the north. That's half of the northern population, more than half of the north population.
How can 40 million? What is the population of all the north? They cannot be more than 120 or 130 million people. So 40 million are displaced and they are just in refugee place, or what do you call them? So 40 million, that's the total population of 10 European countries.
How can
The guy
Nigeria
doesn't.
be 120? How can Northern
That's the
Nigeria be
entire
120?
population of the southeast now.
You
40 million.
understand? What they are missing is this: we have south, they have the population southeast, the population southwest, we have the population north central.
Not
So,
central.
let me tell you, see, such kind of statistics, even if you were told, is a dangerous
Hey, because he
statistic.
doesn't know now.
That's
What
why I
does he
said
understand? He doesn't
a man of, he
understand
doesn't have
anything.
mind of his own.
He
He
No,
just
doesn't
no,
have
no.
mind
wants
of
My
to
his
come
own.
point,
and
I'm trying
rant
to make,
out.
the invitation of our president there, is a disturbing endorsement.
I
It's
He
a
hope the
does,
failure.
doesn't
children are
stop
not listening
anything.
to you.
It's a
Because
good thing for you to be invited to
what's so
that
good
place
about it? What is so good about it?
it
Em-
shows how diverse we are in our religion. You
what
understand?
kind of diversity does that show?
If you
What kind
cannot
of
see, you cannot
diversity
see.
does that show?
So because he's a Muslim president now, you only want him to be invited to Saudi Arabia or to Qatar.
It's not about being
Is that what you're saying?
not about being
Is
a
that what you're trying to
Muslim. It's
say?
not about being a Muslim. It's the
He's a
atrocity that he
president
let happen.
for everybody.
It's the
For God's
atrocity
sake.
that he has let happen in this country.
Okay, man of prestige, hold on. So, Vice President of United States of America going to Pope Vatican City is a dangerous trend. Canada Prime Minister attending that place too is a danger. So it's just because of what is happening in Canada. Then Australia Prime Minister in attendance there too is one of those things. Guy.
Well,
Then,
Vice President going over
calm
there.
down.
Vice President is not endorsing the prosecution of. It's not
Wait,
endorsing the
guy.
prosecution
Wait,
of
Canadian
other
Prime
religions.
Minister.
But
Wait,
our
Canadian
president
Prime.
is endorsing it.
Calm
That's my
down,
problem.
You should be ashamed of yourself for saying what as a man of prestige.
Canadian
Honestly.
Prime Minister went to that place. Then Australian Prime Minister went to that place. So they are among popular people that attended that. So at least Canada is mostly Christian. Then you may want to say Australia too, probably mostly Christian. So what are the disturbing events there that made people
Okay. Let me
invited?
tell you, I'm more ashamed of the Vatican because the Vatican gesture, it's nothing but misguided. They are rewarding complicity. Silence in the face of atrocity happening in Nigeria. That's my problem.
Man of prestige, you keep losing your credibility every single time you speak on this
I'm not
platform
losing my credibility. I mean,
honestly, how can you
I
say
just
because
hope your children are not listening to you.
what
you
my
know what I mean?
children?
It's not.
Oh, guys. Hey, guys, hold on. Everybody, hold on.
I'm
Everybody,
in
hold
my
on.
mind cave.
Hey,
Nobody's gonna hear me.
everybody, hold on, including human of prestige. The thing is this: please don't let us take it personal.
I
If
know.
someone is giving misleading facts, let's just take that issue. Don't let us make it personal, like a family or whatever. Please, I'm begging of you.
No.
Can
We're not
go
even
ahead.
talking about family. What I'm saying is, how can you be saying because the Vatican invites President Tinubu because he's a Muslim, that is a disgrace to them? It's not. You should be seen beyond your beyond your lens. Honestly,
If
you
I have
shouldn't
the
be talking this
authority,
way.
I will. If I have the authority, I will write to them. Like I said, it's a misguided gesture. Okay, I'm saying it right
Honestly,
now because they are
I don't
complicit.
think Tinubu, all of them should have been going to that place, man.
No, Obi
How can
should
you?
go. Obi should go because he's a man of.
I think they are all foolish for going because first of all, it was the Catholic Church that started transatlantic slave trade, and all of their ancestors were all taken as slaves to the New World. So, I think
We are
Obi is
talking
even
about the
worse. The fact
present.
that Obi is even a Catholic. Why are you a Catholic when the same Catholic Church, the one that came to pick your ancestors and ship them? In fact,
We're not even close to that.
the slave
We're not
ship they
even
sent
close to that
to come
But
far.
and
you are
pick
going
your
back to
people.
history. We are not about history
We're
lecturing
not
here.
close to
We are
that.
about the
We're not
facts.
going past that.
So
You
why
can't
you
forget about
why you
history now.
guys
How
going
can
to
you
the
forget
Vatican to
about
go and do
history?
what? To
Mike,
go and collect money?
Mike, why do you drive joy in exposing the weakness of your ancestors?
No, I'm not exposing weakness of our
Of course,
ancestors.
that's exactly what
I'm exposing the
you're
weakness of
doing.
the generation today. They are still foolish.
No, that's what you are doing because for
But their
somebody to
descendants are
come
still
to
foolish now. They
hold
are
on, let me finish. For somebody to come to your house and bundle you out, you're a weakling. Are you not ashamed of that?
no, my ancestors were not captured, though.
I asked you a simple question. You said the Catholics started the transatlantic trade and they bundled their ancestors to slavery. And I asked you, I just said something.
What
Why
did you
do
ask?
you drive joy
in exposing the weakness of your ancestors.
I'm not
And
driving
not,
joy.
and,
I'm not
hold
driving
on,
joy and
hold
exposing a
on.
weak. Hold on,
Because
hold
the
on.
way you people see that slavery is not the angle I'm seeing
How
it.
do you know that I see it? How do you know I see it?
Somebody walked into your house
But how did I see it now, Madam Sita? Tell me how I see it.
you out of a strange land, and you don't see that as a weakness.
It's weakness now. Did I tell you it wasn't weakness?
Please.
You're accusing me of saying something I didn't say.
I'm begging you, stop reminding us of how weak our ancestors are. I beg you.
No, I'm not reminding you. I'm not reminding you of the descendants acting foolish. That's all. It's the descendants that are going there.
But,
I'm sure I'm explaining the stupidity
are
of their
you saying that we
descendants,
should
not
forget
the.
about history? Is that what you are telling
It's
us?
more of me. What I'm saying is more of exposing the foolishness of their descendants than the weakness of their ancestors. You know, because they are going to the Vatican. What's their business there?
No, Mike, look at it this way. If you want to, it's a sovereign state. You understand? And the Vatican, the Pope is like the head of state there. So
the head of who?
Yeah, so
It's
the
a
Pope is the
country
head of the
now. It's a
Vatican.
country now. The
It's a
Vatican
sovereign
is a
state.
country on its own.
You understand? So it's just like you are saying, why do we have relationship with United Kingdom? Because United Kingdom are more culpable than whatever we want to allocate.
No, relationship. Okay, you are talking about diplomatic relationship, trade, all those things.
Yeah,
this is not what they are there for. If they were there for business or something, trade or anything, that we understand. But they went there to celebrate
because you don't understand what the Vatican is. If you understand that
the Vatican, they are ripping you off, man.
Let me finish. Because every time we come here, we throw out wrong information for people who do not do their research. Vatican is the smallest country on earth, and their president is the Pope.
Do you know the Vatican make their money?
Hold on, let me finish. Don't interrupt me. And then we invited them for his inauguration. Please, can someone understand that?
I understand it now, but let me give you my own perspective.
Presidents of countries were invited for the inauguration of the Pope, who technically is the president of Vatican.
Okay.
But
so how does that change the price of Gary? Hold on. Let me tell you something, man. Do you know how the Vatican make their money? All the Catholic churches all over the world, including Nigeria, their donations, they send it to the Vatican. So once the Vatican send it to Nigeria, your Catholic your Catholic church, all their donation they collect, they send it to the Vatican. That's why the Vatican is so rich. The same thing.
You know, Mike, what Zita is telling you that you should not see it from the prism of being a church, see it from the prism of being a country.
The Vatican is not really a country that's doing trades, anything like that. They just call it a country, but it's like Italy. That's what it is. So it's not a country where you are trading with, and even if it's a country, which country is the smallest country? Hold on, what are we trading with the Vatican?
Which country is the smallest country on earth?
Hold on, I don't care.
Ask you a simple question.
What are we? I can say it's Monaco. Monaco is smaller than Vatican.
Answer the question.
Which Cyprus is smaller.
Is the smallest country on
I don't
earth?
care. I just gave you the answer. But anyway, the only thing Nigeria is trading with the Vatican is our Catholic members in Nigeria sending their money to the Vatican, to the Pope. Like, okay, this is our donation for God. That's it. The Vatican is not sending anything to Nigeria. Tell me what Nigeria is getting from the Vatican. What are we trading with the Vatican?
You, Mike,
guys,
you call yourself
Mike,
a beggar.
I think we are not Catholic.
I
and
don't
that
want
is
you
not
to come
true.
to this platform to insult Catholic Church.
No,
Please, I beg of you.
If
you know what is
the same Catholic Church that sent the slave ship called Jesus to Nigeria to capture slaves.
Wait, Mike, that assumption is not correct. You understand?
Which one?
Let's start from this because Catholic has hierarchy. You understand? Whatever you collect, you understand the parish level, it comes states local. You don't send parish level money to. That is what they used to take care. You know, this Catholic school, they have missionary school.
You don't donate your quota to the Vatican.
Guy, hold on. I attended Catholic school. No, I know the Catholic manages my school. So
did you pay school fees?
Guy, I attended Catholic school.
And now you say you attended. That's why I asked if you pay school fees. Did you attend for free?
The Catholic school I attended in Kentucky, we don't send money to Vatican.
Did you pay school fees?
Leave story. They don't send money to Vatican. Let's just correct that.
How do you know?
The church does. The church
don't mind
all
him.
Across the world.
Don't mind him, man. This one you start.
Guy. It's not true. Prince Daddy. It's
What
not
do you
true.
mean? No, it's not
If you
true.
want to see the
Wait,
weakness of
yeah.
Allah, just bring Christianity. He will lose his brain.
No,
Just
no,
continue.
no, but not that. Forget that one. The
Simba,
parishes,
you don't have to insult when we are talking of this thing. Someone is giving
don't
misleading
want,
information and we are correcting, and you are bringing sentiment.
the parishes send money to Vatican. There's what they call Peter Pence, just a small donation
Exactly.
from the parishes to the Vatican towards the running of the ministry of the Pope and all the charitable works that they do all over the
You're
world.
wrong. They're not
The
sending
question,
pennies.
did they
They're not
send
sending
money,
pennies.
whether it
Oh,
is
you have
small
not
or
even allowed
big,
me
they
to
send
land.
And
money.
other countries do not collect money from
Let
other
me
places.
wait now. Let me even allow
The
you to I
US
say you are
aid,
wrong.
the US aid that gives you people million. And what about that?
Which USA? USA that is sponsoring Boko Haram.
No, I'm
Why are they
asking
giving
you.
anything?
No,
If countries
Prince
send,
Daddy,
if Catholic
you
Church
are
send
wrong.
money to the
Respond. Yeah,
Vatican,
give us your own
the
opinion.
US said send money to you people in your country,
Who
millions
are they
of
sending money
dollars.
to?
So
Madam
what did you
Zita,
do with it?
Madam Zita, it's not even
I've
the
told you
point.
people to change this topic.
It's just
I
the
don't like the
dangerous.
idea of coming to a
It's
platform
just the
to
dangerous.
insult people's religion. It's
No,
not
Madam
going down
AI,
well.
please hold on.
No one
Madam
is
AI, please
insulting
hold
any
on.
religion. Now we're just pointing out the facts. I don't know why
Madam Zita,
Africa
please
would like to run away from.
Mike, please hold on. You see, one thing is this: dangerous, misleading, and misrepresentation is what, as long as I'm here, I don't want it just to be propagated there. Catholic, they have what they say, like Patrick said, they call it Peter's Pence, and it's a yearly thing that they do on June 29. They call it Feast of Saint Feast of Saint Peter and Paul. That is when you give a donation, and
give
it's
a
a shameful
token.
one. It's not a must. So that is what you send there. But every other money
What do you send there? You send what there?
Guy, hold on. You are giving wrong information and we are correcting you, and you don't even want
Well,
us
now
to correct.
I'm asking. You are the one talking now, so I'm asking what
You
you're
are
saying.
Babalawo now. Why
You forget that one.
and you want to tell us
The donate. Hold on. You just answer. You said the donation goes there. You quickly said it fast, so we won't hear you. You just said something. You said there's a donation once a year that goes to the Vatican.
There's what they call Global Vatican Connection, and it's global.
Collection.
They call it Global Vatican Connection. They call
Allah,
and then you donate to the Vatican. He's making my point. Now he's trying to talk as if he's not making my point.
No, Prince Daddy.
No,
Prince Daddy.
is Googling and telling us what he's reading.
No, don't go there. Don't
These
go there.
Nigerians, man.
I attended Catholic school. Don't go there. I attended Catholic school.
Yeah, good for you now. Only you go Catholic school. It means you know everything. It means you know about
Mike,
the account.
you are Babalawo. I know.
Thank you, and I'm happy that I'm not donating to the Vatican.
I argue Ifa with you, even despite the fact that I was born from Idile Ifa. Did I argue it with you?
No one is arguing anything with anybody. We are telling you the obvious. And why you defending Igbo people? I don't need to do nothing.
Statement. You made a sweeping statement, and that's what we are challenging. Please, that is your turn. Take the
There's nothing I said that's not true. The Catholic Church started slavery in Africa.
Everybody
collecting donation from Africa.
Everybody hold on. Everybody
so it's a fact. There's no insult in that. It's a fact.
Found that you give to your deities.
Everybody hold on. Madam
Who
Zita,
cares about
everybody,
that?
please. Madam Zita, please hold on. Prince Daddy, it's your turn.
Tell us the lie that we have lied now. Yeah, Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy, it's your turn, please.
Just tell us the lie. Tell us the lie.
Okay,
I didn't say you lied, but I was saying that.
No, you said it's a lie. That was when I was talking.
Hold on,
you said
you were just like you. Hold on, just like you googled. I also googled, and what you read, can I talk?
No, I wouldn't cook it. You said it's a lie.
No. See, I can begin to prove. No, Prince Daddy, I can start proving my Catholicness to
you. Want to talk?
Okay, reading from Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. So I can listen. Then there are 7 greatest sins. You understand? I will list everything to you. So when we say Catholic, I attended Catholic school. You understand? So I know exactly.
I also attended Catholic school.
That one?
Even me say I went to Catholic school.
Hold on. Because you attended Catholic school doesn't mean you had the knowledge of how Catholic administration works. I mean, I don't understand that.
I don't hear you.
Catholic
Just
school.
take your floor.
But here's the point, though. Listen, again, Patoski was googling stuff and telling us
I wasn't googling. I was telling you something.
But here's the point,
he
though.
Didn't even allow me to land. He says it's a lie. I mean,
no.
We can't be talking
the lie
like
that the Catholic Church doesn't get money from the churches. That's what I was trying to say.
I said the Catholic Church send money to Vatican.
Yes, and it says Peter Pence, or whatever you call it.
And you say it's a lie.
No, I did. You are right. Because
That's
I
what
did
you
agree.
said now. I didn't cook
Hold
it.
on. Listen, Patoski, I agree with Mike. Mike said they sent money to the Vatican. So if
And
you
I
two
agree
came
with
and
you
said,
guys.
oh,
And I was coming in to
so
say,
if
yeah.
you two came and said the same thing, why would I be disagreeing with you? Is that logically? Does that make
No,
any
you
sense?
said it's a lie. You were not listening. You were. Your mind
Okay,
was
Patoski, you're
thinking
right.
something
If you want to
else.
be right, you're right. That's okay. I
No,
get
I'm
that.
not
Okay,
saying you
I'm
are
sorry for
right or not,
saying
but
you
it's wrong
lied.
to. You are wrong to accuse another person that is lying. If you say that's
Okay,
wrong,
I
that's a
apologize.
misinformation.
I apologize for saying you lied. Is that okay?
No, I'm
Yeah,
okay.
it's okay, Prince Daddy.
But Prince
You hold this
Daddy,
floor.
Prince Daddy, just give me 1 minute. Ola has to
Simba,
apologize.
you are
Lying
after
to us.
you after Prince Daddy. Let Prince Daddy hold his
You
floor,
are
and
you
then
are
after
lying
Prince
to
Daddy will
us this
choose.
morning, Ola. You have to
Okay,
apologize.
I lie to you. I agree with you. Thank you. Prince Daddy, continue.
No, you have to apologize like Chris Daddy. You cannot just say like that. Apologize.
I'll send transcripts to you now.
No, Remy, you say you want me to apologize for what? Prince
See,
Daddy,
you know, as you know, the American Catholic
no, Remy, I
organization.
didn't lie. I said I don't want sweeping statement to be made, so I started breaking it down how it is done because it's like as if every money made at Catholic Church
Because
is
Simba
not
is
sent to
another person
Vatican
that is
City.
supposed. Simba is another person that is supposed to apologize.
You understand?
How
You were
can you say
saying
when somebody hear
Prince Daddy
Christianity,
said I'm
he
googling,
loses
and I
his
said
brain?
okay, if that make you sleep very well, no problem. I Google. I
Simba,
don't have problem with googling.
you must apologize. Simba, you must apologize. You must apologize. Simba, are you hearing me?
I can't hear you.
You must apologize.
Agidipo fún bàbá
How
yẹn
can you
jàre, ẹ fi
say
bàbá
that
yẹn lẹ̀.
somebody, the moment he hears about Christianity, he loses his brain?
Don't
That's
mind him.
sensitive now.
Bàbá arúgbó ni. He's
Baba
Simba,
happy.
Arugbo
don't
does not mean that
apologize.
you.
Oh. Do not apologize. Oh.
Don't
Apology is not in
apologize.
your dictionary.
Kí ló ṣe ẹ́ lónìí? A máa rí ẹ lọ́sàn-án.
Well, I showed up here. The Allah was trying to silence me, and the
A
rest
rí
of
ẹ
them.
lọ́sàn-án o,
You took over the floor. Adewale now, in fairness. You took over the floor now. Did I
Simba,
interrupt?
Patoski,
Allah is still donating money to the Pope.
Simba, ibo ló ti rí bọ̀bọ̀ yìí lónìí?
Okay, the thing is this. Prince Daddy, please take your floor. If you are not taking the floor, then let Simba go ahead. So then after Simba, then we go to Mike.
Ìgbà wo ni Simba dé tó wá jọba ní one man show?
See, every time I try to talk, Adewale would talk, Allah would talk, Patrick, everybody talks. You guys don't allow me, you know. Now, can I
When
talk?
I've given you the floor now.
Talk. Prince Daddy, talk.
Okay.
There's nothing you want to say
I've already
anything anymore,
apologized
guy.
to Patoski for saying it's a lie. That's okay. I think we're over that.
You
But
don't
I was
need
trying to
that.
make a point. I was
Dan,
trying to
just
make a point also that
don't mind
Prince
Patoski.
Daddy, what do
maybe
you mean?
other countries don't send a lot of money to the Catholic, to the Vatican, but the American Catholic organization, that's where the bulk of the money comes from. And there's no other person that I'm not a Catholic, but I would listen to Steve Bannon, a Catholic, and spends a lot of time on Vatican issues. So if he says that the American Catholic churches send a lot of money, not just pennies, to the Vatican, I believe him because the Vatican is a big organization. They need a lot of money to operate. So don't tell me that 20 cents from Nicaragua or Costa Rica is what they're living on. That's a big lie. A big lie. Okay, they get a lot of money from some other places. It's an institution, and it's a
No,
powerful
they have
institution at that.
investments now. They have investments now. Do you know they own a lot of assets globally, billions of dollars of assets, if not trillions of dollars
I
of
agree. Yeah.
assets globally. So they make money from all those things now. They have
So I
schools,
agree. So,
yeah.
but those assets, did they come down from heaven? Of course not. How did the Catholic?
No, some of them were acquired. Some of them were acquired by donation. Some of them were acquired during invocation, during war, during all those times. You know.
Okay, the Catholic Church, their hands is not that clean, anyways.
At all.
So they acquired a lot of the wealth also from different means, but they also need cash. So the cash comes mainly from America. So, but that's
Oh,
okay. I don't want to.
God Pentecostal, always full of moral guard trying to say someone is not. You should, the movement you are following, are they also righteous? Are they a saint or something?
I don't want to. You're a devil worshiper. How would you know?
How can I be a devil worshiper? All these new entrants into religious cult always think that their own sect is more plain and more morally
Devil
justified.
worshiper.
Devil worshiper only. How many Reverend
Money
Father or
for God.
Bishop do you see living ostentatious lifestyle? How many of them?
Yeah, well, you don't know.
Reverend
You
Father
don't know
T.D.
how they live in
Jakes.
the Vatican.
Reverend Fathers, you see, they
Reverend
adopted
Father
this
T.D. Jakes.
deep spirit.
Reverend Father T.D. Jakes.
This Jakes,
And
long.
and
Those are the
Cardinal Creflo Dollars.
that's the kind of people
You are not allowing Prince Daddy to speak, because
because
Okay,
conservative
all
things
I was
are
gonna
the
say
some
is this.
money now.
No, I'm not talking down on any religious institution at
You
all.
just
But
did. You just
no,
did.
why saying the truth doesn't mean I'm talking down on them. I particularly agree with me. If you know the shitty business of the
Absolutely.
Catholic Church,
Absolutely.
if you know that shitty business, okay, you won't be
You
talking.
say if
But
you don't
anyway,
have any good thing to say about people, don't say anything at all.
No, how do they get those assets actually? If you want
It's
to
a contribution. I mean, do you know
no,
how
not just
many
contribution. They were
Obi
taking
alone,
assets
Obi
from
has
Catholic
the
donated
yeah.
at least 20 million
Catholic
naira.
Church worldwide?
they've pillaged and no. Anyway, let's not talk. Yeah, you're right. Let's not talk bad about the Catholic Church. They're fine people. I love the Catholic people. Um, but anyways, what we're talking about? So earlier, Russian man was just talking a lot, and it's quite clear every time Russian man talks a lot, he exposes himself. He's not that versed in the economics, He's against borrowing, and he's concerned about um Nigeria generating all its money internally to spend and then have to borrow. Well, America has a lot of resources also, a lot of resources. Even the largest deposit of maybe energy in the world. Actually, America has it. So why does America borrow if they have all this wealth, all these natural resources? So it's beyond that. You borrow for certain reasons to grow your economy. The goal is that you want to borrow to grow your economy and be prosperous, create jobs, economic activities. That's the reason why countries borrow. But I do agree with him. I mean, if he wants to talk about corruption, that's another thing. Nigeria's corrupt as much as other nations. So if they borrow the money, don't use the money for the right things. Yes, it just goes to waste, and they will continue to borrow to fund their largesse. I mean, it's a reality. But countries need to borrow. They need to borrow. On the issue about Tinubu being the highest borrower, that I don't know. But I think aloud somebody read the statistics that it may be incorrect actually that all the borrowings did not come under Tinubu. It's accumulated borrowing, and Tinubu, for all we know, may have paid back some of uh, the backlogs, especially that of trying to clear the dual exchange currency backlog. I think he did that and some other debt. So the man is trying. He is doing his best. Um, quickly on the issue of Biden's situation. Well, we the Christian community, we pray for Biden. We're not trying to make jest or make light of his condition or situation. That not at all. But you remember, the issues is more centered around not so much Biden himself, but more around the media, the American media. I'm talking about the corrupt liberal media, the fake news institution. That's the big problem. This joker they call Jake Tapper. He works with CNN. You guys probably know him. Jake Tapper's name. He just wrote a book, and I guess with somebody else, was claiming that the Biden administration they hid a lot of stuff from them, which is kind of a joke because this guy during Biden's administration was the one defending Biden when Biden's condition was quite obvious. You don't have to be a doctor or a medical professional to be able to call certain things out. But every time people, visually observe Biden's condition and they make note of it, they are quick to say that the people talking are not what you call they can't diagnose Biden or they're not professional medical practitioners. Therefore, they can't say stuff, which is ridiculous and stupid. But in hindsight, now it shows how dumb they are. By the way, unlike a lot of people, I don't even call them dumb. They're not dumb. They're just crafty and wicked because they know what they were telling the American people was a lie and the rest of the world. They just chose to take that narrative and run with it. They're not stupid. They know what they were doing. And I dare he write a book and and um and trying to pretend that he had no clue about what was going on when we all talked about it. Even before Biden uh, took office in his first term, we all saw Biden's medical um, degeneration. We all saw that his cognitive ability was declining, maybe not as fast as it did later in his administration, but we could tell. The guy was incoherent. I mean, Madam Zita said earlier, the guy fell down 4 times publicly that we know. What about what happened in private? We don't know that. And all of a sudden, they're announcing to us that the guy has aggressive, um, what you call prostate cancer, like it happened overnight. And as usual, rational mind will come to defend the indefensible, talking about something I didn't even understand. That like the cancer just happened overnight. No, it's always been there. We're not saying that she disclose his medical record to everyone, but they claim transparency like Adewale does, or they so
How do
transparent.
you know
They've been
he has
transparent
had
from
it before now? How do you know that? This is
well,
assumptions.
no,
You-
the reason why Adewale is because there's something called logical deduction.
He
You
has
can
nothing to
present.
lose by withholding the information now that he's been
Go
out
away, I
of
beg, go
office.
away. So nothing to lose. The man almost ran the second term around. The only reason why he did not run was
I
because
mean,
men.
it's not God. You don't. I mean, if God is revealing to people what will befall them in the next couple of minutes or the next few days, people won't embark on whatever journey they want to embark on. So that makes him human. He decided I wanted to serve, but if he has diagnosed and it's been established that he has a prostate cancer, if he doesn't know, he doesn't know. The news came on Friday, so
But
how
Adewale,
on earth?
Adewale, let me explain something to you. If
Yeah.
if somebody has
Please
what
do.
they call aggressive prostate cancer, it means the thing has been there for long, not even in months. It has to be there for years. What it means is that the thing has spread all over the body. You understand what I'm saying? So because cancer has a lifespan, they have grades, and people you can put time to each grade as they develop. So it's not something that will develop. You can't have an aggressive prostate cancer that will spread all over your body within 1 month or 3 months of leaving the office. So that means something
Simba,
that thing has been there and they've
you
been
you
hiding
are
it.
you are a medical doctor, and
Sorry,
I've seen
Yes.
people
sorry,
that have been
Adewale,
diagnosed. Okay,
to balance it up, you know that their current president Trump, and there was a day he also slept, and there was a day that he used to murdering his word anyhow. Do you think he also have some kind of, as an old elderly man, do you think
Nebo
has kind of
is the
illness?
most perfect human
So
being to please
sleeping
that.
does not mean anybody, even a young
See,
person can sleep.
Simba,
So
sorry, continue. Remy, don't interject with, go ahead, Simba.
I want you to balance it. I
because
want
you mentioned Trump now.
That life, Trump is a perfect being to president. If as a matter of fact, is the best thing after Jesus Christ. So what else do you
So
want him to say about Trump?
earlier on Adewale,
But
you are liking them to federal civil servant. Let me tell you, even if you want to work in any public space, you have to do a medical fitness test. But what they usually test is not non-communicable diseases. You mark my word, they don't they check only communicable disease that you can transmit from to your fellow workers. That's
thank
the only
you.
thing.
Like
They will
HIV
not check
test,
your blood
tuberculosis, and
pressure,
the rest.
they will not check whether you have diabetes,
they
they will not
do,
check all those
they
things.
do all that.
They don't
They
usually
they
they cannot disqualify you based
no,
on
they
that.
won't. They
But
won't disqualify you based on that, but it's just to
if you have a
establish the
condition
baseline.
like hepatitis, HIV,
But
they will
but rest
Please,
assured, you won't get that job.
Prince Adewale, don't be disrespectful. When the professional is speaking, we have to accord him
No,
that.
but Balawo the Simba, he got his own
No.
certificate from.
I know that Uncle Simba
How
can
can he
be
come here and say,
disrespectful.
"Oh,
Wait.
because it's aggressive, so that means he knows before something.
Wait,
No,
I
I've
know
seen
that
people.
Uncle Simba can disrespect anybody I know, but he's speaking from his profession. So let accord him that.
I'm challenging his
Wait,
assertion on this.
I
We've
know,
seen people that got diagnosed with cancer that
Adewale,
were
I
not
won't
even
deceive
aware
you.
that they. Huh?
I won't deceive you. If you are a thousand
So,
times corrected than a
Adewale,
doctor, I will
what
not
you're
believe you.
saying is that
I will listen to a doctor.
Adewale, what you're saying is that someone in the position of the President of the United States who has had some kind of signs, symptoms, you are saying it's just on Friday they noticed it. Is that what you are trying to say?
According to the statement from his office,
Of
yes.
course now,
But
you
here's the
believe
thing,
it.
Madam Sita,
You
because
believe it. Hold on.
no,
You believe it.
of course
So
I do.
what you're saying is that since Joe Biden was in the office, there have never been a test on him
No,
until on
see,
Friday.
let me tell you,
I
Madam
beg
Sita,
you.
hold on. I did what they call it, colonoscopy or whatever they call it. Now, if you do it, you are screened for 10 years. I believe 10 years. Yes. The stool one is the one for 5 years or 3 years. Now, in between that time, you're still going to do your first, regular checks and all that. But it's a possibility that is undetected. Now, for them to have diagnosed him now shows that it was just recently diagnosed or detected. Of course, Biden was shaky. People, you can tell, even when
You
watching him from
see,
the television.
you are making
But to just
a
assume,
nonsense of the
the fact
level.
we know, all what we are talking
Listen.
about, we are dancing
Listen,
around
let me
here,
tell you.
is just
You see this
academic
thing
stuff.
you're saying.
All what we know is that
You
his
see this thing
office
you're
released
saying.
that it was
You
recently
see this thing
diagnosed.
you're saying. You
Yeah.
are making a nonsense of that office.
What are you guys
With
talking?
this your
What are you
analysis,
talking about?
you
What are you
don't
talking?
know. You
You
don't
see,
know
I don't
how
operate on
that office is
assumptions.
being run.
What you
If
tell
you
me is what I believe.
you will sit down here and be saying what you're saying. You are
Adewale,
making a
can I ask you a
nonsense of
question?
that office
Can
for
I ask you a question?
trying to
Yeah.
tell this nonsensical story you
Sorry,
are
Madam
telling
Zita, let me ask
about
him
the
a question.
president of the United States.
Let me ask
Please
him
cut
a
me that
question.
crap, I beg.
Okay, Patoski can take over.
Simba,
All right.
please let me ask
Thank you.
him a question.
Yeah,
Simba,
go ahead.
are you there?
I did.
I want you to listen, so I want your opinion on this. Do you think that, because I know that when you get to a particular age, they check your pulse rate. And as you continue to grow older, they check it more frequently. And if they discover a sign, they increase the rate of checking. Now, do you think that somebody like of the age of maybe Joe Biden and of his office, do you think it will be a 5-year check that they'll be doing for him? That means they might not even check him throughout his term because his term is just 4 years. Do you think they are likely to be checking him more often?
Even the example that is given, how can you be giving colonoscopy for somebody who has a prostate cancer when it's not a colonic cancer?
So that means your prostate, because I know my doctor
prostate, what you do, you'll be doing your PSA. Anybody above 45, some people say 50. You have to be doing, if you are doing your PSA every year, you know, you can detect it earlier. So it's not about colonoscopy. And
so
there are some other.
That means if for somebody like Biden, who is about 80 or something, they probably will be doing it almost every year.
No,
And
don't mind
for
Ola.
somebody of his
I
office,
say Ola is Ola that is not coming to my mouth. Adewale.
No,
Is
you
he
got
just
you
being
guys.
economical with the truth now?
No,
He
it's not
knows
been
what he's
about.
doing.
It's not about being economical. Simba, you are a medical doctor. Is it possible that somebody will be going through something and that particular disease will be undetected? Is it possible?
Not something like not somebody in his with his status, and not
So because
somebody.
he has the privilege,
No,
he
wait
was
now.
an
I'm
American
not. Let
president,
me tell
so
you.
he will be a lab
Let
rat.
me tell you. For him to have that grade of
Oh
cancer.
God.
Wait now. Why is he? Oh God, it's not
Okay,
something that you
did
can
you
just.
do you know about his son that had
let's hear
cancer? I think it
medical
was a.
opinion. Let's hear
Huh?
medical opinion first. You can talk later.
Do you know his son at the point, was okay. Then he relapsed and went back to
Don't move
to
the topic to his son.
We are
No,
talking.
I'm just saying. Look, I'm not a medical doctor,
Let's
and
have
Don't
I'm
it
make
in now.
and I'm
Let somebody who
eh,
is a
don't
doctor speak.
downplay the seat he's
no.
sitting on.
All what you guys are
Please,
treating here is
doctors
assumptions,
visit
and I
that
don't
man
operate
every
on
week.
assumptions.
You
What
people
you
don't
tell me
observe.
is what I
Doctors
believe.
visit that man
Okay?
every week at the White House.
No, no, it's not a lab rat. It doesn't go to the medical all the time like that. They have their timeline there where they do all those baseline and they check. But the fact is that this is somebody that is out of office. Yes, he has access to medical checks and all that. But to just assume that they've known before, they just didn't put it out there. What has it got to lose? It's no longer in the office. It doesn't have any political capital to spend anymore. So why delay? Why withholding information now? As a matter of fact,
Adewale,
it
just the
was on the
advice I give
television
to you to give you
last 2 weeks, I
go
believe.
and be doing your PSA every year. Go and be doing
Can
your
I tell
PSA
you
every year.
why they have to publish it now?
Why?
Okay, you know one thing, Una they dey United States, una know they started in an environment. I
Tell
keep
us
saying
now.
this.
Tell
Let me
us.
tell you why they have to say it. If he die, they're going to tell the whole world what killed him. That's the reason.
Oh, and I'm sitting I beg, make I
So
go drink my
listen,
tea.
that's saving face.
Adewale, you want to give your party,
That's
don't say
saving
tea.
face for him and for
So
his party. Because if they do not put that in, the push has been there for a long time for them to put it out. If they don't put it out and he dies, they're going to say what killed him. And people will say, so how come they did not tell us? Because cancer does not start immediately and kill you. I don't know where you got that one. I'm not a medical doctor. But I know that cancer you cannot identify it today, kill you now.
Madam Sita, the same way we they use pie so that it doesn't trigger YouTube algorithm.
You know they buy immediately. I don't understand this argument about a president that they didn't know it's not diagnosed.
Madam Sita, Madam
I'm
Sita,
even anyway. Please, I don't like going
Madam
into such
Sita,
argument. I beg.
whether
Adewale, do you
Ronald
believe that
Reagan.
politicians
It's
are
even
liars?
ridiculous for Adewale to be defending this kind of
No,
thing now.
no,
No, it's not ridiculous. It
because
may be
the
misunderstanding.
release, the time of releasing this information has not done bad in anything, whether good or bad. It's just a private citizen that decided to release this information to the public. He could choose not to release to the public. It won't hurt his library
Right.
or institute at all. The fact is
No,
that he
Adewale,
It will
decided.
hurt it.
not,
Then it
the
will
question
hurt
is
his
that
party.
the question is
Yes,
that we are saying that
because you people
maybe they
don't
have seen this
understand how it
before.
works. It
Huh?
will hurt him and it will hurt his party.
The argument
It
is
will
that
even hurt his family. It
the
will
All
argument
hurt
is
in
his
that
family for
heirs.
what?
In future,
Adewale,
any of his heirs that wants to come out for any political position, this will hurt the person. Even
no, it
at
might
this
not.
level, it's gonna
I
hurt
It
him
might
disagree
not.
with
immediately.
you on that one.
It might not. It might not
Biden
hurt
is
them.
now a private citizen. He could so that
It might not
every
hurt
of
them.
his aid, they have their the
They
aid
run on
can't
their own
decide for
merit.
him now.
They run on their own merit. So, but what we
Uh
are saying is that he probably have seen this when he was in office. That's what we are saying. It's not whether he disclosed now. We are saying that this thing had been there. Okay, let's even
listen,
assume. Let's
I
assume
have
it was
read
no
and
Adewale.
read and watched interview
I want
about
to agree.
people
I want to
who
agree with
got
you.
diagnosed with cancer without even knowing that they had
Adewale,
it.
Adewale, I want to agree with you that he wasn't there. But what do you think was responsible for all those things that was happening to him towards the last stage of his office? Has he been able to speak to Americans, or have they been able to disclose to America what was responsible for those reaction conditions? The way he was off. He was actually not himself for a number of time when he was towards the end of his office.
Patowski, to
Have
actually
you know that?
answer this your question, if
Mm.
Biden had been probably like someone in 60 or or late 50s, all these assumptions we're dancing around would not be there. But the fact that this man is advanced in age, he's frail, you could tell, even his movement was shuffled, you could tell that something is not hard enough. Now,
Mhm.
here's the thing. When it comes to medical issues, there are some information that they will choose not to release to the public. That makes him a human being in the first place. However, during his first term, it was so obvious that this man is advancing, and also there's some medical, maybe some medical underline. If you recall, during Ronald Reagan, when Donald Reagan was wrapping up his administration, it was becoming more apparent that something is not really adding up with Ronald Reagan, because he was no longer as sharp as he was at the beginning of his administration, even when he was a governor in California. After years after he had gone, even his wife was still alive when a report came. Then it was released that this man actually had dementia. Is it dementia? Yes, dementia when he was president of the United States of America. However, it was towards the tail end of his administration that he now found out. But like I said, there's no obligation to release it to the public. It's no nobody's. As long as he's able to carry out the function of his office that he's holding.
No,
And the
but with the
cabinet
challenge
member
we have,
does not
the
think
challenge we have with Biden
so.
is that
So
the challenge
now,
we have
if
with
he had
Biden is
released
that
it then,
you people were
if he
trying
had,
to force him on the American people, even with that condition.
huh?
The challenge we had with Biden was that you people were still trying to force him on the American people, even with that condition. You here was defending him.
Just like I said, we've seen people that contested for election and did not even and won that election and did not govern for one day. As a matter of fact, we've seen Pope that was
No,
elected
in his
right
condition,
now.
then do
No,
you
no,
think
I'm just saying
do
that
you
we
think it would
don't
have been
have
good for
it's not
America?
because we are no, it's not that we are forcing it on people. Look, Patoski, let me ask you, you as you are now, you as old as Methuselah, don't you still feel like you are in your 20s or 30s? Don't you feel young at heart sometimes?
No, Adewale.
So
When I
if
started,
you
wait
feel
now,
if you feel
Adewale,
you are still
wait now.
capable,
The question all meaning. Me, I don't feel that way because
okay,
I know, yeah, there were things I could do. My speed with my job has reduced compared to when I was in my 30s, and I knew jobs that I could do within 30 minutes. Now it takes me like 2-3 hours to do that.
that's a part, but you don't, except you feel your age. Sometimes some people don't
No,
feel
I
their age.
understand me.
Uh-huh.
I accept
So
myself. But what I'm saying is that we, not Biden himself, you people looking at him,
it's the
you
way
knew
he
something,
presented himself, and we have that confidence in him that
you
he
knew
will
something
do.
was wrong.
Look, Patoski, if somebody is in his 70s, you can't tell me that individual does not have any medical challenge
You
or
know
one
something
medical
was
under.
wrong with Biden that it was not really
How
okay
did
for
he
that office.
present himself in 2020 when you people hid him in the basement? He didn't campaign so that people will not know that
I
his
don't
head was
operate.
not
I don't
correct.
operate in assumption. I don't operate in all those rumors and
That
anything
the
that
method
cannot be
does not work
substantiated. I
now.
do not.
You
I only
knew.
I only deal with fact. What is presented to me, whether we assume that it's a lie or it's not true, that is subject to whatever interpretation
Okay,
individuals.
you don't protect yourself. You just take
But
whatever people say.
when you present
Okay, that's
yourself
good now. I understand
and
you.
you have a
Anything I tell you now,
robust
you will take it. Everybody takes it
manifesto
from me.
and program that align with what I wanted, of course I'm going to support you.
So
And
why
most
you
of
not
his
taking what we are telling you
ideas.
now?
Eh?
If you take everything, why you not taking this argument now?
What do you mean?
Why you not accepting this argument as true? If
No,
anything,
I
people hear
don't.
you,
I
you don't
don't.
have.
His office released a report and said he was diagnosed on Friday, and that's the
No,
fact that
this is
I
what I'm
know.
saying. That means
Except somebody now go
No.
and dig up a medical report itself and publish it and
Adewale,
say, no,
that
this
means
thing
you are
has been certified
subjecting.
as far back as
Adewale
when
is
he was in
more
the office.
That
likely
means you are
to
subjecting
accept
this
it.
our opposition to irrational thinking. That's what we are saying. You can't
But
say whatever people
Adewale,
tell you
that
is what you
report, did they
take.
put a time to when he was diagnosed?
Okay. If anybody want to dispute it, and I'm even telling you, American
No,
is not
I'm
even
asking you a
interested in disputing.
question. Is that
No,
they did they
see,
put a time to it that okay, he was just diagnosed that Friday?
see,
Did they set
this
that?
man was on the national television a week ago when he was still talking about the election event and all that.
Just wait. The question I'm asking you is this: when they can say somebody had prostate cancer and they won't put a time to when he was diagnosed, they can just reveal that okay, this is what he's suffering from. That the question I'm asking you now, did they just say that okay, it was just diagnosed on Friday?
Yeah, That was what his office released. That on Friday, yes, that the report came that he had an aggressive prostate
Simba,
cancer.
this is the
You don't
most
understand my question.
intelligent question I have ever had you ask. Thank you for
Ah,
asking
you're
that question.
patronizing
Don't
him.
insult Simba.
You are
No, he's
patronizing
not
him
even
now.
patronizing.
Simba, my
He's
baby.
insulting me. He's insulting me.
Look,
Don't ask
I'm
another
just trying
question
to
that will
I'm
rub
just
you.
trying to be a
You are that
rational
one.
person.
Hold on. Adewale is not likely to agree with you guys because of his position. But let's just divert a little bit. Adewale, what was the meaning of this picture you are putting? Are you singing Sisime Jinita Faji, Sunny Ade song?
Eh? The two people that are ruling the world now, one is in charge of the one chunk of part of West Africa, the other one is picking at the white people in Africa and say we don't need the black, and it's doing America bala blue in a way. That's what that picture means. So for the next 4 years, the one on the left will dance and dance until they kick America off the cliff.
So the one on the left will be dancing mono, right?
Oh yeah,
Right?
the one on the right. The one on the right is making his incursion to Africa gradually. Before you know it, half of our West Africa will be controlled by the one on the right.
So how did you arrive at this picture, to be honest?
I'm interpreting that picture. That will take another hour to explain that, but don't worry about it.
No, you explain. Simba is the next person to take the floor. So you explain and let
How
Simba.
can Silver take the floor? Why are you taking all these people before me? Is it because I have not been frequenting
But
this show?
I thought you spoke. Okay, sorry, apology. Then
How
speak.
can you assume that? See, that is it. Everybody
No,
operating on assumption
apology.
tonight.
Sometimes I leave the
No, because you are taking
phone.
over Prince Daddy's turn now. So we thought
I have to kick Trump Daddy. What? Look, every time I'm speaking about as a liberal person, Trump Daddy should not even come close at all. At all.
Speak. Prince
Okay.
Adewale, speak.
By the way, what is Obi looking for in the Vatican again after he had visited during the Pope ceremony? What is he looking for again in the Vatican?
He's a
Eh?
Catholic member.
So they don't see the what do you call them? The congregation of the bishops in Nigeria is only will be that they now send to Vatican to go and represent Nigeria for what or what?
No, Adewale, let me tell you what I can do as a
he's a person
Canadian.
of faith now.
If I'm not a business person, so every opportunity for me to travel, like a Champions League, like APL, like some kind of cup in what's the name of this biggest event in America, I can hide under that opportunity. Even PMI events, you understand, the Project Management Institute event, I can hide under that to travel if I don't have anywhere just to travel to go out. So probably
So
that's
he's
what
looking
Obi is
for
doing.
that to travel to. Is that the answer that you're giving him? That is just
No, Obi can travel to wherever he likes.
Obi is
So
just looking for relevance. Forget about it. That's
If I Simba, you put it in a way that I would have put it. You went when they were doing awful. Now the celebration, you are joining them again. Child,
Agbotikuyo, that's the other name of now.
it's so annoying. Must you go to Vatican every second? And he was being celebrated by his follower. Oh yes, even when the president could not go. Look at him now at the when they
okay, Adewale, they said when we landed there, they said before we can get job, for us to be relevant, we have to network. So are you not seeing this thing? Because when you look at Pope, he's a political leader too. You understand? Apart from religious, like a political leader. Now, going to that place too, on politics level or on religion level, I don't you think he is entitled to it? Because he is a candidate. He was a candidate and he's still going to be a candidate. So what's wrong
Mommy,
in
his
him?
own kinsman brought him inside. Cardinal, was it Cardinal Rinze or who is it?
Ola, you are
Who is
wrong.
it? Cardinal
They are
that
projecting
brought.
him to be sorry, Adewale. They are preparing him to be VP to Atiku again. It's not going to be the presidential candidate, but he has not accepted. He said he's still consulting. He does not know what to do. He's confused. Okay, that is one. Two, they don't know which political party they are going to use. They thought they would use PDP, SDP. SDP is being hijacked. That's what they say. Now they are thinking about going to ADC. So you can see they are
Even Fayemi, what is Fayemi doing in the Vatican too?
Oh my God, that one is playing double high, Jare, like Patoski.
What is he doing at the Vatican?
No,
Is he the only?
that is your last godfather.
Is
Don't
he the
touch
only
Fayemi.
only Catholic ex-governor that will...
Simba. Take it easy. I don't have godfather. Fayemi is not my godfather. See, let me tell you one thing. I have my beef against Fayemi. Wait now. I have some positive side. What's my beef against Fayemi? When Fayoshe decided to give Shakabuda and Ada to all those hunters to chase any criminal expense away, this guy came and started blaming all those vigilante and those people that were trying to fight for the, you sure know my position there. When it comes to guiding my territorial, you understand, territory, I don't, anybody that is doing anything that is detrimental to that one can never be my friend. So the thing is, telling you what Fayemi has done economically in Ekiti, I think it's only fair not to mislead people. Now, during his time, this cassava revolution and the way they were allocating some kind of farm clusters and the way some foreign investors, investors rather, don't let me say foreign investor because Dangote is not foreign. The way they were coming to Ekiti just to sign a memorandum of understanding and putting things in place. I cannot say because I don't fashion that guy totally and I will decide to lie. What about if my information is helping someone to discover opportunities in Ekiti? You understand? So I will just go and say, okay, because I don't like this guy, because that is what obedient they be doing, that I'll be correcting them. Even if you don't like Tinubu, it is not good for you to just ignore the good things that he's doing that can help people. You see the student loan now, you say it's a scam. Whereas there are some students that have been looking for that opportunity. You discourage them by telling the people that it's a scam. It's unfair. And that one is evil, it's criminal. For you to intentionally mislead people just because of politics. I don't do that. You understand?
So the airport, is it airstrip or airport that he built?
Airstrip.
How many aircraft have landed in that aircraft so far?
Airstrip. Yeah, the
to maintain that place, I'm sure it's not just hundreds of nairas that will be pumping into the place every month.
No, that place will soon be overgrown by
It will be staffed.
That's
the concept behind. Look, Ola. To be honest with you, I have no grievance against Fayemi, but when somebody appeared to, how do I put it now? It's an intellectual, I know, but there's some things that it's not street smart. It's bookish or what I mean. How do I put it now? Even Ekiti people, they don't really identify with him more because I don't see reason why someone would decide
Why are
to
you
put.
talking this way? Ekiti people are known to genuine. It's just the local people enjoying their life with palm wine.
Ola, if you look at that project holistically, it doesn't serve Ekiti people anything.
Adewale, the question I asked when he started that project. What is the distance between Akure and Ado-Ekiti? It's not more than 1 hour or 1.5 hour drive.
I think he used it to siphon money. I'm sorry to say that. It's from.
The same airport that another aircraft could not even land. You guys remember when the airpiece went down there, and they were having trouble taking off. I mean, I don't know. It's unfortunate that is kind of governance or government that we have in Nigeria.
I think recently, I think one man brought something on it that when this Bismarck, this financial guy was talking about it, that it's only 2 airports in Nigeria that are viable. And you discover that most of the state governors these days, all of them want to construct airport. All of them, even including my own in Osun. You understand? What is the distance between Oshogbo and Ibadan?
Who is going to Oshogbo to do that? And you are not doing it in.
The funny thing is that my own state is even sandwiched between 2 airports. Ilori is not far from Oshogbo. Ibadan is not far from Oshogbo. Then why do you need to put another airport? How many people will patronize that one?
Simba, with all due respect,
We do it for people like you, Simba.
that you don't have a governor. You don't have government in Osun State. You know, all due respect.
Don't even jump from that of Ekiti. I really want you to learn before I even answer you. Don't jump.
Ola, don't defend something. Don't
No, you
defend
know I'm from
anything.
Ekiti as well. But if you look at it, Ola,
God, I know that you want to go to all these
because
Promasidor,
the only thing I could
and
say
that's
is
what you
that
want to go.
for such, you see, till today, I haven't seen any product or any produce being airlifted from that airport since it was established. I haven't seen. People are still
Adewale,
taking
let me give
their
you this.
produce
Maybe
to
Ola will
Ilorin
agree with this. Adewale.
or Osun State.
Let me
So,
see this.
but
The he wanted Ola will also give us this story of all these dairy whatever that Promasidor they want to be. Let me give you the one the Saraki brought, the Zimbabwe farmer he brought to Kwara State. You understand? If you look at where in Songa, where they sited the farm, the distance between Songa and Ilori is like going is farther than Ekiti, Ado Ekiti to Akure. Far, in fact, like times 2. You understand? So you cannot say because of that you will go and site another airport in Songa just because of something like that. To me now, most of our leaders they are just wasting. Is that the priority of Ekiti people?
Simba, do you know Adewale, do you know the issue or problem with most Nigerians that they still refuse to be holding their governors accountable? And average Nigeria, instead of pointing to a state governor or state local government chairman, they prefer to continue to point on the president. I've never seen that set of people in my life. And I continue to say that until we take all the money away from Abuja, let's have a state resource control. Maybe that is
I think the reason why they are doing that, Remy, forget about this. I think all of them just want something legacy. You see, legacy projects, something they would tie their name to. If you talk about that airport now, we always talk about Fayemi.
What I'm trying to say
If we revolutionize education in Ekiti State, he built more classrooms, he created more schools, nobody will tie his name to it. You understand? But that airport, they say, no, it was the one that built it now. Those are the issues.
The same way Fayose built bridge. Bridge you can count the number of vehicles that applied that road.
They don't have enough vehicles in Ado Ekiti now.
Which vehicle? Look,
so I know
all what that area needed is a strong traffic light that will be able to control traffic. But because they want to show off to show that Ekiti too also has bridge for the first time in the history of that state. No, not overhead bridge. This is a full bridge. That's I think it's up to.
Where is that one in Ado Ekiti?
It's around that Paduyi area. All those.
But Adewale and Nola, I want to even ask you some questions, just one or two, because you guys are from Ado Ekiti. Can you tell us?
I am not from Ado Ekiti.
Sorry, you are from Ekiti. Can you tell us where in Ekiti State where we have cluster of industries that we can say, like for Ibadan now, you can see that if you go to Ring Road, Challenge, you see so many companies, so many factories, so many things. Maybe they are not operating at what we still have.
No, we have industrial farm and all that. We don't really I don't think we have much.
What you just have
what? Let me tell you, Remy, they cannot have because they were born by Ondo State. You understand? So they cannot have. As at that time, the Ekiti State was created. They can't have an industrial that will take.
But it's over 18 or 20 years and still nothing.
No. Even the one you have, the one Ibadan has was courtesy of the old Western region. Forget
I
that.
Agree.
So
I agree. But look at, for example, now. Okay, maybe.
Besides, it's also a landlocked state, so it's hard to.
So
Sad
are these
industry.
Most states in Nigeria are landlocked now. Forget about that one.
But you also look at transporting goods. It just makes it really be hard, to have, because people won't start industry in those remote areas.
Let me give you. If you go to Elisha, I can even say Elisha in Osun State is the industrial hub of Osun State.
Yes, you are right. Yes.
So is it not landlocked?
So Adewale, what you are trying to
Elisha is closer to Lagos than Ekiti now.
What is this between Elisha and Ekiti? That's my route when I was working in Ado Ekiti now.
So Adewale, are you saying all those professors that you have and all those top experts you guys are not going home to build your state?
No. The kind of professor they have, let me tell you this. The kind of professor they have in Ekiti, they are not what I would like to professional. They are just like professor of Yoruba history, philosophy. Those are the kind of professors they have now. They are not. If you look at the state,
what you guys will not do is to rubbish my state simply because it seems I'm aligning with you. But what you will not do is to talk down on my state and said, "Oh, some of those professors are just."
No, is it not true? Is it not true?
No, it's not true. No,
Mr. Remy,
no.
let me tell you one thing. Even during the time of Awolowo, Ekiti never had any industrial cluster. Ondo State never had any industrial cluster. Although we had pocket of industry here and there. When you were talking of Irebon Brick, Odra Textile,
Oluwa Glass.
Oluwa
Glass is in Ekiti. I think their factory is in Ibadan now. What are you saying?
Wait! Farabale Oluwa Glass is in Ondo State. Yeah, I say even in Ondo State.
I can take you to their factory in Ibadan. What do you mean Oluwa Glass is there?
There was Oluwa Glass in the Dokoda area. Wait, then we have Baker Beverage. These people that were producing Tankola from Ogbese River Basin, all those stuff. What I'm saying is this: Nigeria, Ekiti, and Ondo, they never had any industrial cluster like that, but they are some kind of farm settlements. You understand?
Okay. So,
when you talk of a dairy farm, there's another dairy farm too in Ekiti again. Then you go to Ondo. So industrial cluster like you are expecting something like Lagos when you have the
No. I'm not expecting something like Lagos. I'm just trying to know predominantly what are the people there, what are they doing, and what are you guys?
I think what we're supposed to be talking about, even immediately after the creation, let's say even Ekiti State, forget about Ondo, they're supposed to have earmarked an area as in an industrial area where anybody, even if it's a minor industry, where you can go and site. It's not something that you not be having pocket among where people lives.
Okay, Baba Fiarabale, let me tell you something.
Forget Babajo, Odenti and Tani
The thing is this. we are not, what I'm saying, we are not like Lagos. We are not like Lagos.
I'm not comparing it to Lagos. I just want to see the development.
Now,
the
thing now is this, okay, one they call it now, there's a cluster like this regional integration when they were speaking the jargons some kind of SAPS cluster. They're saying by what they even call it. Maybe Ekiti, I know don't say they fall in cluster too, right? I can't, if you remember, just tell me. So the thing is, Ekiti, when during under Awolowo, we were only known for two major industry: civil service and farming. Not more than that. All those who do a textile and Irebon Brick and all this, they are just like pockets. They know. So what Ekiti is still doing till today, like they majored in timber, we majored in let me just say agriculture generally. Okay, I want to classify timber as natural resources, right? But when you see that farming, you still see cluster around the Emure side, and it's Emure is where I say all those Fulani occupied. So we used to have a farm cluster in Ikere. Okay,
is that where they have a poultry farm?
When they say farm cluster, when they say farm cluster like that, it's more than poultry farm.
Which Ekiti town share border with Kwara? Because I used to pass through that route.
That's Ekiti North side. Those are the area they are even marking for all those cassava processing this thing mostly. You understand? We all these Dangote and who are these guys that sell rice then, that they give license to sell rice. Those are the area they were actually coming to. So that's Ekiti North. We are talking of a Kole, Tapa side, go to all those things. So that's Ekiti North side. So
Ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ méje.
Ileje Meje.
Ẹlẹ́jẹ̀ méje àbí ẹ̀.
Ileje Meje. So yeah, those are the area. Those area are the area that. So the thing is, when you do a industrial cluster and Ekiti, they don't go along. You know, when they ask Fayemi there, Fayushi that time, he said, if I told you that I will industrialize Ekiti, I mean, I'm lying to you. I will only teach people how to fish. But the truth is, Ekiti was never industrialized for a day. Ekiti was never industrialized just because of a pocket of industry.
So Ola, if you are going to compare Ekiti and Osun State, which one of the two states will you say is better off in terms of development, in terms of education? No, I don't want to call that educational infrastructures. Not professor.
Why did you choose the two most backward states? Why did you choose the two most backward states?
Let me continue. At least these are the two backward in the whole of Southwest.
Oh no.
So
do you guys really think Osun is backward?
Osun is backward now. What are you saying, Mike?
Because I go there, honestly. Like, I don't know if it was the last time you went there, Simba. Because I go to Osun a lot.
No, that is my state now. Why are you saying this?
Whenever I listen to Arise News criticizing other states, and I will be like, why is it that they leave Osun alone? Anytime that man in Osun does something, they will be praising him as if he's doing something marvelous.
I'm telling you, like, Osun is the one that's developing. Like, I'm talking about their roads, their building communities, and it's more like developing than even the other southwestern states. Because when I drive, I'm serious. I'm serious. Like, no. Maybe you guys haven't been there. I just like noticed like they are building roads and it's just more developing than for example when I'm driving from Lagos, because I always go there. My wife is from Oshuna, so when I go to Nigeria, I always go through from Lagos, go through Ogun, go through Oyo, get to Osun. And Oyo, the infrastructures are whole, they are dilapidating the roads. When I enter Osun is when the roads are smoother. I see new structure, new community. I mean, it's like development is like that place is really more. In fact, it's better. I see it as a more place I'd rather be than the rest. And it's not as just rubbish and populated, and you hardly see it. Everything is like new. So to me, Osun is look better. It's looking better. Maybe you guys are still having the whole picture.
State have you been to?
I haven't been to Ekiti, so I don't know. I don't really rock with Ekiti.
I'm even shocked that you believe that Osun State looks better than Ogun State.
No, I'm saying it's developing is what I'm saying. I'm not saying it look better or anything like. I'm just saying, like for example, it's old structure. Ogun, most of it, and even Lagos, it's like we see old structure, but Osun is more like new. Everything is new structure, new roads.
Are you talking of the schools or which one? What exactly are you talking about in Osun? The school that Aregbesola built?
I didn't say school. I said new structures. Like the roads are new. They just like Osun is like a new develop. It's not like like all these other states have been already. Everything is old structure, so you are fixing the old structures. But Osun is like they are building new road, new everything.
Maybe it goes to Oshogbo.
Yeah. Oshogbo, even I go to they go around. I mean, everything is being new. They are building the road, even to the rural side. Because I spend more time in the rural side. It's like everything is new. I started the project and then they continue. But I don't know if these are the guys continue with the same thing. But everything is new roads, new everything, new infrastructure. And yeah, I just say it will be better than.
Except the fact just changed yesterday.
And the hair is cleaner. Like what you said.
I think on the level of recent development, I don't know of last month, I don't know of maybe last 3 months. I think Ekiti was actually developing better than Osun State.
I haven't been to Ekiti, so I can't create an argument about that.
So it might have changed like 3 months ago, but
Ola. Let me say this. If you if you think about, let's say, IGR, yes, I think it is doing better than Osun in terms of IGR. But if you look at Osun, I think what is going for that is like when in the old Oyo State, Osun part of old Oyo State was more developed than any other apart from Ibadan, any other part of old Oyo State. That is one. So, and even in the old Western region, Osun is a province on its own. So I think they also enjoy some kind of development from the old Western region. So I think all those things still counted. If you look at Osun, you can count so many big towns, big as in big towns. I don't think there is any other state in the southwest that can have such big towns. You talk about Oshogbo, Ilesha, Ife, Ede, Iwo, big towns. So I think
what was the value of those big towns? Well, be for what? Be for something or be for nothing? Okay. What are the infrastructure in those towns? I'm interested in infrastructure in those towns.
Okay.
Simba, I was even finish.
Ife. And you know what Ife
is. We know it. I even owe you alone. It's a city on its
own. You know Ilesha, and you know what Ilesha is known for. You know Oshogbo.
Ilesha, yes. I know Ilesha.
So how many have I counted now?
Yeah, you counted two. Okay. I think you have a point.
So
we have a point. No controversy about that.
Yeah. Even presently, if you go and check that state, they have 12 universities in Osun State. 12.
Yeah, Ede, for example, they have Adeleke University.
Even
family.
Like
that university is very beautiful, man. Like if you see it, it looks like it's a very, very nice university, man.
Is it more beautiful than Afe Babalola University, Simba?
Just Google it, pull it up, you go see them.
Is Adeleke University more beautiful than Afe Babalola University?
Beautiful
by far. Who get more money with Adeleke and Afe Babalola?
You know, I have a child in Afe Babalola, so I don't want to be speaking publicly because of my child that is there.
That's why I'm asking now. But they don't know you are the one now. We are just talking of the beautiful one. So that's why I say, how would they know that you are the one? Except you are revealing yourself.
No,
Adeleke look like Yankee University.
Is operating that university. It's not operating that university like a university.
No. We go into extreme in those private universities
they are not getting value for the money that they are paying in that university. They are not getting
No,
value.
we are saying infrastructure wise, how many are beauty?
What infrastructure are you about when you cannot even give electricity to the students? You cannot give them water. You cannot give them good food.
Okay. But the question is this now.
If you know, let me tell you, you can say maybe I'm biased. If you know anybody that is attending that university, just interview one student that you know that is attending that school.
But we don't know what is happening in other schools too. So I don't know. I just say I can't use the word we don't. I don't know what is happening in other schools because you are giving first-hand experience, and I'm not in a position to dispute you. Right. So, but what I'm saying generally is this. Mike has seen Adeleke University. I was just trying to do some kind of funny comparisons that which one you understand? Which one do you think?
Adeleke University, the Redeemer University is also in Ede now.
I know. I know. We have Redeemer. Then we have another Osun State University too. Is it that the one of government?
Osun State University is in Oshogbo, but they have campuses all over the state.
Okay.
Osun is not backward.
And there is another federal university in Ila.
I see your
There's another federal university in Ila. That's what I'm saying. That Osun is concentrated. It's concentrated with a lot of facilities. In fact, even that same day, they have a federal polytechnic. So it's just like that. In fact, I was surprised when I look at
the thing is, Simba, what I like about you, if you go to Osun, most like houses or buildings we see are more like new structures.
Yeah.
But if you go to like if the time about Oshun is you hardly see one of those brown, dusty, kind of shanty structures like you see all over your all over Ogun. You understand?
If you go to Ikere Ekiti, if you go to Ado Ekiti, if you go to Oye Ekiti, if you go to Ikole Ekiti, you are likely to see all those new houses. And who are those people building? People in diaspora. They are the
Yeah,
one
that's what
going
I'm
there
saying. Like, you know, it's more like everybody's. It's like new. Everyone is new. Everything is new.
It's happening in Ekiti too. You understand?
But if you're in Ogun or you see all this brownish old structure.
But me, I don't see that one as the only development now, because development whereby you cannot tax people for like now. I still don't know the ministry. Osun State is supposed to be generating more internal revenue than Ekiti.
Exactly. It's supposed to be
How
more.
come that
Yeah.
Ekiti is generating more?
Yeah,
That's
in
my
fact,
question.
me too. I'm shocked because Osun has more facilities than Ekiti. Even when industrially, if you go to Ilesha, you see a lot of industry in Ilesha.
Now we have three. No be there that they do the trophy.
Yeah.
Trophy. So we have. So that's why I'm
industry.
surprised. I'm surprised too, to be honest.
The professors in Ekiti are willing to be paying.
And even if you look at the number of private universities that they have, they can be generating more of that now.
Yes,
you know, Osun is a tourist place too. Like a lot of foreigners come there.
Ekiti too has some tourist attractions. So,
but more foreigners are in Osun.
Ikogo is not in Ekiti State.
Ikogo is in Ekiti, and it attracts a lot of tourists. Yeah.
Ekiti also has more stories as Osun.
No, you know that Ikogo is a resource center. Some people they go there, they spend like a month.
You guys have some cool stories, but like in our water place, yeah. But people think foreigners, a lot of people from Cuba, Brazil, United States, you find a lot of them in Osun, man. They come there a lot. So they bring money there. Maybe their money is what's developing, spreading. Osun, man, you see some new estates, new stuff.
Mike is already biased. I know why
No,
you are biased.
I just like Osun has just different more
place
than.
Now. What do you want to say?
I don't expect.
I just like the place better than
my wife is from Osun too.
You know, like the Nkoto Ibadan. There's too many.
Your wife is from Osun.
So you don't know.
Oh, that's good. I know. Meet you near.
I mean, now, Simba, my wife is also from Osho. So,
people here, badroom.
You know,
Osun got some of the most beautiful women in Yoruba. My wife is very beautiful chick from Osun.
So the thing is, there are why are they saying total confirm University of Osun State, and they are saying federal none. Only there's no federal university in Osun State. Are you mad? which kind thing is this? Is it not the federal university? I can't laugh.
You know, if you ask, let me tell you, Ola, if you go to Facebook, most of the new states in Nigeria, like Osun, I will put Osun under Oyo.
Okay.
You understand?
But how can DeepSeek not know that there's a federal university in Osun State at the same federal zero? That is rubbish. But you can see Uni Osun, you can see Uni Ilesha as state, and you can see 6 private university, which is Bowen, Odua, Adeleke, Redeemers, Kings, Eko. I think there should be one more university in Osun State. It should be more than 6. So all those there should be like 8 private.
6. Okay, for this one that you mentioned, he didn't mention Redeemer. He didn't mention, there are so many other ones now.
Bowen, Adeleke, Odua, Redeemer, Legacy, the King's University, Odeomu, Eko University of Medical and Health Sciences, Ijebu-Jesha, Allmark Universities. mi ò trust DeepSeek yìí orí DeepSeek yìí ti gbálẹ̀ máa sọ pé irọ́ ló ń pa.
And they have two federal universities. They have we have OAU. They have Federal University of Earth Science in Ilaorangun.
Yes. We are still not talking of polytechnic and other.
Osun State on its own, they have 3 polytechnics. They have even federal. They have federal polytechnic in there. So the place is actually like just an educational hub.
But the only thing that will surprise me is that if Ondo State doesn't have as many universities as
they cannot have. Check now. They can't.
But they have Federal University of Agriculture or UNAB in Akure. And they also have
there's no UNAB. In Federal University of Technology in there. That's what they were, not agriculture.
Federal
University. But they also have another Federal University of Medical something in Ondo.
No, the university, University of Medical is for state.
You know, Ondo State is more enlightened than Osun State by all places. So Ondo State.
No, I do not agree. I agree. I think
guy, don't even go there.
Ondo and Osun. Ondo, yeah, you are right. You are. I agree.
When you take Lagos State, Oyo State, and Ogun State, the next we can take Yoruba land is Ondo State. Ondo State. I know that I think Elisade has university there too. So, what I go Orisha GPT in Gbale no. ChatGPT yìí ó dàgbé mo máa yọ subscription mi kúrò ńbẹ̀. I will move to another thing. It's slow this day. So slow this day.
Máa lo DeepSeek ìyẹn náà ò dáa.
DeepSeek tó ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ parọ́ fún mi nísìnyí.
Irọ́ ló tún pa.
Tó sọ fún mi pé Spiro University pé ló wà ní Osun State.
They are more than that.
You know, that's what I was telling the people that were using this. I said there's a way you prompt. If you prompt wrongly, it's going to give you wrong.
Simba, which part of Osun are you from? Simba. Which part of Osun are you from?
Of making expose around me, Lori. I've mentioned it.
Simba, why are we talking? She said, "Lord, Akilogbe."
I'm from Odotin local government.
Ondo State have only 9 universities. So
Ilarogun ni Simba ti wà bí. Simba Ilarogun.
Ilarogun is another local government.
You know are you from?
You know Odotin now. You know
Okuku.
I know Okuku.
No.
Okuku, that is where Yinlola came from now. That former governor of Oyo State, Osun State.
Àwọn tó ń kówó jẹ ní ibẹ̀ ló ti wá.
Ola, let me mention. I even Google. If you go to Google, in Osun State, you see Adeleke University, Bowe University, Fonte University Osogbo, Joseph Ayo Babala University Akeji Arakeji, King University Odeomu, Oduduwa University Petumodu, Redeemer University Ede, Westland University Iwo, Massey Medical University Iwo Osun State, Osun State University Osogbo, University of Ilesha Osun State, Obafemi Awolowo University, Obafemi Awolowo University Ile-Ife, Federal.
Okay, we can hear you now.
13.
No, the last thing we heard you were Obafemi Awolowo University.
Obafemi Awolowo, and then I mentioned Federal University of Earth Science in Ilarogun.
No, you broke off for a while.
Okay. So 13 now. 13. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 private. Then
there are only 9 on those states. 9.
I think the only state that can beat Osun probably might be Lagos and probably Oyo.
Are we even sure that Oyo?
Oyo does not beat Osun. Oyo does not have that level of private university like Osun.
Let's see how many universities in your
Maybe
state.
Ogun State can be.
Even I'm beginning to doubt. Okay, Ogun State. I'm even beginning to doubt Ogun State. Let's even check that Ogun.
Why are you doubting? Not check it.
Okay. Because you are there. If you are talking of manufacturing, I may not doubt, but hey, Jason Luluwa.
We are number one in everything in the Southwest.
19 universities in Ogun
How many
State.
universities in Ogun State? Sir?
19 universities.
Hey, I said it now.
19 universities. So how many in your state?
So most of the universities in Nigeria is Southwest, then, because we're gonna.
Yeah, there are just 7 universities in your state. So can you imagine?
You're on your law school. So,
because they don't want to put their money there.
I want to move one man went to move. The few of them that go to school, they go to school in London. My mom is from Oyo now. I know them very well. How you
What you just see now confirm what I said earlier, that even in the old Oyo State, Osun was the one running.
Ironic Google power. Let me know the number. But you see only my school G's release. So 1 University of Ibadan, Ladoke Akintola University Ogbomoso, méjì, Oyo State Technical University, mẹ́ta, Imele Alayande University, mẹ́rin, Ajayi Crowther, 5, Lead University, 6, Koladaisi, 7, Dominica, 8, Precious Cornerstone, 9, Atiba University, 10, Dominion University, Ibadan, 11, 12 universities. 12. So Lagos, let me even try that Lagos. Lagos,
it's not that many investments in Lagos now.
No, there are plenty.
That's small Lagos. How many?
There are 9 listed. There are 9 universities listed under the category of university and college in Lagos. This one is from even the National University Commission. So, other people, Osun.
No, Ogun State. Ogun.
Ogun State at Osun.
So which region Nigeria has the most universities?
But Lagos also has 12 now.
I want to list the other Nigerian University Commission. Probably other ones. Maybe they have okay. This University of the 1, 2, National Open University, University of Lagos, State University.
I bet remove National Open University, Jare. National Open University is not located in one place now.
No, it has its office in Lagos, head office in Lagos. So
that's located. Okay.
Yeah, that's register office. So 5 plus 7, that's 12. You are correct. 12, you are correct.
So which state has the most university?
Ogun.
I think
Ogun, followed by Osun.
In Nigeria.
What about Kano?
In Nigeria.
In Nigeria, also.
So
let's by Kano.
It's likely to be Ogun throughout in the federation. Ogun will lead. I'm very sure of that.
Because of the religious center, all those stuff contributed to it too. That's the.
But most of the religious center don't have their university in Ogun State now. Okay, look at Redeem. Redeem went and cite their own university in Osun State now. Even Covenant, apart from Covenant, it has another university in Kwara, Landmark,
yeah.
If you go to that Landmark, you
Kwara will have more than 2 universities.
Kwara has a lot of universities. Believe me, in fact, they can have close to, like, let me check now. How many universities are in Kwara State? Ola, check.
More than Kaduna.
Okay. How many universities in
Mike, I think you have lived in Kaduna State before. It seems you like Kaduna State, right?
What did I say? I like Kaduna.
There are 8
I'm
universities.
I'm just asking.
But let me go to my school list. That one seems to be the correct 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 10 according to so. Then the
they have 8 private one state and one federal.
Roti Ben, yo, I don't even know where ChatGPT is getting its own. Okay. Top state by number of university in Nigeria. Lagos has 25 plus. 20 plus private, 3 states, 5 federal. Then Ogun State has 18 plus. 15 plus private, 2 states, and 1 federal. Delta has more than 14 universities. Oyo has more than 12 universities and Abuja. So basically, the Southwest dominates the list. Lagos, Ogun, and Oyo.
And do you know that they recently approved some private university again? Out of like 10 or so or 12 that they approve, I think 3 or 4 of them are also from Osun.
I think because Osun has that's landmass. I mean, they have land.
No, Osun doesn't have landmass. In fact,
I think Osun is more
now.
peaceful. Also, the most peaceful state in the southwest, except sometimes. But I think that place is very peaceful.
Yeah, she's very peaceful. Yeah, very peaceful.
Okay.
You don't, Remy, you don't see a lot of non-Yorubas there. Like, you won't see a bunch of barbarians.
So, but what about it?
What about it? To buy gbé wà láwà sọ̀sìn òru lọ́ máa fi lé ẹkúrò mẹ́.
What about Ekiti? Ekiti is even more likely to use Oro to send you away like Osun too.
You know, Lagos used to be like that too. I remember even when I was a small boy in Lagos, I had my neighbor in Apapa in the 80s. I'm like, but now you can't do that anymore. It's probably less Yoruba there now. The only place in Lagos now where you don't see too many non-Yorubas. I don't think Guru Jare Jumo, not Jumo, but it's Ikorodu, where I'm from. And Guru, Lagoba, and Shodun, Magbuba, and Guru Jadi. And all those non-Yoruba, you see them on Rice TV.
I have bragging right to. Ekiti State is the most peaceful in southwestern Nigeria.
Ekiti.
Yes, they say Ekiti consistently report fewer incidents of violent crime, kidnapping, political unrest compared to
because you're from there, you have to forget that.
It's not being reporting it now, it's online. Then state politics, the political climate is relatively stable with fewer reports of election violence or thuggery. Because this one just uses so clear criteria. Effective community policing, strong community ties and relative priority. No, that one. That one. You see all those local hunters. They don't show all those all those criminal elements that normally come to the farmland. You understand? No, I will know that.
There's a great bandits is one back on.
Between Aramoko and this. You know, Ekiti. There's an analysis in Ekiti North. We call Ekiti North. That area is going towards north, and that's where those people are coming. Then they said this Emure is side, the farm settlement there that the Fulani that some earthmen occupied, right? So
so it's not peaceful then.
No, they say no, they are not saying totally peaceful now. They are saying most peaceful among the west southwestern states. They are not saying they are totally.
But if you look at places ravaged by all those, you will hardly hear about Osun.
Exactly, it's always the Kitanodo.
Another thing that you cannot take away from Osun people is that they travel a lot.
No, you say now, like they say Ondo now. Why?
If you, especially when you talk about people Yorubas that travel within the West African region, they are Osun people. You see them.
Even funny enough, they are saying Ondo is even more calm, it's even more peaceful, but there is an estimated incident of farmer clashes and court activities in some local governments.
If you go to Ejigbo today, you can get a direct vehicle from Ejigbo to Abidjan in Cote d'Ivoire.
Don't forget that Osun State has this issue of Ife Modakeke too now. So maybe I don't even know the criteria this guy is using, to be honest.
Yeah, that was
talking about 25 years ago.
How many years ago are you talking about?
Yeah, because they are now
Something
saying it
that
can,
that was this guy was one that solved it once and for all.
let me use
Akande.
another model to even verify what I said. Don't let me rely on one single model. Let me use DeepSeek, then I can use Claude. Let me
No,
see what
you can. They can say that because recently they have a skirmish now. What happened between Lubu and Ifon? You understand? So communal clash is yes, I agree
in
with
Osun
you.
State. Okay,
Yeah.
so but relatively, I think all those axes truly, when they say Ekiti, Ondo, Osun, if they say they are more peaceful than other places, software, it's no brainers. We know, we know. Because but once you get in Ogun State, àwọn ajagunbalẹ̀ gan ní Ogun State gan, they are even enough. All those ìjàmọ̀ onílẹ̀ yẹn lásán, they are even enough to this thing. Then, when we are talking of the number of universities in the Ekiti, we have to be very peaceful, to be honest, because
But
insecurity in the
if you
university is
look at
currently
what is
I
it?
insecurity in
think
the
Oyo is
university
even more peaceful than Ogun State. Oyo State. It's also a very peaceful state. Oh.
Oyo.
People are
You know when Igbo.
But you know
yeah,
when
it's not like
How
you
can
talk
Igbo
about
be more peaceful?
if not because of Oyo being I'm talking about the present Oyo being Ibadan being the um
head of
capital of the old
capital of the
western,
Western region.
they will have been the most backward of the southwestern state.
Simba. They are also well read now. Why are you just castigating them like that?
No,
Simba is
let me
too
ask
much.
you. Let me ask you. In terms
Okay,
of
Simba,
let us start from
see
politics.
what
Let us
co-pilot is
start
saying.
from
You
politics. Let us start
co-pilot,
from politics.
you said is the most peaceful. You see
Eh?
different model. A co-pilot say Osun State is often considered the most peaceful. So each model say their own.
Okay, Remy, back to your argument. Let's take politics. When you talk about even the names that we know in Nigerian politics today, all those even right from even pre-independent, post-independent, you cannot compare Osun and Oyo.
Yeah, I understand you because at that time, most people they all went to Ibadan to go and study. That's why they have almost of these big grammar school and famous school, and they decide to stay put because there's more opportunity that time. So you can see people like Akintola from
Do you know that?
Ogbomosho,
Let me tell you. Do you know that?
Babena.
Let me tell you this. Do you know that the first primary in my own village, as small as my village, was 1902?
Hey, 1902. My God,
Yes.
Ibadan Grammar School was 1909 or 1908. Sorry,
You understand? So if I if
1902. Àwọn èèyàn kàwé ń bẹ̀ yẹn o.
Kí ló
1902.
ń ṣe bàbá yìí tẹ́ pé kínní náà
Eh,
wá kí ni bàbá yìí sọ yìí.
Ola,
Kí ni kí ló wà létìtì náà?
Simba,
yes.
you know when when British came, they wanted to use those Oyo, sorry, the Ogun people, those Egba people to weaken the Oyo kingdom, Oyo empire. So that's why they were sending those Ogun State people to school. They were empowering them, and just to make them up, to use them against the Oyo empire. So you guys don't forget that. That's why Ogun State people, or those Egba people, they became more educated. The British really helped them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, you are right. I think
Because
it's because of
if you
the
go
Western
to
education.
you know what they used to do. If you go, at least I've worked in Djibouti. If you go to Djibouti and you see their old houses, they usually put dates when they commission the house. You see houses of 18 something. You understand? Those people have been educated and they are industrialists. And that was why the kind of education they got
Uncle Simba,
is also
the,
different from the kind of education that we Ondo and Ekiti people had.
the oldest school in Ekiti was established in
I
1896.
I think the people of Ogun State.
Rẹ̀mí ò ní place wa báyẹn o. The oldest school in Ekiti was established in 1896. Kò ní sọ̀rọ̀ ǹsìn.
But when if you
I
Google
just
Ogun
Google
State,
the oldest school like the New Southwest. Now let me
maybe
go
the
and
one
Google
in
it.
Ogun State will be 1800.
So what are you now talking about?
Let me check. Let me check. Yeah, of course, sure banker. Sure banker. that of
When did the
your
British enter Nigeria, sir? It was 18 what? 1880 something.
I
Yeah,
have to
something.
Google.
I think we have the 16th century. I've been confirmed.
No.
We have 17th century, late 17th
It
century.
was late 18 something.
What you want to
talk about?
College 18 something. When they start all these schools about 1806, 1802, 1810.
Which school
So they should be more earlier than that. Because they crowded.
Ola, what did you get?
No, it's just pointing to secondary school, which is not true. That's Abeokuta Gram 1908. I want primary school. No, that's secondary school now.
Don't go to charge GGPs, they won't get it right. You have to go to other like that, my school something. But I think like Ibadan now, the oldest school in Ibadan is Ibadan Grammar School, 1908. And I guess that
But the grammar school cannot be the oldest school now. They were primary before they are secondary.
I mean, exactly. In Oyo, I'm not talking about Southwest. But I know that BBHS.
I forget about it. They get what you are saying. Ibadan Grammar School cannot be the first school in.
The oldest school in Ogun State is a CMS. That is CMS. That's 1867 in Abeokuta, St. Mary. St. Mary's School.
18 what?
1867.
1867.
So I'm right. So maybe the Europeans came much more earlier than that. So
no, I think Portuguese came to Nigeria before British, Abi.
Yeah, the conference was late 18 something.
Why don't you check CMS Lagos and also St. Finbar's? Maybe when they established those schools, but I don't think they are ahead of any school in Ogun State.
No, CMS Grammar School was established in 1859. No, that's CMS Grammar School. No, CMS Grammar School.
But you mean the one in Abeokuta, right?
No, the one in Lagos, in Bariga.
1859. That one of Abeokuta is 1869. So that means the CMS.
The Portuguese first arrived in Nigeria in the year 1472. That was
so I'm right. Now, money 14th century, and you guys are saying no.
14 what?
14th century. I said 14th century.
No. If they arrive, wait, Remy. If they arrive 14 something, that's 15th century now.
Yeah, no, sorry, that's 15th century.
Wait. What are you talking about? When they arrived,
I said the British arrived in Nigeria at about 14 something.
For colonialism or for to buy slaves?
Everything. They brought better education with their colonialism.
No. The colonialism is starting 18 something.
I mean, they came around 14th century. Okay.
No, when they those times was when they were coming to buy slaves.
Slave trade is even from colonialism, Mike.
Now the slave era, they were all coming to buy slave in the 14, 16.
Okay.
But the one interact. I'm talking about the colonial thing. It started that one that was later after slave trade ended. When after Berlin Conference, when they started the colonial project, because establish colonial with the kingdoms. But before that, around 14 era, 16, 1500s, coast. They came to the coast to buy slaves. I think the British didn't even come until when Obakosoko and the other house buying Lagos. That was when the British first came and enter. That one buying Obakosoko and invite from Waseku. That was when that was in the 1800s, man.
The British abolished transatlantic slave trade and prompted them to increase naval patrol along the West Africa, including Nigeria. So they arrived in Nigeria in 1807. Then the question we need to ask ourselves: what were the Portuguese doing with Nigerians between that time?
Slave trade. That's what they are doing.
Yeah, the people that started speaking Portuguese, Spanish, and we got better.
In fact, I think it's the Portuguese that started.
Yeah, they started it now. They started with the Brazil.
In 1851, Britain bombarded Lagos to end the slave trade and installed a friendly ruler, Oba Akintoye. I also saw with slave trade in here. Lagos was formerly annexed by the British and became British colony. That's exactly where they were going to. Britain declared a protectorate over the Oil River region of Niger Delta, 1885. 1900, the British officially established the protectorate of northern and southern Nigeria. Then 1914, Nigeria was amalgamated into a single colony called the Colony and Protectorate of Nigeria under Lord Lugard. So
they came in 18 something, Abi?
Yeah, they arrived in 1807, yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
No. That's 18. That time was the time they started the
No,
colonialism.
Yeah, that's what we are talking about now. The
yeah,
colonial.
that's
Yeah.
Is it from they've been here doing slave trade? I mean, for
no.
trading
Those
before
are
that.
No, they were not. They were buying slave on the coast.
Uh-huh.
All of them. They were buying slave, but they were not in the inland. They were to do interaction. They to come and be. They were not.
I
They were
know
not. They just come to the
it,
coast to buy slaves. That's what.
if what piece is say, if what piece will not like this thing, Portuguese, they felt for had contact with coast of Benin. Okay, coast of Benin in the Benin Kingdom. Yes, in the Benin
Yeah,
Kingdom.
the Portuguese they were trading with the Benin Kingdom for a long time.
So that means that Benin Kingdom was was coping with slave trade in Nigeria.
And
No.
Saint Thomas
No. The Benin Kingdom was not. No. The Benin Kingdom was not trading slave with the Portuguese. So. It was not
uh,
trade that we were trading. They were. It was more of the ivory, all those other things. There was not slave trade.
artifacts, right? Like artifacts.
No, yeah, other thing. Come here. Yeah, they were. Benin Kingdom was a well-established kingdom. So the Benin Kingdom was not like the kingdom itself was not trading slaves. No, they were not.
Okay. Let me even search more. They were doing, yeah, but they said they were doing slave. That the Portuguese exchange gum, mirror, textile for pepper, ivory, and slave.
But all that stuff, these are great grandfather. They are super dumb. A mirror, for like years.
Let me also
don't
correct
forget
something.
those stories. All those Oyinbos that
Oyinbo that
formulated
wrote
it.
those stories, man, they were most of
Was
it's propaganda.
Guy, one kó àwọn Republic of
Okay.
wọ́n kó àwọn Irish lẹ́rú bí wọ́n ṣe kó àwọn Africa lẹ́rú. You know,
Simba, sorry, Remy. Most of the story account on you won't call.
But we don't have our own story now.
No. The thing is, if the thing is, we will say we don't have our own story. We have stories. The thing, if you go to all these towns, villages, they pass down stories of their own encounter to their children. But no one in Africa is documenting their own story. You understand? Because we don't believe in documenting our own knowledge.
So is it by force they took
So,
them, or what are you saying?
no. Toba Lossi, if you go to each community, the people will tell you their own story of things that happened in those eras. And a lot of it, you find that it's just slave merchants. There were people that are doing merchants. It's kind of like you have human traffickers today. There is a business, you understand? The European came to Africa to establish, they meet some people that are willing to come in and work with them to set up that business. And then they were these merchants. So if you go back, if you go to those communities, we tell you the name of people that were doing the merchant, they were capturing
But are
people.
you trying to say they don't use mirror?
Okay, that's what I'm saying now. So it's the slave merchant that's selling people. For example, you end this like Madame Tinubu, you end this like look up Baba Mobi
I understand
Badagry.
you.
Yeah, but you never heard that it was Oba Kosoko that's trading. But the thing is, the European will tell you, they will tell their people that it's the African kings that are selling people. But if you go to those communities, they will tell you who was actually selling people. It was some merchants, slave merchants, some group of people. It's their business. It's like a trade. So they establish.
Mike, but all those Britico, the Portuguese, the French, and the Germans, what about the Africa now? Especially that
You can't say. The thing is,
Mike, which one is worse, the slave trade or the colonialism?
Slave trade was
I
worse.
would say the trade was what is bad for the people that they took. You understand? It's bad for the people they took. Because the people they took are the one that went to experience the pain now.
But colonialism
But the colonialism was honestly, if you ask me, I won't say colonialism was necessarily bad. I would say it brought confusion, but it also brought some exposure. You understand? But it's up to us to use our sense. Because without colonialism, if we apply our own senses, I don't think we allow.
Let's look at countries that are not colonized. The one that are colonized, are they faring better?
Like who?
No.
Give me example. Give me example of who was not colonized.
Not colonized now.
Yeah.
Ethiopia
colonized.
Ethiopia is the only one that wasn't colonized now.
And so what I'm saying is that the kind of exposure they have Is it lower than the one? Because if you are talking about
At the end of the day, it's the same thing. See, to me, whether the British came to, because all they did was they came to introduce the world order. Okay, now let me break it down to you guys. What really the world at that time, right? Prior to the European colonizing, it's kind of like the global community we have today, right? That global community was just in Eurasia. It was Europe and Asia. That was the place where that global community was only existing. Now, the continent of Africa and the Americas were isolated. So the global community was not Eurasia, the Middle East, the Europe, and Asia.
Mike,
So that's when the global community was going on.
Africa. If you read, sorry, Mike, you continue. If you read some story, Africa has been doing business with America even before the slave trade.
America? What do you mean America? United States?
Yes.
United States didn't exist as a country. Now. What are you talking about?
I've been going there before the slave trade started.
United States was not existing before the slave trade. What are you talking about? United States didn't exist. United States was not, Europeans were not even there. It was the Red Indians that owned the United States. So what are you talking about? It's European that came to these new countries in North America and South America was established by Europeans. They migrate there. United States was established in 17.
But what I'm saying in general is that forget about that. It doesn't.
We were not trading. We were not doing business with United States.
It did not bring any exposure. Forget about it.
No. What I'm trying to explain. Calm down. What I'm trying to explain is the global community of, as far as community of nations, trading, exchanging information with each other, and doing kind of like the global community we have today. That community was only in Eurasia. Eurasia meaning Europe and Asia, and the Asia, not West Asia, not Asia. But the Africa and the North and South American continent were isolated. So now those Eurasia, because of the exchange they were having among each other, they became more advanced in terms of trade and manufacturing and advancement in material things. So by the time they were coming to Africa, they were more things they were seeing was more like they were ahead in creation and material things. Like, so we saw it and we're more interested in those things. So they are coming like, okay, we have a more advanced civilization than you guys. So let's introduce it to you. That was what our colonization was all about. So the African really agreed. It was more like a deal. The colonization was more of an agreement. It's not really they come to subdue you, force you to accept some colonialism was kind of like an agreement of, hey, let's introduce to the world community, the global community. Let's bring our civilization to you. So it's more of an agreement between our empires, our kingdoms, and the Europeans. And some kingdoms that didn't want to accept. Most African kingdoms, they are all kingdom. Oman consult the oracle. And some of them, the oracle will tell them not to accept the Europeans. But when they don't, the one that do, the Europeans will kind of elevate them to make the other one look at them and say, oh, those people are beginning to advance ahead of us. Kind of like they did in Yoruba land, where they advanced the Ogun State people and were buying. So when the rest of Yoruba people are saying that these Egba people are becoming so civilized and advanced than the rest of us, we all started kind of, accepting the same thing. Like, okay, we too want that civilization. So that was what colonialism was. But then the Europeans knew what they wanted. They had the administrative benefits, money to make, like extraction of resources, and so they had their own agenda in the taxation to make the British Empire richer. But so it was more of a game being played. But which is the same game still being played today. We are part of the global community, but they're extracting us, playing us with policies, and so it's up to the Africans. They're using their own brain. I can't say we being part of the global community is something necessarily bad. It's just that it's bad because we are not thinking well. We are not playing our cards well. That's the only bad side of it. That's what I can say about that. But hey, I can't. Africa, to be honest, man, I think we don't give ourselves credit in some areas. If you look at other places like the North America, South America, and the Australia, the Aborigines, the natives there, if you look at the way they ended up with the hands of Europeans, you know that Africa we are
they were virtually exterminated now.
Exactly. So sometimes I always say, man, we don't give ourselves much credit like that we should, because I can say we actually we were strong because they didn't. If you look at compare African continent with the native in North America and the Australia, they wiped them out. They even took their land. In fact, they took over. Their land is no longer. They're not even existing. Like their land is no longer for them. But if you look at us, almost every tribe in Africa that existed before Europeans came, they're still intact. You understand? But the Europeans had the intention to do the same to us now, because in fact they have more intention to do it to us because our land was more desirable to them because we are the richest. We had more wealth, more resources, more rivers, more water. Africa is the richest, but for somehow the Africans still they still own their land. And in fact, I can tell you that we even gain more territory. If you look at the Caribbeans, places like
Do you
Jamaica.
think, because you know what, Mike, what they used to say is that maybe because of our weather is not actually suitable for them. That was
You
why
don't
they did
long
not.
pa man. You can àwọn kankan wà nílẹ̀ wá tẹ́ pé àwọn òyìnbó sá fún. So kò ní lè mọ̀. So wọ́n máa tàn yín. Àwọn kankan ló lé wọn dànù. Àwọn kan òru yẹn ló máa lé wọn dànù. But nìkan ní sòótọ́ fún yín. Àwọn á ní pé wọ́n á kọ́ parọ́ pé mosquito lé àwọn dànù. So mosquito laying actually. You come to visit Africa, you come to what video of white people saying, man, Africa is so beautiful. They are living there, but they will lie that the reason they didn't take over is because of mosquito. You're running, man. So they know that that continent is difficult for them to conquer, to be honest. They
You
want
know
it now.
why we believe that your story. So they cannot stay because of that, but they can colonize us for almost 1 century and they stay.
The colonial, let's think about the colonial project. When people mention colonial, people describe it as if it's some kind of subjugation or something like that. No, it was the colonial rule. They were using the kings to rule, so it's not really like they were there occupying our space and interacting with our people. All they had was just officers. During the British, in every colony, so-called colony, like the whole Nigeria, for example, the amount of British officers that were running the whole Nigeria, probably not to 1,000. So they just add offices, and then they work with the king, and then they use the Africans. For example, they create the army. The army they created were Africans. It's not like the British army occupied the whole Nigeria. I mean, let's think about it. Let's use our brain for a second. What was the population of the British army? Well, the British will tell you that they conquered that many territory in the world. No. What they did there is just go play cards. They use money, bribe some people within those territory to work with them, and then they use those people to get whatever they want, and that's it. Exactly. So just like they create the army now, the Nigerian army, for example, before independence, all those soldiers they were all under British now. So what were they using them for? Were they not using them to get their everything they wanted?
No, they called them West African Frontier Force. That's
exactly. But they won't tell you that.
Even the police.
Exactly. But they won't tell you. They will make it look like the British march with their soldiers and their army. Those subdue the whole Africans, all of us, like, I mean, come on, man. Are you kidding me? Nigeria is like...
Is it not the same thing that we are still doing to ourselves up to today?
Do you know that somebody was telling me that the British used to Gatling gun to conquer the whole Nigeria. I'm like, Tunaja was the one saying it. I'm like, and Tunaja was telling some non-Nigerian, was telling some black Americans, everybody. I'm like, Tunaja, where you get this information? You don't have shame. How can you say the British used to Gatling gun? So the guy was saying it like they did it in like a few months. I'm like, okay, first of all, during that time, there was no vehicle to say, like today where they have vehicles to drive, and even if they have vehicle, do they have roads? You understand? Like what? So how could they have driven through the whole Nigeria and just be conquering everybody with 2 machine guns? Like, I mean, I'm like, some stories we just read about ourselves, so stupid, so backward. Like they just make us look like our forefather was just this one mumu people, this dumb people that have no sense.
No, they use some of us to just get at us.
That's what they play game. They play their cards. And during the colonial time, if you ask our grandfather,
it's only the work with the greedy ones among the blacks.
Yeah. Even things they were doing during that colonial time. Do you know that most Africans didn't even know that was colonialism going on? Like they just thought these white men just came to give them something.
They just think that they are helping, they are bringing civilization to them.
Exactly. But the story they tell in Europe is that we've conquered these people, we are colonizing them.
Folly. If as far back as then they succeeded in doing that, So if it happens now, we say it's poverty. It's not poverty. I think it's a mentality.
No, the thing
What
is,
happened is this.
no, Simba is it, we don't know what we want. We don't really have
No,
a
no.
plan for ourselves.
Let me come in a bit. You know, as an African man, either we like it or not, we have this kind of mind that we don't have all this plan. That somebody, do you know Africa don't even
I
know?
didn't get that. I didn't get what you just said.
Yes, do you know Africa don't even have they didn't have land bordered before these people came in. We live together. Africa
No,
don't
we have
have
borders.
boundary.
We are
That's
No, we
ethnic
don't
not
have.
boundaries.
true.
We don't
We have
have.
That's
ethnic
not
boundaries.
true.
Our young
That's
people
not
go
true.
tell you where their boundaries. We have
In fact,
No,
boundaries,
we
man.
have
these
boundary.
people,
We
Everybody
these
have
people
stay
land
in
now.
came.
We know where our
now.
These
ethnic
people
boundaries
We
came.
live
end now.
in
These
the
people came.
communities now.
These people came. They were the ones that actually begin to
No,
introduce all
forget
this.
about the boundary of a country, but everybody knows where their land
Exactly. We have
ends and
ethnic
starts
boundaries,
from.
man. We
But
people, we know their land
but
now.
then what? But then nobody stops you to come into anywhere. Nobody stop anybody to
They stop you.
No,
They
go
no,
know
they
that
stop
you're a
anywhere.
you. They
stranger.
stop you.
You
They know.
can't
They know
come
you
as
don't
a
belong
stranger
here.
to
You only
another
come there to
community
trade and you
now.
go back to where you come from. You can't just. They know you're not member of the kingdom. We
No,
have
no, no.
land.
In fact, I think
Foley,
we need to check.
where did the word
Yes,
only
yes.
where did the word only come from if we don't have boundary? Well, where only where there's only as this Yoruba
This
is
is
a
the only
Yoruba,
body.
there's only
Fully, we're not just
what's
walking around like a bunch of animals, man. We have boundaries.
Where do you hear anybody from?
That's why we have languages now.
It's a Yoruba language now.
Is it not after all these things started happening that we started having all those things?
No, but how can you so how can you believe that a human being will exist without boundary?
Fully,
Everybody
we
just
had
be there.
empires now,
So if you
kingdoms
farm
now.
here today, I can come back tomorrow and say it's my turn to farm there.
Ask yourself, if you don't have boundary, why Obu Ekiti Parapo against the
Why do we have empires? Why do you even have
Why did the
empires?
Ilorin fall? Why did the Ilorin fall?
Is the extortion? Is the extortion that is going on in Yoruba land that creates that Ekiti Parapo, Ogukiriji? Is the extortion from Ibadan?
Baba Alaafin Oyo was not ruling over Ife Kingdom, right? And
He wasn't ruling, but he's sending it. What's it called? All these what's it called? Tax
Why?
collector to
Okay,
go and
let me
demand.
tell you. Let me ask you, Folly. Why do we have obas if they don't have territory?
We don't have territory.
We have communities. We have
So the
communities.
community
We
have
have people.
boundaries now. They have
No,
boundaries.
you don't get what I'm saying. I'm not saying people don't have boundaries, but what I'm telling you is that
That's what
boundaries
he said
is
now.
not as it is today.
What do you
Before,
mean? It's not
everybody
as
can
it is now.
just you can yes, everybody can you can leave Nigeria to Cotonou, Lagos people can go to Niger can go to people in Choi, Borno can go to Niger.
I
Those
think I know
things
what he's
we
saying.
don't
He's
have all those
saying,
things before.
But
We
they
do
can go for trade.
yes.
They can.
yeah,
They know
for
that they are
trade.
strangers.
I think he
They
said the
will go and come
bureaucracy,
back.
the
They say,
Yes,
bureaucracy
like
back then
nobody
was
stop
really.
them. Once you have access to
nobody
enter
stop
anywhere,
anybody these days.
does that
Also
give?
now.
But now they stop you.
I think I
You
know what
can't
he's saying.
you can't enter
I think we know
Nigeria.
what you're saying.
Yes.
Hold on. Simba, I think we
You
know
are
what he's
talking
saying.
about needing a maybe we need a visa or all those things that
Yeah,
we have
that's
now.
what he's saying. He's saying back then we
Yes,
don't need
before you go to
visas, all those
anywhere now,
things.
you have to have these
No,
things. But before you don't have it,
okay.
you
Yeah,
don't have
but now
to.
hold on. But now we become more organized. Now we have to
Exactly.
So it's just what it is.
Let me tell you the problem
You
now.
have
They are still
nations in
using
the
the
world.
same greedy.
Even that time,
They are
let
still
me tell
using the
you,
same Mike. They are still
Folly.
using the same greedy people. Their duty is to look for people who are greedy among us. Let me talk to you, sir. The problem, what they are doing now, their job now, and their duty now, is to make sure they allow the greedy ones to govern Africans. Anytime they see anybody that is giving them that shoulder, they come after them and they kill them. And that is why Africa is still what we have today. It's not like people are not trying to revolt, but they are still using the same tactics.
What about the non-greedy one that the West are giving money to go and foment trouble in Africa?
You said what?
The so-called man right and critics.
You said?
Do you understand me? What about those ones that the West they
Those
are giving them money in the
those are
name
the
of
greedy
human
ones
rights?
they still have their puppets. There are people they are using as their puppets.
Listen,
Even
they are playing the same game.
Foley, even before 1855, there was nothing like visa globally. So the European people can tell you that story, but you have a way of manning your border. you will not just go and enter on your border those days just because you
In fact, when they see a stranger, they
I'm
will
swear they're
take
ruining.
you, they will arrest you,
They will turn you
take
to a
you. You can't
slave.
just enter any community anyhow.
Fully back then, your king have to send you. Like they will know that you are. They know who's coming, because if you just enter there, if you wander around, you miss your place. They will kidnap you. They will kidnap you and turn you to a slave.
Can we even talk about? Can we even talk about the kings? The kings are warriors. People who have conquered communities. These are people we call kings. Then, yet they conquer communities. They are warriors. People that will just come and bring war to a place where there is peace and now conquer them and start ruling over them. And because nobody can challenge them, they'll be calling them kings. These are the things that affect Africans.
So what do you want to do?
The people we call kings today, that lineage of being wicked as a king, as a warrior, it's in them.
Let me tell you.
It's the whole world now.
Fully,
I mean, they are
in
wicked
the
in
whole
Europe
world,
too now.
whether Europe, whether Rome, you heard of Roman Empire before. What do you think they were doing in Roman Empire? They were drinking tea and coffee, Abi.
It's still going on now. Hitler invaded Poland. Even Putin right now invaded Ukraine. Now, it's just that we are more
But
there's more world order
the
now.
kind of people that is governed.
Fully.
I mean, the kind of people that live in Africa are the people who already understand what Africa is, and they were looking towards the Africa growth. It will be better.
Fully, what was John Cobalt doing in Canada territory in North America in 14 something? You understand that they navigate all from Europe down to America. You understand? They were conquering.
Do you know? Do you know we also travel? We also travel to Spain, to France before. We are also living with them. We are in fact, the story actually told us that we are the first people to begin to expand towards that direction.
We were dealing with Arabs. That is why you find so many.
First of all, what is this we that you guys are talking about?
The story that told us that.
Who is this we that you're talking about?
Africa spent almost that was an African man that spent almost that was an African.
Hey, fully.
No.
First of all, let's stop saying these Africans. Africans are not one group of people. The Africans are not one group of people. We have different empires in Africa. So there may be one empire somewhere in Africa.
But my brother, once you are black, you are an African man.
Forget that color thing, man. You understand?
Once you are black, you are in Africa. That color shows you you are an African.
You are a member of a race of people, but it doesn't mean you are same a member of same group.
That race, then we don't call them Africa. Then I think they have one name they are giving to them.
But among ourselves,
as long as you are a black
are you saying among ourselves in Africa, we see ourselves as one people, same people? Answer now.
Please come again.
I said, are you telling me that in Africa back then and even today, we all see ourselves as the same people?
No, I didn't mean they leave us to continue living together without this thing.
No,
we'll have seen ourselves
living together.
as a one people by now.
We never live together, first of all. So this time we're living together. No, we're not.
In fact, the same Europe don't live together then.
Even today,
but today they are living together.
No, they are not.
That same thing will have happened here.
They have different countries,
but today you can have Tengefita and travel. You can have Tengefita and travel everywhere in Europe.
No, that's because hold on now. That's because they have a what do you call it? Policy of whatever they call it, but doesn't mean they are
European Union.
You understand? Kind of like ECO.
Yes.
Okay, the same thing like ECOWAS. Okay, hold on. When countries come together to have treaties and things like that, it's different from saying they become one group of people. No, in Europe, yes, they have treaty. Okay, we can travel here, just like in ECOWAS, we have treaty. Like with ECOWAS passport, you can travel to ECOWAS, but it doesn't mean we've now become one people or same people. It's just treaty. That's what it is. So nobody
for us not to deviate from what we are saying, we know Africans were actually suffering from these people's stand, and that is why we will not get it right until we start removing
their suffering in their hands. Explain how we are suffering in their hands.
In fact, look at what is happening in some Africans, some Africans, where you have your own resources and you can't even control it by yourself.
Why
And
can't you control it by
today, if
yourself?
anybody,
How?
they have their game. They have their game in place. They have their game in
Okay,
place that
so they
is
are
making you
playing
not
their
to be
game.
in
Okay,
control
they
of
are
your
playing their
of
game.
your own country.
They are playing their game. You are playing your game.
They are playing.
And they
Yes.
are getting their
Please,
what
can
you get
anybody
what
tell me the offense that what's it called? This guy committed. The Libya guy. What is offense?
Gaddafi.
Why did they kill him? Gaddafi. Today, what is
Gaddafi's
happening in
people.
that
No,
place?
But are they the one that came and killed him,
Is it not
or
his own
he was
people that
killed by his
rose
people?
against him?
This is the game that people don't understand. These people will
We know the game.
manipulate
We know
your
the game you are
people.
No,
talking
which
about, but
game we don't
They
you
understand?
will
can't say
Say
because
make you
somebody is
allow
that
playing.
an
yourself to be
instrument they are
used.
using.
Why do
Fully,
you allow
fully.
No,
yourself
you
to
know
be
what?
used?
Remy, is it Remy or Timber?
It's Simba.
Because you are the same voice. You are the same voice. So you know
I
what?
didn't
You
even
know
think
what?
about that. Mm.
These people, they have their imperialism in place. They have their system in place.
We know that now.
You know, they have their own system. They have their own people among us.
Only, I think what we need
And
to be
Fully, what
talking
you are
about,
saying it to
they
the
will be
choir. You
using
are
you and
telling
you
us
even
something
know
we
that
already
using
know.
you.
Fully, you are telling us things we already know. And we are trying to, we all know imperialism, we all know all these games, global, we all get that. But what we are telling you is that, yes, everybody play that game. But the thing is, some people are playing, they are winning. So you can't, the game, anybody who wants to play it. Even you, if you get opportunities to play that game and take advantage of European countries, you will do it.
Okay,
China, hold on, calm
what
down,
will you
calm
say
down,
about
calm down, calm down, calm down,
okay?
calm down. China, they are the same game, they are playing against you, they're playing against China. China is playing back against them. Everybody's here to play game. That's what the world is all about. But it's not that we Africans don't want
Okay,
to sit back
Mike,
crying as if
let me tell
somebody
you.
is doing
Let me now,
something. Hold on, you are crying as if someone is doing what they're not supposed to do. They're supposed to play game.
Mike, let me now tell you something. Where will you see Bishop Ajayi Crowther that came to change their Bibles to Yoruba language? And when it got to Jesus, he called it Jesus. He got to Peter, he called it Peteru. He got to Solomon, Solomoni. And he started giving them the names like that. When he now got to Satan, he called it
They call
Eshun.
it okay,
What do
yeah.
you know the implication of that Eshun in Yoruba's belief? That
They
means you
know
kill
now
that
that
aspect completely. You kill it
fully.
completely. Anybody see
I
it, we
mean,
see it as a bad thing.
instead of blaming Satan, Sataru.
Literally. And you call it a true. I know it's a true. So and that thing, today, they now tag Eshu as an evil person. And even in Yoruba culture, they call Eshu, the Eshunriki is like, Obelekun Sokuke Obelekun. Somebody that help you to cry. It's someone that have mercy, that pity you,
He's the one that protects now, that saved it, that
that protects.
governed the crossroads. So Europeans know that that was in their
So
way.
they
It's
keep,
So
part of the
in fact,
manipulation now. It's part of the
it's out of the
manipulation.
manipulation. And this thing, people don't know the implication of it. When you are already powerless. They
Why are
already
you
take away
no, you
powerless
whatever
can't
they
say you're
now?
believe from
powerless.
you.
That's what I disagree with you.
Folly. If you
So
know
you
all
can't say
those
you're
things,
powerless.
then you
You can't
don't
say you're
need to
powerless.
cry. You're supposed to look at the way out for yourself. It's not crying will not solve your
Thank
problem.
you. That's the point we are trying to make to Foley tonight. He's
And
telling us things we already
the
know.
problem now is this: the people that are supposed to lead the movement for that freedom, for that emancipation, they were coming after them every time they try to rise up before they
I
get to the
beg
level
you,
of
leave
people knowing
that.
them.
Even the
My
people
bro,
that are living, where are their family? Are they not with them? Your mentor is his family not living in US. So what are you saying?
don't mind them. Foley, the thing is,
Mike,
you can Foley,
Mike,
calm down. You need to listen.
don't let us go through that route again because we are actually having a conversation here. I don't know why
Okay.
wherever we are saying something,
Can I
okay,
also
you
contribute
always make
too?
it look like
Remy, let me just say this real quick. Foley,
Remy, I'm
here's the deal.
listening.
Foley, here's the deal. The game Europeans are playing, they are kicking your ass. They are trying to play the same. They are playing the same game with Chinese, Japanese, and Chinese play. Everybody's playing that game to take advantage of the next person. But the problem with Africans is, compared to Chinese and everybody, those one recognize the game and they figure a way to play back and cover themselves and do something about themselves to make sure
And they are
they
ready
don't
to
get
sacrifice. They are ready to
exactly they
sacrifice.
figure out solution to their they recognize that okay, this person outside it's not for my interest, for their own interest, and they do anything to take advantage of you. The Chinese man know that. Even Europeans know that. Even Europeans don't trust themselves. It's the reason why Russia will not let NATO near its border, because you know that I can't trust you. So everybody understand that. But we Africans are the only one where we just cry, and we blame the person that's taking advantage of us when we know that's the game they're supposed to play. They're supposed to come and take what you have.
The China,
So
China
you telling me what the game they are
about
playing, you are
have
wasting
one
your time. You
president.
need to tell me how
Can
we
I
can
contribute my
The
own now?
China you are talking about have one president,
Let me
right?
say
let Remy
something.
come in. Let Remy come in.
Let me say something. When we talk about China, this is a country that they know they are not at par with the rest of the world, and they closed their country for 25 years. The people suffer, no food. People are not saying ebi power, ebi pa shigesi walara. They brought people like Foley that is so highly educated. They took you from Lado Ekiti, all of Jesse, Igbo, Odemu, that you were farming there. And when they are ready, they do like boy. They give all the Europeans and Americans, they give them whatever they want to go and bring their factory industry to China because they're cheap labor there. The cheap labor that time, when they didn't brought it, maybe their monthly salary is about, just for example, let's say about $100. And when they came, the Americans and the Europeans, they were giving them like $120. But if you want the same job in America, you have to pay times 4, maybe $300 or $400 for the same job. And these people, they continue to understudy them. I remember the first car made in China, they called that car QQ. That car was so small, they are selling it below $3,000. A car that had everything. Chinese people, because of their patriotism, they were buying the car. The system they also use also helped them because this is 1.4 billion population. You cannot say American democracy because they won't move an inch.
Remy's telling
So
us the Chinese figure solution.
one thing I've learned is that, sorry, Mike, one thing I've learned is that the people of that country, leader and followers, they do not blame their leader. Everybody sacrifices at the same time. If we want our country to be better, we need to do that sacrifice and make sure that our generation suffer for those unborn generation to enjoy. That is the only way.
Remy,
All those
if you
people,
want, in fact, Nigeria is even more suffering than what you people are talking about.
No,
Okay?
Nigeria never suffer.
In fact, if you
Nigeria
have
never
a
suffer.
good, let me tell you, because you always come here and see Nigeria is Edrado.
Don't equate it with this
Let
kind
me
of
tell
suffering
you
I'm
what
talking
Remy,
about.
happened.
let Foley respond.
It's
But
not
Foley,
the same.
Remy, let's not
Remy,
move away from the main point.
just stop. Let me react to what you just
Let's not
said.
make it about Nigeria.
Let me react to what you just said. Let me react to what you just said. You are talking about France, China, that actually align with their citizens and tell them this is our future, this is what we want to, this is our target, these are our goals. Okay, it's not in a
That was not their goal initially. It is, you know what? One thing you should not know is that the world is not static.
place
Their
where
goal
I
was
see
that,
actually.
listen, they were
Wait,
starving. Listen first, they were starving. They don't have enough food to eat. And then a lot of people are dropping dead.
Remy, it's
And
because
the
they were
country said,
expansion. It's because the Europeans. Remy, don't say that. The
okay,
Chinese
maybe they gave them
hold
sanctions
on.
and everything.
Hold
Okay, I
on.
don't know.
The Chinese, hold on. The Chinese know that the Europeans are coming to. Fully sorry, give me 1 second. The Chinese know that the Europeans want to play the same game they're playing with the Africans and everybody else. And the Chinese figured the solution where they put a plan together to get themselves, and they know that to do that they have to shut themselves.
Foley, if you are hearing us, your network is not good. We cannot hear you.
Remy, the thing is, if you look at the Chinese national, they will tell you how they refuse to be slaves. So what do you think they're talking about? They know the Europeans are out there to conquer everybody. They know the Europeans, the individual countries, particularly British, France, and they're doing it individually. It's not like the whole Europe came together to plan it. They're all out there trying to be rich and conquer everybody the same way. So the Chinese, they didn't sit around crying about the Europeans. What they did was figure solution to the European problem. But Africans, what we do is we see the European problem. We just sit around pointing finger at the Europeans. We point finger and then we cry
Mike,
all day.
I think the major problem that we have is that we just like to be comfortable.
We like to be comfortable. We don't plan. We don't want to strategize. We just we see the problem and we complain about it, and then we cry. That's it. and want to be in a comfort zone. When you see the problem, rather than looking at okay the solution, and sometimes we know the solution, but we know it's going to create a lot of discomfort, we just don't want to do the solution, take approach towards the solution. Just like Remy said, the Chinese need the solution, so they have to go through the sacrifice to get to the solution, right? But the African will see the solution, but they will know that, oh, I'm on this solution, yeah, that means just like Mussolini says, see that you die like a lion or you live like a sheep. So the African will say, oh, let me continue to live like a sheep. You understand? Because I don't want to die like a lion. So the Africans, they know that they don't want to go through the sacrifice for their solution. So they will just sit down and just complain and complain and complain, hoping that one day Europeans will repent.
Is it not the same thing that all of us are demonstrating? Instead of us to say, okay, we have problem, everybody start japa. Okay, we have to go and look for where comfort is now. That's it now.
So
we are not ready. We are not ready.
Yeah,
I don't think
I don't think a black man will be ready anytime.
This thing you are saying, me and my brothers will always have issue about it because most of them were encouraging me to leave. But I told them, where you want me to go, somebody build the place. So what happened to me building my own place as well? What about if those guys fail to build their country? What will happen? Should I have any right to go there? So we can build here. There are still people among us who are ready to do the job.
I don't buy your narrative, though. I don't buy your narrative. Just stop all those buildings, all those subtle black men. The question is this: whether you build Nigeria or you don't build Nigeria, immigration.
I'm not talking about that.
So
I'm not talking about that. But there must be people that have intention.
No.
There must be that have the intention of doing something different. I'm not saying you that you travel, that you have done anything wrong. But that may be my goals.
Hold on, I can agree and I can also disagree. If you're in Nigeria, right, and you have the means to start building Nigeria, then I would tell you not to Japan and stay there and build. But if you're in Nigeria, you don't have the means to build, to do anything, and you have opportunities to go and build yourself somewhere, I will tell you go somewhere else and build yourself first. And then once you build yourself, you come back and start building Nigeria. That's where me I see it. But a lot of Nigerians have Japan. Oh no, wait, let me make this last point. The problem I have with a lot of Nigerians is when they left Nigeria, they didn't have anything. Like they left Nigeria, they've gone to these other places and they've built themselves, and they're in a position to start doing something in Nigeria to be their country. They don't want to do it. They will telling you, I hate that country. I don't want to go back. They become loyal to that new Oyibo country when Oyibo build for himself. Those are the people that are useless to me. I know many Nigerians like that in America. They've built their life, but they will tell you I can't go back because insecurity. Oh, because there's no light, there's no.
My brother,
who's going to build a country for you?
It's a known fact that Nigeria will kill your dream if you are not being, even if you are careful. Nigeria will kill your dreams. That's why you see people trying to look for where to survive, to expand their dreams, to get it right. But that does not mean, in fact, when I'm talking about building here, I choose part of confronting these people that is making Africa to be poor. I choose that part of the struggle that we need to have first to even start building Nigeria. So Yemi was talking about China. When those things were happening in China, you will not see their leaders mismanaging the little resources they have. They were using it for something to grow to the space. But now when you are seeing me, when you are asking me to die of hunger, and I'm seeing Mr. President's son, his family, living as if they are in heaven already, and you are expecting somebody
they are going to the Vatican. Right.
You are expecting somebody to come and die for that same people. Who tell you that you are not a human being too, as like them? If we want to build Nigeria, let's all of us agree. This is the path we are taking. And anybody that did anything contrary with that, what the plan is, we take them out of the equation, and we will continue our movement. Not when you are telling me to starve myself to death.
Remy, I agree fully on this 100%. If we want to build, the leader have to say, okay, this is what we're trying to go, this is what we're trying to achieve, make it clear to everybody. And this is sacrifice we all have to make to get there. Make it clear. And then there'll be many Nigerians that are willing to make that sacrifice. I don't know, maybe not, but there may be many Nigerians that will be willing to go to that sacrifice for their children and their grandchildren. Like the Chinese did, because the Chinese, they made it clear where they are heading back then. And many of our citizens were volunteering, joining the army, whatever force, are going through the pain because their leaders already made the plan clear, the blueprints of where they're trying
Mike,
to go clear to them. But in the
it's
case
so
of Nigeria, I
beautiful
don't
the
see a
way
blueprint, to be honest. There's no blueprint. It's
you
just
know, it's very easy to say that, and it's good on paper, but how practicable it is. Even you see that even there are some followers, because they were so divided in so much so that even if somebody is having that plan, so people will be say, don't mind him.
another tribe will go against you.
Exactly. We cannot have the way we are. I don't think we can have a common goal. That is it. Because
that's a lie. That's a lie. In fact, let me tell you something today. If you have a leader today that can stand up and preach love, unity, and growth to Nigeria, and is ready to do the job, all Nigeria will follow the person.
So if Yoruba man, if Tinubu is preaching love and all these things,
Tinubu has never preached love. Tinubu needs Nigeria to come here. He has never preached love. That kind of people can never live. They can never live with this kind of revolution that you guys are talking about.
This is exactly where Foley is taking us to.
Foley, are you listening to us at all? I never say he preach. I'm just saying if he decide to preach the love and whatever you said just now, the unity and everything.
Yes, we accept it.
Now, the people
but
from
you take away subsidy from us. You are giving my state governor almost 12 billion naira today, and nothing to show for that 12 billion naira.
Foley, can you stop shifting argument? Can you just speak on one point at a time? Calm down. You said if we can have a leader that can stand up and preach love and preach whatever, preach this. If you are from one tribe, you are preaching it. People from another tribe already hate you and hate your tribe. They're not listening to your love preaching. They don't care. They don't. That's what Simba is trying to tell you.
Whatever you say is relevant to them.
There's nothing Tinubu can say loving or sweet that people from Southeast or
the question you're supposed to ask yourself, Foley, why didn't we have them? Why has it been so difficult for us? And it's not peculiar to Nigeria. Why has it been so difficult from inception of our creation till now? We can't get such a person. Have you ever asked yourself that question?
Nobody want to listen to that person. Even your show that's preaching that thing you're talking. People from other tribe, they're insulting him because he says going against their OB. You understand? When they know OB is a clear criminal.
And it's not all Igbos. It's not Igbos that are going against him. It's not all Igbos. There are Igbos that are also more than even Yorubas. It's not all Igbos.
Many of them now. But there are people that are insulting. I saw the guy on the Rudolph channel now. They were this Kenega, one guy, he saw the guy. Many of them are insulting him. They don't like him because if Showore was a so what I'm saying is that preaching of sweet talk is most Nigerian, especially when they're not from their tribe. When you are talking, they don't want to hear you. They don't care. No, there's nothing coming out of your mouth. That is not what's coming out of your mouth that they are listening to. They are just looking at you of where you are from, is what they want to know. And who are you? That's what that's the mentality of many Nigerians.
Suspicious of one another now.
Yeah, they're always suspicious of you, no matter what you're saying. They don't care. They don't want to know what you're saying. The moment you're from one place, some people from another place already have issue with you. So there's nothing you want to tell them that they will buy. They're already suspicious of you. So anything you say,
they will. If you want to start that one now, they say, okay, after they have cornered everything now, they are now preaching something to us. No, we don't go give, we go take our own first.
Exactly.
I beg you.
The only thing, to me, I think the only way you can get like